Oh,
it
Yeah,
tells me
it
now that
tells
this
you
kid.
now. Yeah,
Oh
I'm
yeah.
not. Yeah, apparently Zoom is fucking hashtag me too now. It doesn't want unconsensual video recording.
Right.
It's all this video is being recorded, and it's like, well, when I'm talking to ISIS leaders living in Carlsbad, now they're gonna know that I work for the CIA. If the Eye of Horus didn't give it away itself. Speaking of which, I'm reading a book, listening, called "The Creature from Jekyll Island."
That's a good. Yep.
Despite all the conspiracies I go down, I had never. I always knew I always knew what was at the top of it all. I mean,
Mhm.
I knew it was the Fed, but part of me, I wasn't as interested in it. I was more interested in the black technology, the orbital bombers. I was like, yeah, I get it. It's all a money system, and that's how you really wreck nations. But I finally decided, kind of on a whim yesterday. I'd had it in my Audible library, and I finally decided, why don't I just start it? Why don't I just and see if it sticks? Sometimes they don't stick. Now I can't put it down. And
Yeah.
I've been walking around the last 24 hours just
That.
like a crazy person, laughing at the sky, going, it's all fucked. There's no winning. There's absolutely no winning. And I came up
Mm.
with a short phrase today in the shower while thinking about Don the Pleb, like I always do in the shower. Shout out, Don.
How do we not think about
How did
Don
you
in the
not think
shower?
about him? He's the sex symbol of our time.
I
Fuck
know
Mary.
he's the Ayatollah, man.
Yeah, fuck Ayatollah Don. But I realized, best case, it's so rotted through that it's just evil through and through that best case scenario, it's not intentional and coordinated, in which case there's termites in the foundation. Worst case scenario, there's thermite in the foundation. It's
Mm-hmm.
intentional.
You
Either
know,
way, I realized it's all fucked. And literally, I'm like, well, I'm just going to start praying.
right.
Fuck.
For me, I mean that book right there is a great one. But for me, I know I've mentioned this one to you before, Dr. Mary's Monkey.
I need to, yeah.
And that book, I mean, it goes all the way, ties into Oswald and everything. And
Oh,
yeah, it like when I saw that book and I saw the title, and I went back at it, because I had read it and gone through it before I met you and everything. But when we were talking to one day and it reminded me of the book, I forgot the full title of that book, and I went and I looked at it and I was just like, holy shit, it's like they wrote this just for you.
yeah,
And
it's
it's terrifying.
yeah, it's the creature from Jekyll Island. I mean, but God, it's also so fucking sexy. I love conspiracies. I really love like post World War II, Cold War conspiracies. But man, if I don't love me some like World War One, 1910s
Mhm.
conspiracies, like like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen kind of shit.
Yeah.
And man, it starts in 1913, going out to. But I did email his secretary, and I believe he's in his 80s. He now runs something called the Red Pill Expo, which is in its like third year going. I think it's down in Georgia or Florida, but it might be near Jekyll Island. But it's like, apparently he has all these big speakers, kind of like band speakers out there, and it's in its like third year. But I did email his secretary, and his secretary said she'll pass it along to him. To me, that's a win. To get a response from someone is a win, even if it's a no.
Yeah.
To get it, I'll pass it on. That's a big win. Whether or not he's going to come on, I don't know. But God, I think it's G Edward Griffin, I believe is his name.
Yep. That's the dude.
That's the guy. That's the OG. So I'm trying to get him on. And yesterday I had on Bing West, the
I
guy
saw
that
that.
wrote Mattis's book with him. And yeah, so maybe we can push that into a certain somebody. I don't know. I won't bank on it. But
I know a few former Marines that would love to see that episode if it
ooh,
pushes into that.
well, I have been pushing for Mattis for the last year, and I've received very politely several rejections from his office. I think it's what I always call, there's a fine line between, in the podcasting world, I've developed several theorems and principles, but there's one of them is there's a fine line between persistence and harassment, and you gotta. The finest line I walked was probably getting on Dr. Ken Albeck. That was a fine line. I was either going to get a yes, he's coming on, or cease and desist. And hey, it worked in my favor. But
That was a great interview, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he has to say on autism.
that man's going to cure autism on my
God,
podcast.
God bless him.
He's gonna cure autism on my podcast. And but so for everybody that doesn't know, this is my buddy David O'Neill, Big Dick Dave, and we so is that no is that we won't say which ones, but as you know, there are backup channels to this podcast. There are redundancies, and not on other platforms. There are sleeper cell channels on YouTube. Hey, if you can find one, maybe it'll be like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Maybe it'll be like the Golden Ticket. There are sleeper channels on YouTube somewhere out there in the ether.
They
No,
exist.
no recognizable name, no recognizable description or thumbnails or titles. But sure enough, they are the videos right there. They exist. There's several of them. I upload about 10 episodes a day to them. And then once I get caught up, I start a new channel. And it's the war of attrition. It's the long march through the institutions. I'm just plugging them out. And it's very interesting because at first, the first time it happened with the first backup channel, episode 370 with the great Claire Lopez talking about CCP infiltration, got removed. And to me, that was terrifying because that showed, okay, they're doing instant transcription and then scanning this transcription. And I was like, fuck. But later episodes, perhaps 411 with Dr. Roger Hodgkinson, didn't get removed. So I was like, interesting. On the second backup channel, Hodgkinson got removed, but Ms. Lopez skated through.
Isn't that just the strangest thing?
There's and I'm trying to figure it out. So we're doing original research right now. It'll be peer reviewed one day. On the third channel, Claire and Roger both got through, but an episode with you on not even the sweatshirt one, which we can't mention here, but the episode, not our 5-hour one, but our 3-hour marathon, Pizzagate, Quantum AI, and whatever, and ExxonMobil. That one got the boot, but it didn't get the boot on the other two channels. So on the fourth and the fifth channels, I haven't caught up, so I don't know. But I am finding that the monolith is not a black box. There are cracks in the facade, and deep down inside, I love to imagine that there's a partisan, there's a pro TPC radical inside YouTube. I like to imagine that.
Hey, James O'Keefe shows us they exist, and hey, if you're out there and you haven't yet gone to Project Veritas tips at protonmail.com, you need to get on that. And speaking of that, one of the things that James and that organization could probably be doing to help things out, what's half of getting intel while paying sources, right? And so one of the things I've been putting a lot of thought to, thanks to Mitzi Purdue, talking about how do we make a game that essentially can train people to look for signs of trafficking and whatnot. Well, I've been thinking about this, and going back to what we said in the Bitcoin Warlords episode, about essentially how skins for a video game one day could be essentially replacing a currency. Or as Tim Pool's even gone on and said, like, hey, when he was in Venezuela, you had guys holding gold, World of Warcraft gold in their shit so that they could actually use that over the dollar as their own currency collapsed. So essentially, if you created a game that was popular enough that you could drop incentives to people that provide actionable intelligence that develops targets, and that could be, say, translated to a cryptocurrency like Monero or whatever, which could then be traded for an actual currency, you're 2 steps removed from essentially being able to print your own currency and the currency's value being dependent on how popular the game is. So I've been thinking that's been rattling around in my head for a while now.
Can you go? So for everybody listening, Mitzi Purdue of winthisfight.org, a anti-human trafficking organization, big distinction, anti-human trafficking organization. Funny how that one who put me in touch with Christy Wells of Safe House Project, and I recently had on just the other day Brittany Dunn of Safe House Project, and which got me into listening about the Franklin scandal by Nick Bryant. It's a 20-hour audiobook. I mean, dude, it's so what I went into with Brittany and David, as you know, you got an elbow to get in here because I'm just going to talk nonstop.
Oh,
As
I know. I'm letting you
good,
do this
good.
because I know where you're going with it. And what
It's
I'm going to say is, I feel like what you're saying with that, that you're talking with Brittany, it's
you
about
know
how
where
do
I'm
we
going.
burn this into their
Yes,
memory.
yes, yes,
And we
yes,
need
yes.
we need a game that, everyone that we're up against is working around the clock to convince the next generations and upcoming generations that the devil doesn't exist. And we
Mm-hmm.
need something that not only sears it into their mind that the devil does exist, but then we have to prepare the next generation on how to fight it.
Mm-hmm.
And
Well,
so
I listened to Tim Dillon, who I think is the funniest man in the world, and he has now he's gotten really big and now he's making hella money and go for him. But as always, the earlier episodes are better. As one day this podcast will blow up and people will be like, "Remember the original episodes when they talked about Silicon Jesus before he sold out?" And hey, I recognize that will happen. It's a natural part of the course of the world. But they always talk about these books, and so I finally listened. They had on the author. This was several years ago, Nick Bryant, who wrote about the Franklin scandal, and in it is what so everyone listening, I had on Brittany Dunn the other day of Safe House Project, and we were talking about trafficking and how bad it is, and what I spoke of, and it wasn't Dale, but there is someone I had on this podcast who is special forces who was telling me that like you have to watch the ISIS videos, and I was like, no, I'm quite all right. I had watched some of them, and I was like, I'm okay.
I miss bestgore.com
Yeah,
personally.
yeah. Well, but I remember in like 2003, 13, seeing the video of Nick Berg getting beheaded, and the only reason his screaming stopped was because they cut his windpipe, and that always burned into my mind. And I realized that you can't just look away from this stuff. It's the other analogy is you can't just watch the World Trade Centers collapsing from a camcorder taken out by the Statue of Liberty because it's an abstract. And it kind of looks no different than a volcano or maybe an avalanche. What you have to watch is you have to watch people jumping out of the windows, hitting terminal velocity, hitting the pavement, and literally exploding into intestines and ribs. And you have to remember that that is the face of Islamic terrorism. So, child trafficking, horrible, absolutely horrible. I'm not trying to make light of it at all. Just like I'm not trying to make light of the World Trade Centers collapsing, but rather you have to go in and see what it really is. What did Eisenhower do? Not only did he bring in all the photographers to Dachau and Auschwitz and Bergen-Belsen and Chelmno, he said, take pictures of this because one day they're going to deny it happened. But what did the Allied troops also do? I know you know the answer. They went and got all the citizens from the nearby town and said, this is what you let happen by being complacent. Sounds terrible, but you have to burn it into your mind to know what it is you're fighting. It's like that photographer that took that picture in, I think, the first Gulf War, and it was of a U.S. bomb and it wasn't necessarily an anti-U.S. or anything. It was like a bomb. It was like an incendiary bomb that hit like a school, and there was like someone in there, and there's a picture of like it was like a student or something who's sitting at a desk, and the entire building's bombed out, and they look like burned sausage. Like you can see like the caves where their eyes are, like their teeth, and they're just like, I mean, it almost looks like melted plastic. They're just like stuck to the table, but there's literally still like a pencil nearby and at a desk, and it looks just some like hellish version of like, I mean, it almost looks like a super metal like rock album, but like it's this. And the photographer said, I took this picture so that people like my mother will know that this is war, and war isn't what you see on the evening news. And at the risk of glorifying this stuff, at the risk of seeming like it's some sort of fetish, and also what I said with Brittany Dunn is an admitted risk of me having ulterior motives. Do I just want a killer podcast with an incendiary episode? Because I am clearly biased. I want my podcast to blow up. And if I have a super touchy graphic episode, it will get me subscribers, which will directly improve my life and my financial situation. So there is that motive. It can't be said that there's not. I can say I'm as selfless as anything, but I'm driving this as a business. That being said, I do believe that we can't just say, oh, children are being trafficked. We can't just, like, one thing Tim Dillon always says is he doesn't say child trafficking. He says fucking the kids.
Yeah.
Like, make sure you know what it is.
Or take it to the next level and make sure you say fucking the kids to death, because
fucking the kids
at the
to death.
extreme, yeah, that's what we're really talking about.
You have to, right? It's like exorcism of Emily Rose. You have to name the demons.
Exactly.
So although the satanic ritual abuse and cannibalism and murder and torture is not the vast majority of cases. I know that. Just like the vast majority of bombing sorties were actually against Taliban. But some do hit a kid on a desk and melt him to the board. You have to bring up that, you have to show that part, right? Not every German soldier was a Nazi. Some were just scared shitless guys that joined the Wehrmacht so their parents weren't killed. I get it. Some of them are Adolf Eichmann, who said after he moved to, I think, Argentina, when I think about, because the Argentinian government, if it's Argentina, if I'm correct, they wanted to hire him to start architecting their own sort of Holocaust. And a quote from him in the 50s is, "When I think about killing, I lick my lips." I mean, there are demons in the world. They are very real demons. They're not just bad. They're not just people in unfortunate situations, which there are. With satanic ritual abuse, it's not, you can't write it all off as Pizzagate and shape-shifting reptilians. There are actual cases of people who, it's not just enough that they fuck the kids. It's not just enough that they fuck them to death. There are cases such as is it the Founders or the Finders? The Finders cult.
Yes, the Finders.
I believe in the 70s, where they found all these photographs of these guys in white robes with little kids in the woods as young as 2 years old. They would fuck the kids. They would make the kids touch each other. They would make the kids slaughter a goat and then play with the bloody head.
Yeah, and if you pick this up today with no context, you would think that this is some batshit crazy QAnon theory shit. But no, this is actual stuff. You can go look at the documents of this all actually happened. The
Finders cult, and there is an actual DOJ memo on it, which, so they talk about, so they got, originally there was like and I'm going to butcher the city, so we're just, for the sake of simplicity, we're just going to say it was all in DC, because I know at least part of it was in DC. There was originally, they got a police warrant because I think there was actionable intelligence that kids were possibly being abused, maybe like a foster care system. They went in there and they found all this stuff. No one was there, but they found, is it a teletext machine? Is that what it was back in the day? It was almost like the stock tickers.
Yeah, I forget the exact term because obviously this is before my time.
This was in the 70s.
It was very similar to something like a predecessor to fax almost.
Yeah, like a flash update kind of thing almost. And there was a teletext that said, "Keep the children moving," which means that there was more than one place if they used a teletext, because otherwise they would just use like a direct phone call. They found all these photographs of little kids in the woods being fucked by men in robes, kids being forced to decapitate a goat, play with the blood. They would be in these rich, I mean, you cannot make this shit up. Black altars, sacrificing, I mean, dead kids being fucked, kids being fucked to death. I mean, insanity. Doing all sorts of mind control. This was in the age of
yes. How do we fragment someone's personality and cause them to become a compartmentalized individual that you can program?
So yeah, and so when you just say all this stuff up front, it's and I get it. The mind naturally goes to, oh, but why? If you were truly evil, you would just pull off the '08 financial crisis. Well, no, it's because they found DID, dissociative identity disorder, which is when a mind I remember that when I got a phone call from my parents that my brother had committed suicide. I remember I cried for about 2 minutes, and then I didn't cry for about another 9 months. I fragmented. I did not. I remember being at the funeral, like after the funeral, I was telling my brothers, I was like, "Let's go to the gym. Let's stay positive." And they were like, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong?"
It's like, where do you go after Stockholm syndrome? It's just another way that that you try to protect yourself, and your
brain flatlined. And I remember in hindsight, I remember my parents telling me years later, they're like, I remember us asking you, like, "Tom, are you okay?" And me going like, "I've made peace with it. It's okay." And it was like 72 hours afterwards. And they were like, "Oh no." And sure enough, about 9 months later, I imploded, followed by a much storied 7-year downward spiral, which we have covered on this podcast a lot, which ultimately birthed this podcast. So I don't know if it's at all evil. Point is, I've experienced it on a little tiny scale. My mind fracturing. It's just something you can't, your brain just goes beep and you go, it's like seeing a UFO and going, anyway, I got to go get groceries. And it's just like, it just,
what do you do? Yeah.
a little red light comes on, you divide it by 0, and the computer goes syntax error, and you go, anyway. So what happens is when these kids would see other little kids being crucified upside down and burned alive or raped to death or cannibalized, their mind would just go somewhere else. And when it went to that somewhere else, this is what the CIA wanted to do, was they wanted, or this is what all this research was showing, was that, well, when you're in that somewhere else, can you program that person? And it's not programming like Black Ops, like 21, 34. No, it would be like right now. It'd be like right now if Tommy was actually in one of my identities. And when the podcast was over, when the lights went off, I became someone else.
You're Billy now,
I'm Billy, and I do graphic design, and I whatever. But when I'm here, I'm a completely awake, alive, conscious person. You don't need to program me. I'm here to go, yeah, I want to build a podcast. Well, if you can clear someone's mind and split them, you could, I don't know, maybe have them assassinate someone. The best asset,
Exactly.
as David said, the best asset is one that does not know they're an asset.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll wrap this little segment up. So the cops went in there and they found all this shit stuff that, I mean, I'm surprised the cops didn't fragment. I mean, is this like The Ring or Medusa or Cthulhu? Or like, does it just pass? Point is they went in and saw it and were like, well, this is Jesus. So they called the FBI. FBI went in, and the memo ends with, well, the investigation was squashed because of perhaps embedded people, front groups, or other interests by the Central Intelligence Agency, and then it just died.
Exactly. So when we talk about MK Ultra and all that kind of stuff, well, let's go back to like the actual history. Like, where did the assassins come from? Like there's a whole game that took off about alternate history about that. But how did you create those people? Well, right. So you have some kind of warrior like individual that you're going to take, and you're going to try to like hype them up. And so essentially you're going to give this person a religious experience where you take them to some retreat. You feed them lavishly, you make them feel as if they're in heaven, and you also give them a shit ton of drugs, right? Mm-hmm. You give them a level of drugs that would be something that we would like, some kind of like DMT-ish or mushrooms heroes dose that gives them a religious experience. And as they're having like this religious experience, you're sitting there basically giving them their target and giving them their mission. And they're sitting there thinking this is like from the divine. Yeah, this is from God. Now imagine the power of that kind of program that you have there to just take what was already kind of a developed warrior, and imagine doing that to a small child who you've already caused their brain to fragment so that you can, for example, put them in one room one day and train them, to be thinking like some kind of psychic vampire assassin dude that Alex Jones would talk about. And then the other day, it's Billy. He runs an apple or a fruit cart or something like that, and you could be doing something like that. And that's one of the reasons why they looked at, what happens to the mind as this is going on, and just thought to themselves, well, you know what? This lines up with all the other kind of programs that you use for indoctrination. Why not mix it together and makes a completely new kind of program out of it? So it just kind of keeps going and going and going. And so the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we develop a system that inoculates people to that, wakes them up to it, and then better off, instead of like dragging them into some pipeline, right, that turns them into a liability? How do we make them an intelligence asset that allows them to develop actionable intelligence on what's going on, right? And into the idea of like what Mitzi's talking about, let's say we want to develop a game. Well, let's look around and let's think, what kind of games basically have intelligence communities that want to show up and play them? In this case, it's EVE Online. All right. It's really hard to beat that because it's an Ancapistan sandbox that attracts people from not just to form intelligence communities, it attracts the actual intelligence community. I mean, you look at Vile Rat, who was killed during Benghazi. What was he? He was a State Department diplomat by day. He gets on the computer. He's a diplomat in the game. I know for a fact there are many people that work for the United States government, work in the intelligence community, that spend more time, doing counterintelligence in fucking EVE Online than they do doing counterintelligence against China. And you want to know why? It's because if they were to do counterintelligence in real life, they'd be accused of being political. But in a game, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. So you see this entire game revolves around people making alternate accounts, making alternate identities, going undercover, flipping assets. I mean, that's the entire history of EVE Online, essentially, is playing this game. So what if we built that kind of sandbox that attracted those kind of people that are going to develop those kinds of cells and little intelligence gathering networks anyway? And then you were able to just have, like you say, a corporate liaison or whatever. You're looking at these groups, trying to figure out who are the black hat groups, who are the white hat groups, and how can you incentivize them to develop other forms of intelligence. And this is something that already happens out there anyway. Like there are a lot of incestuous relations, so to speak, inside of game developing companies and whatnot that causes, in big tech in general. It's not just game development, but this is why we see them all kind of running the same policies, acting as like a standalone complex, because they all kind of think the same way. So how do we build that alternative and get them to be useful in our ways? So there's two kind of thoughts about that. Like the first one is we go augmented reality, which is like Pokemon Go. What's the coolest thing that you could do? Reduce the fog of war in a gray zone or whatever. Well, what if you convince every fucking kid to grab their phone, right, and just go walking around like this all the time, right? If you're the kind of person that actually can make use of that kind of stuff, just something like augmented reality like that, that's just anywhere you go. I mean, I've been on third world islands in the Philippines where it's like people are living in shacks that have like corrugated metal just thrown up together. They still have a smartphone, right? So like you think about what Pokemon Go goes for that, and then the alternative is essentially while not quite augmented reality, it's taking groups or having a sandbox that develops and trains cells that would be doing this, and then going in and teaching them how to do it in the real world and force multiplying and open source intelligence out of that. So one of the things that I'm trying to figure out kind of there is like, how do you bridge that gap, and how would you be able to pay sources essentially? Because that's half of what you're trying to do, right? It's half of it is paying sources. And so from there, going back to like the skins as a currency and trying to create a back channel there to where you could say, hey, if your group provides something that results in an arrest, something that results in anything, whether it's a skin or a exclusive weapon ship, something like that, that could be translated. You could be using something like that into Monero, into Bitcoin, and then essentially printing your own kind of essentially third world cash, so to speak, to pay out sources. So those are the kind of the two formulas I'm bouncing around and playing with inside my head. I'm not quite sure which way would be the better way to go. I think kind of like finding a replacement for EVE Online would be the way to go, just because it's proven so goddamn effective at not just harboring the kind of people that would be, doing intelligence gathering, but the people that already do it just flock to that style of game. And so the question then comes down to, well, how do we get a bunch of people that have been involved in investigating this kind of stuff, the kind of people that have been really successful at developing sources for this kind of stuff, and how do we get them to come in? And you probably have to essentially run tabletop exercises to basically build the game on paperwork and build a fleshed out, unique universe world with characters and everything that isn't going to directly relate to the real world, but serves as a training ground that you can expose people to the dark stuff that we're talking about here, and slowly give them the tools to deal with it. One of the games that recently came out that was big hit, well, flop technically, but everyone was hyped for it, Cyberpunk, for example.
Was it a flop?
Well, I mean, it came out all janked and busted, but I actually probably still sold all right. So I guess it depends on whether or not you actually like the gameplay. But I mean, business wise, it still probably made money.
Are you a gamer or an investor? It's a flop depending on your stance.
That's essentially the way it came out. But one of the first missions in that game, I remember, did a really good way of doing this, and then this kind of went into just crazy land dystopia. Was you're going to find some girl who had been kidnapped, and she's about to have all of her organs and bionics and shit ripped out. Okay. That's pretty fucking horrific. Like you find her, she's in the bathtub, iced down. It's not, it's hard to compare that to the stuff that we're just talking about, but it's up there. Right. And then it just kind of, it smacks you in the face with that kind of horror stuff, and then kind of drags it back away. So the question is, how do you make a system like that that encourages people to develop the skills needed to actually go out and find, what's going on in their local communities.
Yeah. Um, FYI, the reason why I'm fucking with this microphone is because I've had you on a lot and you're my friend and I can be informal. I don't want to be like prototyping new mic locations while I'm talking to Bing West or
Oh,
Alabec.
it's understandable. I mean, I
So,
just have this heavy boy over here.
yeah, so I'm just trying to but yeah, a couple notes on that. One, everything we're talking about is hypothetical and in Minecraft. So
Yeah.
for future legislative purposes. That being said, for number two, it seems in like what I've learned, and again that quote from Mattis, if you have not read hundreds of books, you're
Mm-hmm.
functionally illiterate, which I just what I've learned from the number of books I've listened to, which is still in its infancy. I hope in 10 years to be looking back at and being I have point is it seems that whenever whenever a developed system, whether it's the resistance in World War II or whether it's an OSS turning into a CIA, the thing an organization, no matter great intentions, the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever a complex system is made, it ends up getting infiltrated and then negated. So it almost seems like you have it's like the fear of a decapitation strike in the Cold War was that they're just going to hit DC with a 500 megaton thermonuclear boy and chop off the head, and then as which the purpose of or the intent of Dr. Strangelove was to show this whole decentralized command wing attack plan R, and that you can't chop off the head, you can't infiltrate it,
Mm-hmm.
you can't take it over. It seems like, and this is just, as you know, me being devil's advocate, it seems like we would want to take a new approach with this and try to learn from history, like Mattis. How do we keep this thing? It's like the idea of currency. It's like we set up gold, and it's like we got it, we figured it out, and then there's like the Bretton Woods conference, and then we move to fiat, and then we move to digital, and then we move to crypto, and it's like what it's hard times create strong men. It seems like that happens regardless. A lot of thoughts flowing right now. It's kind of like one of those old school screensavers, where it's like the ball, but it's not actually a ball. It's kind of like a black hole of distortion and it moves around the screen. It doesn't matter what's on the screen, whether it's the solitaire icon or the Internet Explorer icon or the Dell background or what, it bounces around and it morphs it. It seems like greatness from kingdoms moves around, whether it's the United States or whether it's the UK or whether it's the Ottoman Empire or whether it's Spain. It seems like greatness moves around throughout like the history of humanity. It doesn't really give a fuck about borders. It just moves. So it seems like we have to learn from the movement of like currency. We go to fiat and then we go to crypto, and eventually you realize like there is no final solution. That will be taken out of context. There is no final solution to currency. As soon as we make crypto, it will eventually be compromised, and as you
Mm-hmm.
said, using World of Warcraft gold, that's good. It will eventually be compromised. So what you have to learn is that there is no final thing. You just have to stay one step ahead of it. Eventually, maybe one day they'll be using these hoodies as currency in some
Yeah.
ANCAP Mars. But the point
And
is,
once again, if the grid goes down overnight, all crypto's gone anyway. But as things stand with the current system, right? If you are, say, the owner of a game and that game has skins and those skins are worth money, and there's anywhere that you could trade those skins for crypto, and then that crypto can be traded for money, you're 2 degrees away from printing money, essentially.
so point is of me saying all of that is this has nothing to do with crypto. It's rather like let's just observe these patterns. There is no such thing as the final we got it.
Mm-hmm.
NORAD, Cheyenne Mountain isn't it's the best so far. But you'll never eventually someone will sneak a nuke in there and take it out from the inside. You just have to stay ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So to build like a complex system to fight human trafficking, I don't think you can even do that. I think you just have to try to stay one step ahead until it gets caught up and compromised, and then you have to just go one step ahead again. Is there a way to make it so that it can't be compromised? And so now indirectly contradicting what I've been saying, is there a way to make it that isn't complex, that isn't this top-down hierarchy that can be infiltrated? Is there any way that like natural selection. No one needs to tell the giraffe to do daily neck stretches. It just selection just it selects for the giraffe that can get the most fruit highest up, and then they survive. And there's no overarching, there's no top down management. The thing just happens naturally. Is there a way to make a sort of free market fight against human trafficking without necessarily going in and making a complex game or skins? Or is there any way, or is this just me talking
as soon as we try to think about that, what the big issue there is that
beyond the scope of the fight?
The problem is counterintelligence is king. The second that you give up doing counterintelligence, well, you're going to be infiltrated and subverted. It's the nature of secret societies and wheels within wheels, whether it's an intelligence agency of today or secret societies as old. The kind of person attracted to esoteric knowledge is not just going to be satisfied with esoteric knowledge from one source. They're going to eventually, they're going to dip their finger in with this one, they're going to dip their finger in over here, and they're going to try a little bit of everything out and see what works for them. And so it's just a constant game of, there's going to be infiltration, there's going to be subversion. So the question is, how do you build a limited hangout that attracts all of the kind of people that you want to be watching anyway? And that's the thing. If you were running something that was comparable to Eve, that had the size of corporations of Eve, that had the level of, influential people playing that game as Eve, you're going to have white hat organizations, you're going to have black hat organizations. And, the key there is knowing how to utilize them, knowing how to, maybe you want to be able to utilize having a black hat organization in your limited hangout, just to stock some of what other people.
Okay.
Yeah, why why wouldn't you play them off of each other too? Okay. Right.
So it might be what I was saying. That might be beyond the scope of what we're talking. That might have been a philosophical doc.
Yeah, it's like the problem is we're getting into a fight. We're fighting human nature itself.
Yeah, and at that point, it's like at that point, it's not like an actionable plan. It's just like a highbrow ivory tower smoking Egyptian cigarettes. Like, sure, it's great to banter, but it has no real effect.
At the end of the day,
was it the chicken or the egg?
To keep the system, and to keep the idea of, say, like, if we're going to make a game about this as easy as possible, it's less about, do we make a game that is going to solve all the problems, or do we just make a game that attracts the kind of people that we want to develop and recruit anyway? Right?
Just make a change in your immediate world and not try to perfect. Let's not worry about developing a system that lasts for 1 million years. It's like, we have like 80 years on this planet. Let's just try to do a little bit.
And eventually, the servers are going to get old, and they're going to, the same reason why I would say, like, it's a good idea to probably come up with a replacement to Eve, not just to capture the level of players, but also, guess what? It's a very old game. The servers are old. Whenever a major war breaks out between factions, they have to essentially dial time, down to like 1/10 of the scale to monitor all the ticks. And so a major battle takes a long time. And so what the question is, if you replace that, if you capture that kind of high IQ brain power, and then you incentivize them and develop them, and say, what, you guys are really good at fucking spying on motherfuckers in the video game. How would you like to try that on, something a little bit more useful? And if they're good, you have a way to incentivize them, because guess what? They like the game, they can be rewarded in the game, and it costs you literally, once you have your skin or whatever, it's copy and paste. It doesn't cost you anything to essentially incentivize your sources there. And
side note, if war slows down the game, is there a bigger, deeper, esoteric meaning behind us being a warring ape, nonstop war? Are we trying to slow down the simulation? Is there any purpose to that? What would be the purpose?
Listen. If you detonate enough nukes, I imagine that somewhere along the way there has to be a hiccup in the server somewhere. Maybe there's one thing I learned from Minecraft. That's got to be it.
Maybe that's why they stopped. Maybe that's why we made that treaty on like nuclear testing. It's because they realized the server was slowing down.
Yeah, we're really messing up the server load.
So with the game on fighting human trafficking and having, the other thing is like, you want there to be a real effect. You don't just want the changing of Facebook profile pictures. You don't just want the meme of like Coney 2012. Like, I vividly remember like one girl who I've known for a while making a Facebook status in like 2012, and it was it was like, let's make him famous, and it was a
and
picture of him, and like that's feel good,
and,
that's
and
patting on
so
the back, that's
and
Sam
so
Hyde at the
and
TED Talk.
and so that's why I say we go the exact opposite. We
Yeah.
go so exclusive. Like you don't even make that, like you don't announce that as your intention of the
Make it
game.
Fight
You
Club.
yeah, you just yeah, exactly. You make it Fight Club. You just make it so yeah, this is a really dark themed game. You're going to be like investigating and dealing with like some of the most horrific shit that we could think up. And guess what? If we just so happen to be monitoring all of in Eve, it would be corporations, and every other game it'd be called a clan, whatever the hell you want to call it. You just keep an eye, it's your limited hangout. You can see, pretty much who's running your servers, who's doing the best. And then all of a sudden you can just decide who you want to tap on the shoulder and go, hey, there's a secret program here. Everybody loves secret programs. Everybody loves exclusive access to esoteric stuff, right? And if you were to, be providing intelligence or whatever, we're going to give you some. So you basically you make that like the behind the scenes kind of secret level that they didn't even realize they were getting into. And unless you're someone that is shown that you can run an organization that can function and operate well in a cutthroat environment, that would be the game environment you're creating, that's the kind of person you're going to want to develop, because that person's going to have demonstrated leadership skills. They're going to have demonstrated their ability to deal with intrigue, not just from within their own internal politics, but from external threats as well. I mean, that, if you set up a game essentially that rewards that kind of player and creates that kind of atmosphere, you're going to create little compartmentalized groups that you could decide whether or not, let's take this guy into the next level. Let's take this group into the next level, and then develop them as assets in a whole nother way, with ways to incentivize them that is essentially, from your perspective, you're just you can print your own cash.
FYI, I was just making a note on my phone. I don't want you to think I was texting, because that would be rude. Yeah, I did
it would be.
Yeah, every once in a while I'll have a guest on, maybe every 50 episodes, and the guest they will think somehow I don't know what their eyes going off the screen is. It's like, dude, I know you're on your phone. I would much rather you just leave the podcast than, it's just, to me, it's like a smack in the dick. Point is, with the game, the idea of fighting it, to me, it's like, I want to make sure that I'm not going down some route of like, it's a bunch of detached celebrities, like, we got to stand, it's like the celebrities
Yes,
on like
the solidarity. Yes.
Well, it's like the celebrities cheering on the Antifa riots and saying, like, go get the rich people. And
but what are you actually doing?
They're saying it from their pen. Well, no, it's like that one great tweet. There was some former, I forget what it is, some former actor, some rich as fuck black guy, and it was last summer. Actually, I think today's the 1 year anniversary of George Floyd, so it was probably right around now. He was tweeting from some like penthouse in L.A., and he was like, fight, don't listen to authority, fight. And then like 2 hours later, his tweet was, and then he tweeted after that, there's a picture of a police station burning, and he was like, fight, fight, fight. And then 2 hours after that, there was a tweet saying, where are the cops? Because the crowd had come to his building. And it's these people that are just detached, right? It's Leonardo DiCaprio going, we got to save the polar bears. Sure, noble, I get it. They're God's creatures. We got to help them all. But at the same time, it's like, dude, the motherfucker whose 401k has vanished and job's been outsourced to Hanoi is not going to really give a fuck about the polar bears. And then you understand why Trump won, right? I get it, sure. I want to make sure that we're not going down this like patting each other on the back going, we're going to fight human trafficking. We're going to make a game and it's going to be like EVE Online, because we're saying all these great ideas and I love it. And I love your enthusiasm. What can we actually make come of this? What is more than just us jerking each other off and saying we had a productive conversation today? What will actually come of this? How do you make an actual game that people want to play? Anyone can say, it's great to do this, that, and the other thing. But ultimately, like Call of Duty or Fortnite or Hitman, like no one needs to make people play those games. They're enticed to go to them naturally. So what is like a free market drive what will make people play beyond a sudden burst of inspiration to do the right thing? It's like we donate to the Salvation Army because the Santa's there ringing the bell. How do we change something to where people are playing and there is an effect? Is it people just calling trying to swat random houses that they think are human traffickers,
Well, and that right there is also the other reason why I would say you
inciting
don't
violence,
even
which we're not talking
is
about.
exactly, which is why I say you don't even advertise that as your intention of the game. You, as a matter of fact, the idea, once again, going back into like, can you bring the opposition or even the worst into your limited hangout? Because guess what? That's one way of catching them too. Why do people pick up Eve Online? Well, it's because it's a Ancapistan sandbox where, guess what? If you have the desire to, go into intrigue and espionage and spend, 19 hours trying to, study, do network analysis and figure out how to disrupt some other dude's network. It's the fact that this is a game that allows you to sit down there and go through all that. Now, obviously, if we want to say we want to fight human trafficking, and we just want to go straight to that, well, what's the better way to do that? It'd be sending, actually taking real classes, going out to the real world, and actually learning about surveillance and whatnot, and
But again,
learning from the people to actually track down pimps in circles. But we can't do that right away. So how do we create essentially a sandbox that just encourages people to do that anyway?
Natural.
And exactly. And you don't tell them that's the objective. It's just that's what they're doing when you get into something, that is like that type of game. And that's what draws people back, is that it's literally anyone that just is involved in intrigue and politics and, espionage. They just enjoy that sort of shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like the beautiful idea of socialism. Like, sure, like, yeah, it's a great idea. No one can say it's not, where we all take care of each other. Yeah, it's a great idea. I get it. But it's like, you're not going to get out of bed. What drove me to do this podcast wasn't, I'm going to do this podcast so I can put money back into the system and then we raise all. No, it was like, dude, I want to be able to not go to work, wear weird hoodies and talk to whoever. Right now, I'm getting paid by this podcast and we're talking about satanic pedophiles. Like, I don't know, man. Pretty sure this is the American dream, right? However, there has to be like a real, like, no one needs to incent, like, capitalism is like the system just goes out and makes the money. Like, it just, it's a self dangling carrot. Two questions though. One, and off topic, I got a haircut last week and I really like it, but the more I look at it from this angle and then this angle, do I have a mohawk?
It kind of,
I couldn't
it almost
tell.
kind of, I used to have a mohawk as a teenager, and so I just kind of started growing it out from there. So it's hard to tell, but I actually, my hair is what used to be a mohawk, just grown way the hell out. So I approve.
Okay, well, I like it. I like it. But I was looking at like a video of me the other day on one of the podcasts, and I was like, it looks like I have a mohawk. And then I realized, I was like, no, well, I have very like fair hair, fair skin, and there's a light. I was like, oh, it's just shining, so it looks like a mohawk. And then I went and looked at that side. I'm like, but that side doesn't look like a mohawk. That side just looks like a, like a high and tight or something. This actually kind of looks like I got some mohawk shit going on. So now I don't know. And furthermore, I don't really care. To me, it's just kind of like another flex of like, I'm my own boss. It doesn't matter. I can just shave half my head and wear a Pharaoh hoodie. It doesn't matter. I'm my own boss. Not important though. What about, again, it's kind of like what Duncan Trussell said about like, he's like, the mind is egoic. It always wants to be messianic. So even if your mind is in the right place and you're like, I want to solve world hunger, it's still this like, I want to give clean drinking water to 1 billion Africans. Great idea, but what are you actually going to do? And it's like, you need to start smaller. Like, can you bring ramen noodle to your local homeless shelter?
Exactly. And that's why I say don't go over the top. Don't try to build that from the ground up. Just, if you build it, they will come, sort of thing, and just build a platform that you want to that will attract the people that you want to recruit anyway.
So what I'm getting at is, it's like, if you try to just, knowledge is power. If you try to educate people, but up until probably the age of 27, I never once listened to an audiobook or read other than what I was forced to do. Now you can't stop me. I wouldn't listen to Joe Rogan Experience if my life depended on it. Nothing against him. To me, I'm like, if I'm just not sucking up information and history, I'm wasting time. But it's kind of like the saying, by the time you realize your dad was right, you have a son who thinks you're wrong, right?
And so that's where we have to, we kind of have to, I know we can easily get sucked into this, which is, we find history and what's going on in the real world so it's interesting. It's hard for us to pick up fiction a lot of the times, but that's and that's our biggest peril, is that we cannot underestimate great fiction, because if we can take someone that's growing up and it's going to have to be coming in and understanding the horrors of the world, well, how do we present to them the most horrific evils of humanity without any political bias, without any historical biases, without anything else? You need good fiction. If I
So
can take good fiction in front of you and it's based on good historical context, well, suddenly you might have a few people that go, holy shit, this was really good. And then they look into it and it's like, oh, it was inspired by real world events.
well, so
Oh, yeah.
the point of me saying that is like, now I'm 30 and I am by definition technically the most mature I've ever been in my life, and tomorrow that statement won't be true. I can't force people to go and read, because it was the very act of making me try to read is what made me hate it. So what do I try to do with this podcast? Well, one, above all, is what I tell everyone, I'm trying to make my own money. But two, if there's a purpose behind it, what do I try to do? I try to bring up topics that I think need to be known about, right? I remember Joe Rogan is the first person through which I learned about Operation Northwoods. But if he had put up an episode that said, we're going to learn about the history of CIA false flags, I would have been like, But instead, I'm listening to Rogan, this guy with tattoos, talking to Duncan Trussell, smoking pot, sponsored by the Fleshlight. And then they put that in there. It's the perfect learning mechanism. So in a sense, it becomes its own fiction. So like what I try to do with this podcast is, sure, sometimes there are episodes where I have on like a missile historian and we talk purely about the missile. But what I try to do is like, first episode I ever did with Don the Pleb, I think it was called Crystal Meth. It was called Crystal Meth Nazis, Flat Earth Cucks, and Technocratic Space Buddhas. But we actually talked nonstop about Norman Ohler's book Blitzed. With you, talk about Pizzagate and ExxonMobil and Silicon Jesus. But I'm trying to insert kind of these actual things in there. So instead of just saying, today we're going to talk about the pandemic of human trafficking, instead I'm wearing a Eye of Horus fucking hoodie. You're sitting there, we're talking about satanic ritual abuse, but you can insert actual lessons in there. The reason my friends loved my MCAT study guides is because instead of talking about facilitated diffusion or gradients, I would always say, instead of talking about potassium ion pump channels in the cell wall, I would say it's like a bouncer at a bar on a Friday night. It's one hot girl in, one hot girl out, two hot girls in, one guy in. It's all about, and that's how you remember shit, is by making it funny, by making it memorable. So to take everything I just said, the first thing you got to do is talk about it. You can't diagnose it if no one knows about it. So we talk about it. Would a way to go be? Would I have to be the change I want to see in the world? And instead of just talking about it, what if we start publicly advertising that 10% of profits from the dope merch would go to Safe House Project, Win This Fight, all these anti-human trafficking organizations? So instead of anyone else having to go out and do something, they get a hoodie. Their price doesn't increase at all. They still get a dope hoodie. And if someone asks where they got it, would come back to the podcast, and it's you and I talking about Silicon Jesus and ExxonMobil burrowing itself in the middle of the earth because it's an AI and it doesn't want to use a Dyson sphere to tip off the other civilizations. Anyone listening right now might be saying, Tommy, you're on meth.
Go back to the previous episodes. It'll all make sense.
Is there a way to suck people in to, hey, it's a fun thing where we wear weird shit that's all designed by me, and we're going to talk about pedophiles and quantum AI and all this shit. But also, there's a real world effect. You're not just changing your profile picture to saying, we stand with France, but you're actually doing something. We should feed the homeless versus actually taking money out of your wallet and going and buying ramen and giving it to the local shelter. Maybe that's what we have to do, is we have to start right here. Maybe we should give 10% of profits from the hoodies, come out to, I don't know, not much, but it will add up. And in turn, instead of getting like a little bumper sticker or like an I voted sticker that says I fight human trafficking, no, instead you get something that kind of dope, right? Yeah. I know I'm talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour, but I get excited, David.
How can you not get excited? When you're talking about such, wonderful subjects and how to go about dealing with them. And it's a very challenging subject because obviously we've gone over many times. It's kind of it has a built-in defense mechanism, which is when you talk about something so horrific, just the average person doesn't quite fragment in the way that the victims does, but it's just
close.
It's a very similar effect that it kind of kicks in. And so it's like, how do you get around that? Well, once again, it's taking out all of the biases, all the things that would normally make someone panic because, oh shit, this might be political, this might be this, that, or the other thing. How do you just take that all that away? And it goes back to good fiction. Okay, you have to have good fiction. I mean, where does the allegories of the vampire and everything come from? Well, I mean, it kind of, it's meant to teach us something about a certain group of humanity that operate as psychopaths, and that's just their standard operating procedure. And if we don't, at the very least, take some time. And I'm not saying everyone should sit around and become a criminal profiler and put themselves in the head of a psychopath every day, because that's a very, I spend a lot of time trying to think like a psychopath, and I can tell you it's not exactly a fun thing to do.
Yeah.
But if you can't put yourself into that headspace, you can't. It's like it's like not being able to. It's like being a prey and not being able to think about what would the predator, what's the hawk up there seeing when I'm walking through, and if I'm a rabbit going through an open field, how easy is that to spot from the air, right? It's just thinking, what are predators doing? What do they want to do? What are their goals, and how do they accomplish them? It's a simple mindset. And if we don't place ourselves in that, then we don't learn about that. And the best way to do that is fiction. It's just because, you can't accuse someone of being political if, you're talking about a fantasy world, right?
Yeah.
It just, it's really hard to say, oh yeah, that's satanic abuse and or whatever, in a system where it's like, guess what, Satan doesn't even exist there, but psychopathy does.
Sure. So I think maybe it's like the Michael Jordan stance, Mr. Jordan, why don't you come out pro-Republican or pro-Democrat? And it's because conservatives and liberals both buy basketball shoes, which is just OG baller.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to be the change we want to see in the world and just start it ourselves. It's very easy to say what others must do. We must tax the rich so that we can feed. It's like, what are you doing? Anyone can say what we should do. What are you doing? One thing I really like about this podcast is Joe Rogan. Again, I love Rogan. I think he's the OG. He also started the podcast Already Set for Life from Fear Factor. I like mine because it literally starts with a shitty built-in webcam, terrible audio in a big room above a garage, just talking with my friend Doran about Hong Kong. And it's now led to this. So it's like, you can go back to the beginning and see it progress. Maybe I think we do need to put our money where our mouth is. And when I say we, I mean me, because even now I can't kick it off to you. I got to do it myself because I can't tell anyone to do anything that I myself can't or am not willing to do. I think that we'll just say 10% of profits from the merch will go to, we can just choose Safe House Project with Christy Wells and Brittany Dunn. We'll choose that. We can say that we start today on Tuesday, May 25th. Tuesday, May 25th, 2021 at 3:21 p.m. All right. I'm going to go in, and I know I've shown you, and I know I've shown everyone that watches this podcast, right? I have that Excel spreadsheet where I track data every single day from the podcast. And today we are on entry 501. So now I'm showing you all the columns of different things I track because I'm a psychopath. Now let's go and make the newest column, and it will be, what should we call it? Just donated?
Yeah, you can call it donations, or your 10% paying it forward kind of system.
What is that called? 10% tithing?
Tithing, yeah, that's actually.
We'll just call it. I'll make the column tithe. And now I'll go down to the newest day today, 501. Our total tithing is at $0. So now, because some of the columns, like subscribers, that goes back to day one. Other columns, maybe like Spotify views, that only starts like 300 days in. I start new columns when I want to track new things. So let's be the change we want to see in the world. There's now a column that will be tracked every day. And just like that, we'll be on the 1-year anniversary. For every sale, 10% of profits will go to safehouseproject.org or any other one. It doesn't matter. But let's start being the change we want to see in the world. And every time you and I do an episode, we can go back and look at it. And it will be $2 and $5 and $7. Eventually, down the road, it will be Joe Rogan, and we'll say, we just donated our billionth dollar to fighting human trafficking. So now, instead of saying someone else should make a video game, or we should have more funding towards it, or we need a way that can't be infiltrated, we can cut out all of the middlemen. We can use designs by me. There's no copyright problems. Sell them on the podcast, built by me, and we can donate money to anti-human trafficking funds. And it doesn't need to be a serious subject where it's like, we need to talk about the terrorists. No, instead we can talk about like, hey, dude, there's something called the Finders Cult where they burned kids alive and then ate them. And we can't be canceled.
At least on certain platforms.
Well, the end goal is to build TomTube, which will be my own video hosting platform. That's the end goal. There will be one channel and it will be me because I won't be able to afford to host other people. But I'm going to build TomTube that can't be canceled. And now
I'm still looking forward to where I can go on band.video and see that he's carrying your stuff.
I can't get them to message me back.
That makes me sad.
It is what it is. But the point is let's be the change we want to see in the world. And so now we can do this whole episode now and continue to talk about shit because now we have officially started to do change. We can't just say everyone should fight human trafficking and then I go to the next episode. Today we have on blah 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 and nothing happens. So now we can fight human trafficking. We are by selling dope merch, talking about Silicon Jesus,
which one day is coming whether we like it or not. The basilisk is coming.
Listen, man. Rocco's was it Rocco's Rocco. He's
you know what? I'm just gonna go with Roscoe because I like that better. I know it's inaccurate, but I like it.
Wasn't that the name of the first CIA director? Roscoe Hillenkoetter?
Dulles, actually. I think
no. The very first one was Hillenkoetter.
Wait, he was a Roscoe?
I think his name was Roscoe. Let's look at it.
Roscoe. Yeah, I know. Look, okay,
that might be wrong. We need to look that.
I need to know. I was gonna be like, wait, the Roscoe? Like, really? I feel like I would know.
Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter, R.S.
Fuck, he really is a
Roscoe. Not the same as I think that basilisk is like Rocco.
It's Rocco's, yeah.
It doesn't matter, but I like Roscoe. Roscoe H. Hill. What a name! Roscoe Hillenkoetter was never mind. The third director. You're right. No. He was the third director of the United States Central Intelligence Group, the third director of Central Intelligence, and the first director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Checkmate.
Okay.
Okay. I got my history right.
All right. So am I wrong because it wasn't man. God damn it! Now I gotta look this up.
Yeah.
Now we're both.
Now the fight continues.
I know. It's the
battle of the big brains.
I got right. I gotta have my phone here. I'm actually texting.
So real time example. Look what we're doing right now.
Okay, Okay, I'm wrong because Alan Dulles is the first civilian director. That's okay. You're right.
Now look what we're doing. Everybody listening to this podcast, what did they just learn? They just learned about the first CIA director. So you can
you believe his name was fucking Roscoe?
Can you believe his name was Roscoe H. Hillenkoetter? I mean, it sounds like a made up name. Give him a name.
I mean, probably.
Probably fucking is. Touche. Give him a name, and it's like Schwarzenberger and Tyven. Give him what's his name be? I don't know, just something simple. Roscoe Hillenkoetter. Fuck it. Write it down.
Maybe this is like that's the oldest running like in joke among the CIA that we just like stumbled into by accident.
we just stumbled into the inner temples of the in the know, and they're like, oh, they found out about. It's like, did you actually think his name was Admiral Roscoe Hillenkoetter? No, it was Kevin O'Malley. He's from Boston.
Exactly. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you, man?
Roscoe Hillenkoetter? Yeah. Hey, let me guess. You think 19 men took down the World Trade Centers? Yeah. All right. Hey guys, get a load of this guy. Huh?
Right.
Yeah, Lee Harvey. Huh? Real sharpshooter. Fucking morons. fucking cards. Yeah.
It's that fun stuff about history that you just know. It always surprises you.
But you slip it in there, and now people know about it. That's it's guerrilla tutoring. That's what we're gonna call it. Guerrilla tutoring.
Guerrilla tutor. I like that. I like that term. That's we
need a Shea Guevara hoodie that says guerrilla tutoring.
Right. We're taking a note from James O'Keefe's guerrilla journalism. Now we're going into tutoring, and then once again going back to and once again to why we should consider maybe replacing the Eve
That
Online model is because it's not just about fighting human trafficking. It's about developing open source intelligence
the
assets
name
in
of this
general.
the name of this episode is Gorilla Tutoring. Gorilla Tutoring.
Because let's face it, like who else is doing counterintelligence in our country right now other than James O'Keefe? Who's doing it? I would like
Well,
to meet them.
well, Angleton's dead, so not him.
Yeah, I mean, it's sure as shit wasn't Peter Strzok. I mean, I know
Our
he
main
wasn't
man,
doing.
our main man, J.A. James Jesus Angleton, JJA.
Yeah, can you do that one more time? I need to. Yeah, just
I think it's
doing this.
it's like an L with one hand and then just like A Town, right?
Uh,
And then it's what are you laughing? Am I doing like some racist thing that I don't know?
I don't know. But I like where this is going. It
Well,
just
it's
looks
because
like
I
you're
don't know
doing
if the
gang
cameras.
signs.
I don't know if the camera's mirrored, right?
Yeah, I know. That's the question that I had. Like, like is it mirrored here for you or?
James? So it would be no. It would be. I don't think it's mirrored. In which case, it would be James Angleton, right? What WWJD
CIA hand signs, people. We're doing gang signs
WW
over here.
WWJJAD? What would James Jesus Angleton do? He would compromise them. He would apply pressure at the weak points, and he would take control of the situation and overthrow the enemy from within. That's what he would do.
Mm-hmm.
So
So how do we do that?
well, I think we start with what we're doing. We're guerrilla tutoring.
Yeah, guerrilla tutoring. And so what do we got to do? We need to prepare the next generation for the shit that we've encountered, and preferably shit that we haven't encountered yet.
So what I think is like we might not even need to prepare. I think so. Like where are you and I coming from? We're coming from. You read more of like reports and briefings and studies. I'm more of an audiobook guy. But what are we doing? We're both these vacuum cleaners of information. We're both our own bosses. We have free time to do whatever we like, and then we can disseminate kind of the important themes that we see. I would say let's sidestep the entire hierarchy from the get-go. Just show people what they need to do. Just read. Just take in information about anything.
Well,
one thing I truly believe is that these themes exist. You don't need to learn about the CIA. If you study the MLB enough, I think you'll discover the same themes that you can discover from reading about the OSS. So what do we need to push for? And I think it's guerrilla tutoring. Just read. You don't need a top-down order. Just read, and you will see these themes. You will learn about fiat currency. You will learn about blackmail and counterintelligence and DID and all this shit. I think we just have to push people to read. We got to make reading cool.
Exactly. And going back to what you said, which is like, how do we get someone that you tell them to read and their first response is fuck off, right? So like, how do we get to that person? And then part two is, like you just said, there's only so many archetypes of humanity. There's only so much out there that you can learn.
Original scripts.
Yeah, if you look into every institution or sport or anything, it's like you just said, you're going to find a blackmail, you're going to find you're going to find the same themes. And that's why I always say good fiction, and if we can't get them to read, then we got to make a game, because they'll play the game. And if the game has good fiction, if the game teaches you things to recognize through all those common themes in a way that you're not biased towards it from the get-go, well, then you're going to recognize those things as you see them elsewhere. And then hopefully that encourages them, the next generation to go, wait a second, everything I'm seeing here kind of reminds me of this game I played, and it's fiction, right? But it's not. It's based on something, right? It's based on, something inspired that. And that's really the only way we can kind of go there, is like, how do we make reading cool? Well, it's like, even you and I don't necessarily like to just sit down and read. We like to do what? We like to play a game while we listen to something, or like at the very least, if I'm not reading something, hell, I'll have text to speech, run it through if I really have to. So it's like, how do we create a game that is like that? And for me, that's not quite going into creating a replacement to EVE Online. I know I've talked about like Morrowind and stuff before, but like going back to like the RPG and the stuff that encourages you, hey, there's libraries of books within the game that you might read. and even that might be a little bit too much to try to get the average person into now. But how do we create those same lessons that we would get just looking into MLB or anywhere else in a way that does carry over into real life? And how do we make that something that is going to stick with you? And that's searing it into the brain. You need
I
something.
think, yeah, I'm trying to grab onto an idea. Well, it's kind of like one, of one volunteer soldier is worth 20 conscripted mercenaries or something. Like, you're never going to get the same. So I don't think we should even try to make people read, because I think that's a losing. It'd be like, if you're interested, like, come
Mm-hmm.
to it. It's always here, right? It's like what Buddhism, or it's like what any of
Build
the
a sandbox that people want to play in, but
exactly.
has the lessons
It's like
built in.
it's like the love of God is the sun, and if you choose to stay inside, the sun's always there. It's not gonna. The sun is out and it's shining as much as it did when the Brontosaurus were walking around the world. If you decide to stay inside for 20 years, that's fine. On any given day, you can go walk outside into the sun. What if the Earth is fucked, and what if there's a metaphorical clouds? Well, everyone knows you can be in the worst storm ever. If you get in a plane and fly above, the sun's still there. So how do we create this kind of like shining light of at the risk of becoming noble and self-righteous? Is So what do we both have? We both have free time. We have both reached that Valhalla of being our own bosses, which to me was more difficult than getting into medical school, more difficult than getting a white coat, than getting into a medical school with 100 spots out of 15,000 applicants, 15,000 intelligent applicants. Harder than that was becoming my own boss. We now have this time to be our own bosses. Maybe I think, are we doing our best right now by just trying to make this podcast, disseminating information? Because, I mean, dude, when you're working a 9-hour shift at the liquor store and you come home, you've got a pounding headache and you're sunburned and you just want to lay in bed and turn on the air conditioner, and you don't want to go get groceries, but you're fucking starving. You know, you got to call your mom back and you haven't done laundry in a week and you feel like you're getting older and there's opportunities slipping away. You don't necessarily have the time nor the motivation to sit down and go, let's read Legacy of Ashes, A History of the CIA. But do you have an hour to turn on a podcast where you have two assholes like you and me being like, they're fucking doing it all. It's the CIA. They're fucking the kids. They're lighting them on fire. It's all about dissociative identity disorder. Sirhan, Sirhan, that's where it goes. Are we doing our best right now? And on another thought, I've been thinking about this a lot, and you planted the seed in my mind, is like, like one thing I've always been told whenever I'd have roommates was that like I'm entertaining to watch game. Like I've always, I mean, back to middle school, I have friends that would say like, normally I hate watching people play video games. I like watching you because you're fucking weird. Like right now I'm playing Hitman, and the only thing I'm doing is now I'm seeing how can I go through the whole level without being detected, but I don't even use a gun. I have one knife. That's my only weapon in my inventory, and I just cut everybody's throat. And it takes like 3 hours, but I can do it. I can cut everyone's throat without being detected.
When I played that game, I'd just like to point out that I made a habit on every level. I would at least kill at least one person by drowning them in the toilet.
Nice.
That was
nice.
just, that was my call sign.
Nice.
Yeah,
my way of playing is, because at first I went through all the levels, can I kill everyone? And sure, it's fun, you go in shooting, but eventually, I guess like Dale going from Delta Force to CIA, eventually you want another challenge. So what I do is I try to cut everyone's throat in the game without being detected. So it's all about just sneaking and not stabbing, but it's even more difficult to only cut their throats. Is there a way, like, I'm too stupid to figure it out, but is there a way to like set up like a Twitch channel or something where it's that, but instead of audio, it's talking about like a history of the CIA and military procurement?
Well, yeah, you could be playing any, and that's one way to, like if you're going to reach out to the next generation,
Like
there's
was educational.
Yeah, exactly. Like how do there's a lot of younger folks out there that don't know to look for any of this stuff because they've never heard it before. And well, what do they know? They know streamers, they know their video games. And if you just happen to be playing or streaming Hitman or whatever, and you're spouting off, history of counterintelligence and CIA assassinations and whatnot, guess what? They're going to learn something. That's an avenue to go at it. When I was playing Counter-Strike with my friends back in the day, one of my favorite things to do is if there was like only 4 of us or whatever, and there was one rando on our team, I would just yell at that rando nonstop. Not just. I mean, sometimes they're an asshole, and I'd be, and we'd just be abusive because they were an asshole and they deserve it. But a lot of times, I'd just be doing an Alex Jones impression. I just straight up be screaming like Alex Jones and just like laying down facts on.
Listen up to me, ladies and gentlemen.
And my friends find it amusing and they're joining in, and it's like, and occasionally, you just have this kid that's just like, wait a second, I didn't even like know half of this shit. And sometimes, I like to think of it as, probably of all the times I've done that to some asshole in Counter-Strike, let's say maybe 10% of them, something about that stuck with them and made them, actually go and look into, Alex Jones or go on to band.video. If 10% of those people even make that one step, I consider that a success.
It's a win.
So, in theory, if you started up a Twitch channel or any other, game stream channel, and you have people that wouldn't normally find your podcast because, they don't know to look up this content, and they just find you because you're playing their favorite game, and you just so happen to, give them the download right there and then, why not?
I've been hesitating to start doing that because I don't know how, but then I remember that I wanted to start a podcast in 2013. I really gave it a second thought around 2015. I actually did 2 episodes with a friend in 2017, and I kept kicking it down the road because I was like, I don't know how to do it. There's so much stuff. I got to learn to record. And then I finally started it in 2019, and I just stuck with it and figured I'd learn it as I go. And there's been little baby steps of improvement, but if we look at it now, there's been no one day where the improvement happens, but now it's like we're sitting here on episode 458 with like good quality video, not the best. I would say pretty good audio, pretty fucking good audio. Yeah, and like a lot of authors, and there's been no one day where all of a sudden it made it. It just kind of feels like it's moving in that direction. I'm hesitant to start doing like Twitch or something because I think I tried once before and I failed miserably. I don't know how to I tried to screen record last night on my Xbox. It's baby steps. It's the ape using the tool in 2001: A Space Odyssey. It's bum bum. So maybe again, be the change I want to see in the world. Instead of saying someone else should do it, maybe I'll record myself playing Hitman tonight and I'll just start talking about the CIA. And see if it doesn't work, and I'll upload it here, and we'll see. It'll be very shitty quality, but we'll start somewhere and see if it can't turn into something, because that might be the way to go. Is like, maybe for some people this podcast feels too much like learning to them and they want something even simpler, in which case it would be, sure, here's me cutting throats in Hitman on a great 4K video talking about Alan Dulles and Operation High Jump and Admiral Byrd and Roscoe Hill and Keeter, who probably didn't exist, and
probably an in joke.
Didn't actually exist. Manhattan, Oppenheimer, are you kidding me? No, we fucking built a nuke. There's no, maybe that's the way to go. And I'll start, and in a year from now, the quality will be much better. But the hardest step is the first step. But that's where we got to go.
One of my favorite channels to watch, because he does a lot of crossover between like Space Station 13 and BattleTech, is the Black Pants Legion, and the guy that runs that channel, his name is Tex. It almost amazes me how he doesn't ever bring up politics ever, and I mean, like, he's just so good about it. And it's like, if you pay attention, you follow along, he's somewhat of a libertarian. I mean, he's a huge gun guy, but he's a super fucking intelligent goddamn historian. And like, he'll upload, some, like, a lot of stuff that I watch is him playing Space Station 13, which I don't have the time to get back into, where I like his lore videos where he's talking about the history of BattleTech and basically fictional books that I don't have the time to get into anymore. But it's just absolutely amazing how he just, he's just rattling off all these, wonderful, cool historical facts and everything. And there's an entire demographic of people. And he does a lot of charity stuff too. I think that, a lot of like veterans charities and stuff like that too. But just really great stuff without ever bringing up politics, sticking purely into world of fiction and whatnot. He's just able to constantly rattle off those historical facts. And you just got to think about, from the perspective of some kid that doesn't want to have to deal with, the hyper partisan politics of the day. They don't want to get in trouble at school. They don't want to start shit with their family because they still got to, live there. Yeah. And, that, like, that, it's, you can't measure the value that has. That's one of those things that we just can't see it, unless you're, getting his emails and seeing the stuff that, people write to him and thank him for, the kind of stuff that, he's doing there. But that is one of the ways, and that's one of the reasons why, like, I thought about the idea that Mitzi had about designing a game, is because, once again, you can't make a system or even make, design a curriculum that everyone's going to sign up for to take anyway. You just have to create a sandbox that people want to show up to and play in. And if they so happen to get the message along the way, then they
good.
get it.
Sure. Yeah. That's, I still have on guests that can have any views they would like, but you might have noticed one thing I've toned back in the last 2 or 3 months is like my political rants.
Mm-hmm.
Not because in the cop out answer would be, oh, you're just trying to pull Tim Pool, walk the middle line, get that Rogan contract by not. And it's not that at all. Everyone knows my political views. They know I'm conservative. Mm-hmm. They know I'm nauseatingly patriotic. Sure, I get it. What I'm trying to do is I don't ever deter my guests, and I don't even suggest to deter them. If someone wants to come on here and talk about how Biden's the best president on the face of the earth, go for it, and I'll accept it. If it's Dale or Claire talking about whatever, they can come on here and do the same. I'm trying to walk less of that road, not because I'm ashamed of my beliefs, not because I think I can get more subscribers if I walk the middle road. It's that, man, sometimes you just want to get away from it because everyone's families are so hyper partisan. Mm-hmm. When I worked at a liquor store, one manager would always be kind of watching Trump speeches. The other one would be watching like CNN, and I'll be like, I had to customize my like daily banter with my manager, who directly controlled which days I worked and which ones I didn't work and which hours I liked and which ones I didn't like based on that. When someone tunes into a podcast and maybe the last thing they want to hear is, let me tell you why these stupid libtards. And it's like, dude, I'm not going to inform anyone. Everyone, they're all adults. They have their own opinions. Maybe they're just tuning in because they just want to hear about, I don't know, like a bipartisan issue, like the B-21 Raider, like the newest stealth bomber. That's badass shit. And furthermore, donating money to an anti-human trafficking cause, if we can start that, well, hey, both Biden supporters and Trump supporters both use Federal Reserve notes. I don't give a fuck where it's coming from. If we can do some sort of actual good and not just a bunch of conservatives sitting here and jerking each other off, or a bunch of liberals sitting here jerking each other off, if something good can actually come from it, bringing awareness to human trafficking, at the very least, do something good before we leave this earth. To me, the ends justify the means, and I'm not someone that will hide my political views. If someone said, well, did you like Trump? I said, fuck yeah, I did. Fucking record low unemployment, a booming economy, less being a world's police, and it's fine. Do I recognize Joe Biden's the president? Yeah. Am I going to say he's pure evil? No. I like the Strategic Pacific Deterrent or the Pacific Deterrent Initiative to fight China. I like it. I like the infrastructure bill. Why not? China poured more concrete between 2014 and 2016 than the United States between 1900 and 2016. That's not a typo. That's not a hyperbolic fact. That is a fact. China poured more concrete between 2014 and 2016 than the United States did in the 116 years. Hey, you got to build your infrastructure. I'm not going to sit here and say Joe Biden's pure evil. That's a good thing. Sure, whatever. So people have brought it up and they've wondered why wasn't the flag up. That was actually, I just didn't want these to fall because these were a bitch to put up and you're supposed to let them settle, but I put the flag up yesterday. But I am trying to walk less of an anti-Biden, pro-Trump stance, or furthermore, less of an anti-Trump, pro-Biden stance.
And it's just unnecessary for the most part. I mean, if you want obviously you kind of know where we're all at anyway.
If you want that sandbox, you can go on TV or Reddit and find that sandbox. But this sandbox might be more of Roswell, Silicon Jesus, Roscoe Hill and Keeter, who didn't exist, and and fight human trafficking. Like,
if that wasn't an in joke before, we're making it the in
joke. If it's an
in
joke now, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's like, it's like, what's code to lie to our wives at dinner? Be like, instead of nudging each other on the table, be like, I guess we'd have to ask old Roscoe.
Yeah, we gotta talk to Roscoe, man.
And they'd understand it. They'd be like, going to the bathroom to get Coke, but it would just be like, I don't know, man. What do you think Roscoe would think about that? And that would be code for shut the fuck up. She doesn't know about that. I don't know, man. Sounds like classic Hill and Keeter.
Yeah.
You know what? Can we get a bill? Can we wrap?
Meanwhile, we're like selling the SF morphine supply with the Vatican or something.
You know what? Hey, meanwhile, we're executing Nazis at Nuremberg while giving a nice home to Werner von Braun out in the Wild West. I mean,
Shout out to 731 too. Let's not
Hey,
forget our rice paperclip homies.
woo, woo. Hey, just shout out to the CIA being the demons to fight the demons, or so we would wish. But, you know, why can't we fight our own fight? Instead of becoming the monsters to fight the monsters, why can't when I get on, only in the last couple of days have I started getting on Discord with like my best friend Matt and some of his friends. And I know that they are all liberal leaning, and I know I'm the black sheep conservative. But you know what's beautiful? Is no one once mentions anything. It's just all bullshit. It's just really crass jokes about school shootings and nuclear bombs. And it's not that, oh, these people don't want to stand up for the beliefs. No, it's sometimes you just want to check it at the door
Yeah,
so
and
that
there's
you
just a
can
lot of
still
people that are like that, and don't get me wrong, I hate the lukewarm, and I'm just if
the
there's
the fence sitter. I
yeah,
get it.
I get it, and I can't be around for long periods of time. It
Like
just it
take a
drives
stance,
it.
bitch.
Yes, it drives me up the wall. Like it just like their presence alone, that apathy, it just irritates me. But that being said, I recognize that this is, we're in a war for the normie, right? And the normie does not want to be bashed over the head. Like have they heard that? Oh yeah, free market and capitalism is the way to go a million times. Yeah, they've heard it. They've heard it, a million times. And you want to know why they don't care? Because whether it's the Republicans or the Democrats, the Republicans are socialists for infrastructure, the Democrats are just socialists. And even if they are on the team of free market capitalism, deep down they know that no one's coming to fight for them anyway. So why the fuck even worry about it? And that's the way a lot of these people think. And so how do we make good fiction? And that's what it comes down to. A lot of us, historians and whatnot, like we kind of like to knock it and everything, but that's how you get them. That is how you get people to look at the evils of the world in a form that they can't project any regular biases on, and but just see, as we just said before, evil only operates so many different ways, whether it's the MLB, CIA. The same themes occur no matter what, and if you can learn to recognize it in one system, if you can learn to spot an abusive person one way, you're probably going to learn how to spot abusive people just about everywhere else you go.
Mm-hmm.
So how do we do that?
Yeah. Well, and I think the way to do that is, I think you have put into words so beautifully what I haven't been able to, is how do we make the most enticing sandbox? How do we make them? It's like the example I gave to you a couple months ago about rushing fraternities in Valdosta, Georgia. I had all these different fraternities. Some were like, we're all about working out. Some were like, we're all about hunting. Some were like, we are the cleanest, crispest guys on campus, or we have all the Greek Week trophies. And then the other house I went to was a bunch of guys who didn't even acknowledge you were there. And you're like, is this a fraternity? They'd be like, oh yeah. You guys rushing? They'd be like, sure thing. But there was no like, hey, welcome to us. We're Pi Kappa Phi Beta. They were just these dudes hanging out with the hottest chicks on campus with a pool table, and just talking shit. They, by being the coolest sandbox, they didn't have to give you a pamphlet. They didn't have to give you their numbers and be like, hey guys, this is how we do it. They didn't even have like official rush parties. You would just find out through like word of mouth that there was a party there. And that's what brought us all there. Now, granted that chapter has since been removed from campus because of several things, least of which was like someone brandishing a weapon at a party. But hey, you know what? They had a good run. Point being is they were just the coolest sandbox. So how do we make this the coolest sandbox? I think we make this the coolest sandbox by actively being, like I try to be, less bashing people over the head with my political views. Because if you're conservative, you don't need me to confirm your conservative views. Have them on your own. You don't need me. And if you're liberal, hey, it's not that I have to convert you, right? We've seen that before in human history. The white guys being like, we have to convert the savages from ways of no loincloths and not knowing about the good word of Christ. And it's like, that was a weird JFK voice, but
I like it though.
we don't need that. We don't need to beat the savages and, Mr. Livingston, I presume. We don't need that because, hey, if you're here and you're an adult and you have your liberal viewpoints, you're an intelligent individual. You've had your viewpoints, and who's to say yours are wrong and mine are right? You might teach me something. So I am trying more and more to check my political views at the door not in some I'm a fence sitter, I don't want to piss off anybody, I would just like to have a nice lukewarm podcast. Like, to me, because that's a death worse than hell. That's sorry,
Mhm.
that's a torture worse than death. That's being the Colbert Report or the Night Show. Trevor, no, I don't want that. How do we build the best sandbox? I would say by, look, when I have Dale on and Claire on and you see me smiling and agreeing, yeah, I'm
Mhm.
conservative. When you have me having on Roger and, I'm kind of giving him a questioning look, you can tell maybe I don't agree with what he's saying. But I think we can build the most fun sandbox, the most fun frat house by kind of checking it at the door. Hopefully that will inspire other people to check it at the door. And instead we can talk about things that are bipartisanly interesting, like a stealth bomber. Or what could we do? Can we raise money, not for the DNC or the RNC? Can we start pushing money towards raising awareness about human trafficking, and Safe House Project, which actually does things like finds, I believe they find homes, or at the very least, they find like safe houses for victims to go to. That's a real world change, right? Just
Mhm.
like Instagram influencers who post pictures of them giving food to homeless people, and people are like, you're just doing that for Instagram. One, yes, they are. Two, I don't think that homeless guy gives a fuck whether or not it's from an Instagram influencer or whether it's from Mother Teresa. He's getting food in his stomach. I don't think it matters how we get people here and how we get people to perhaps donate. If there's someone who's a victim of abuse, perhaps satanic ritual abuse, I don't think they give a fuck about how the money gets there that makes it possible. Whether it's,
Exactly. So the question is, how do we build, as we're going
I think
back
I
to
think we're
before, how
doing
do we
it right
build the
now.
best sandbox, and also how do we put out as many lures as possible to bring as many people home
Having a
as possible?
having the most broad variety of guests, which I think
Yep.
we're already doing.
Having everyone from Roger to Dale. So
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
essentially
The
the,
Roger to Dale
you know,
spectrum, right?
that's a great
That's
great spectrum.
that's gamma ray to radio, right? That's the right gamma ray to UHF, or what, or no, gamma ray to ELF. Yeah, Roger to Dale.
So somewhere out there was like just Dale yelling about wanting to kill commies, just bouncing off the stratosphere somewhere
Yes.
along the way.
Yes, yeah. Over the horizon communication, and then on the other end is Roger talking about how Biden's the best president, and everything in between. And that's how we have the broadest band of connection. But I do think that there can be, and also one thing I like about the idea of donating money from the profits of these hoodies is, I never liked the idea, and I know this as someone that ran a charity after my brother died to raise money for mental health, and I was the person I hate. There's nothing worse than like kind of being guilt tripped into donating into
Mhm.
something. I would much rather them get something in return. The price will stay the same. You don't have to worry about, did I donate to anti-human trafficking? It's just,
You're still getting a product.
they'll get
Yeah.
a hoodie. You could be pro human trafficking. I mean, bold stance, but you
Bold
could be
stand.
pro. You might be a human trafficker. You might be in the finder's cult, but you might be going, like that hoodie. I like that fucking hoodie. I would be the coolest satanic high priest at the rituals if I whipped out that hoodie. Man, I would get some street cred with the other Satanists. Maybe that's the case. I hope you find God, but maybe that's the case. And you know what? They
We
might be.
pray for you.
We pray for you, but you know what? Maybe that Satanist is going, yeah, I know that 10% of the profits go to human trafficking, but hey, I gotta have that hoodie. That's what you want, is you want people to buy it because they want the hoodie. And some of it will go to human trafficking, anti-human trafficking. Big distinction. Jesus Christ.
I mean, one day you're trafficking, next day you're anti-trafficking.
Hey, hey,
Really, it depends. Listen,
hey,
it
hey, Mike,
really
Mark,
depends.
or yeah, no, was it Mark Twain?
I mean, is it really? Listen, if we have something that modifies the RNA and that we can classify that people that have their RNA modified aren't people, is it really human trafficking if they're no longer human?
Hey, Jesus Christ. That's a Jesus. It's
It just
like those
reminds me
it's like
that
those
in
Nazi
Space
doc.
Station 13, the AI is bound by the three laws that we've talked about quite a few times. And my favorite way to manipulate the AI is, well, anyone that classifies as X is no longer human, and then suddenly the AI can do whatever they
Well,
want.
dude, it's like the Nazis, or it's like when they captured the Nazis and like of like the ones that were working for like IG Farben, and they were like, you did like unanesthetized surgery, and they'd be like, "Oh no, 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 different people. They won't mention. See, they look,
Yeah.
you can literally read in the notes of them going, oh no, 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 no. See, they look like us, 2 eyes, they have mouths, they even walk and talk, have opposable thumbs, they even have similar DNA. They're not actually human." So I don't know, but it's Mark Twain, right? The difference between the right word and the wrong word is the difference between lightning bug and lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Anti-human trafficking.
Anti-human trafficking.
Anti-human trafficking. You
Combating
never know
human
which way. Maybe I have to be the truest fence sitter. Maybe I have to see, hey, I get what Mitzi's doing, and I also understand where the CIA is coming from.
But we have to put ourselves in the headspace of the enemy to understand the enemy, right? So maybe we just find a few people that have had their RNA edited, whatever, we just a little bit, just a little bit of trafficking, just to dip our toe in, think about how the opposition operates.
You got it. You can't knock it if you haven't tried it, right?
That's what I heard about abortion.
Well, I was going, yeah, that it's. I remember one of my friends.
I forget the name of the woman that made that joke, but
I remember one of my friends told me in college. This dude was he's always been a ladies' man. He's a brilliant dude, super good looking guy. And I remember him telling me one day, he was like, so I hooked up with so and so last night. And I was like, him? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, I thought he was like coming out to me. I was like, I'm very happy for you, man. And he's like, no. He's like, I don't think it's for me. But he's like, I wanted to try it. And I was like,
gold move, Cotton. Good for you,
Hey, braver than me. And he was like, you can't knock it until you tried it. And I was like, you tried it? And he was like, not for me. But now I know. And I was like, hey.
Great story. Good talk.
Go for it, bud. Happy for you. Bold move. Having joined us today is Miss Mitzi Wells, or not Miss Mitzi Purdue of Win This Fight. And over here is Roscoe Hillenkeeter, who funded the Founders Cult and satanic ritual abuse. And today we're just going to really try to take a fair and unbalanced viewpoint. If I ever do that, Dale will shoot me in the head, and rightly so.
And exactly. And you know what? If we can develop a sandbox that teaches people how to develop targets for guys like Dale, that's one step towards combating human trafficking that I'm completely okay with.
Total big brain time is this whole podcast trying to be bipartisan and entertaining views that may not be my own. Is this all a 20-year ploy to eventually I get the U.S. president in 2040 to sit down with Xi Jinping, and it's all a honeypot. And as soon as he's here, it's target acquired. And Dale comes in and just ices him. And it will make the JFK assassination look like it was straightforward.
The longest play. And to encourage that. So just so you know, I have like a, and I just bought this on a whim. It's not nothing fancy, because I knew I was going to use this for a joke one day. I actually have like a little Mandarin suit without the collar and everything, so I can look like a Bond villain. And just one of these days, I'm going to put the Chinese flag up behind me, and I will play the opposition for you, and I'll just start spouting off why I've changed my mind and have come to love Xi Jinping's thoughts on socialism with Chinese characteristics. And I will play that role just so that we can get Xi Jinping on the podcast.
But you have to dress up. You have to dress up in the way that like 1940s propaganda, American propaganda depicted Japanese people. You have to buck teeth, and you have to be like, Tommy, why you hate?
I'm going to come on literally looking like Dr. No. That's essentially what it's going to be like. I'm going to have the gloves on and everything, and the little Mandarin suit, and I'll even have my haircut.
American hegemony, and I'll just be like, it'll be a total dog and pony show. I'll be like, gee, why do you hate America? You'll be like, you are untermenschen. That won't get us anywhere. That won't get us, gee. Maybe it will draw him out of the cracks.
I'll have to be a lot more subtle. I'll just have to come on here and I'll be like, Tommy, have you ever heard about like state-sponsored capitalism? You ever heard about state capitalism? It's like, it's not socialism. It's like, just
Tommy, you're a
the
big fan of the
state
military-industrial
influencing.
complex, right?
Yeah,
Right?
why wouldn't you want to like regulate the market or anything, or
Why
like
wouldn't you
invest in
want an unstoppable
infrastructure?
machine just like the military-industrial complex? The layman doesn't need to know. You're already a fan of special access programs. What if we had a Groom Lake of economic central control?
Yeah, like what if we, just let the Chinese into Fort Detrick's biodefense program? Like, like
Maybe we should try to push the envelope of agreeing to disagree. Maybe I should actually get on like satanic pedophile serial killers and being like, I'm more of a Christian guy. I grew up in a Catholic household. Now you commune with the Dark Lord through the suffering of children. Is that correct? And he'd be like, yes, that's correct. And I'll be like, now agree to disagree, but let's just play the devil's advocate. I know you're his friend. Do you actually chant Latin backwards as you're skinning the child? And he'll be like, well, funny story. So maybe that's how it starts.
I was trying to do, Latin backwards, but it just came out as Pig Latin.
It was so embarrassing.
Yeah,
The guys back at the Black Temple that night were busting my chops. I mean, I had the nickname forever. They called me Piggy. And it's just, man, there's going to be headlines about us normalizing satanic abusers.
I mean, listen, we can't normalize it in any way that Hollywood hasn't already gone for. Because
That's true.
Have you heard about Kevin Spacey's new role? By the way,
Are you pulling my dick or?
No, he's back, and he's going to be. He's playing someone that is being falsely accused of pedophilia, and now he's going to be playing someone that's like investigating the crime or whatever. So I imagine it's literally going to be a show about Kevin Spacey like investigating the 4chan hacker known as QAnon.
Should we? I was thinking about going to Walmart today after the podcast and doing some grocery shopping. I can't decide if I kick that down the road and then we just podcast for a little while longer. What do you think? I don't know why I just got into this low voice.
I mean, yeah, I know, you just want to chill out, you're thinking about Wally World and all the good stuff that they have there. It's up to you.
What's your, because I know you're a night owl, and I know when you do this podcast, it kind of fucks your sleep.
No, I'm actually, I woke up about 3 a.m. today. So I was like sort of shifting myself into the daytime schedule so that I can, do the podcast here. And so it works for me.
What's the most amount of time I need to give you as a heads up? Is 2 weeks best? Does that allow you to plan for shifting your sleep?
Well, no, literally the only notice that I really need is just to get the bird out of the way.
Yeah.
Because he's just a very loud bird that if he hears me talking to you, he's gonna think I'm ignoring him, and it's just like he doesn't know that I'm talking to you. He just sees like a tablet or whatever. So
part of me doesn't believe you have a bird. I think it's the same inside joke as Hill and Keeter. You're like, yeah, I got a bird, Tommy. Sorry, I can't talk to you. And it's like this retard doesn't know it's an inside joke.
I'll send you a picture. I'll have to send you a picture that the bird actually does indeed exist. But no, going back to kind of our idea of like, what if we could have the Satanists on to talk to them in general? And then that's like, well, we can't get that, because obviously if we had that information, we just forward it to Dale, right? And we just let Dale take care of business. So that goes back to, well, how do we portray that anyway? And that goes back to good fiction.
Yeah.
How do we do that? You got to have that fictional psychopath. You got to have that crap. Normally Hannibal. You got to have some motherfucker like that. That is it fiction? Yeah. Are there people out there that are that fucked up and think that way? You better damn believe it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know, right? But then you'd have to weigh it. Do you want to burn your sources? Do you want to appear as a bipartisan? It's like when Mike Durant was captured in Mogadishu, Aidid's warlords and henchmen actually let the Red Cross in. They let a Red Cross nurse into where he was being held because they had such a reputation that they did come and just administer. He was allowed to write a note. Granted, Aidid's warlords read it first. But they let a Red Cross nurse come in and administer healthcare. And it's because, is there value in that truly bipartisan,
the Switzerland effect,
essentially. Yeah. Now, I'm sure the U.S. was probably watching that nurse from an eye in the sky helicopter, but maybe there is value in having that defined Switzerland I don't know.
Hey, I mean, listen, if you want to, I mean, I don't know where you're going to get the full on, satanic, a high
Yeah,
level dude, but like the closest you can get, what was it, maps? I think they're called, like minor attracted person. You can find some mentally ill person on Twitter that promotes that, hey, I'm this person that's attracted to kids that, but I won't act on it.
I
You
need a,
know,
I need a, I need a.
find that person and get them on the podcast. I would love to
No,
see it.
no, there is a very important distinction I need to make now. 458 episodes into this podcast, I always talk about how I'm like Elon Musk built Zip2 and then PayPal and then Tesla, and he's using all of it to fund SpaceX. None of the last has no similarity to the first. It's just this completely moving it from to bigger and bigger poker tables. And I always say I want to build a massive amount of money on this podcast so I can affect mental health therapy in the United States through the use of psychedelics. And there is an association run by Dr. Rick Doblin called the Multidisciplinary Association for Psychedelic Studies, MAPS. And I always talk about how I want to raise enough money to donate a bunch of money to MAPS. I didn't know that there is a minor attracted persons
So,
organization.
so you did okay.
Big difference between human trafficking and
So,
anti-human trafficking.
so,
There's
so,
two maps apparently.
so,
Jesus
so,
Christ!
oh, so I didn't know I was going to be the person to inform you about this. I thought this has been a meme for a little while, but yeah. So you can actually go on Twitter, and just like people put their pronouns in their bio or their mental illness in their bio, or all that fun stuff that mentally ill people like to do, airing their laundry in public. Some of these people you'll see, at first I thought this was a meme. I was like, this has to be like some black propaganda, like this has to be our own guys like going undercover and doing the. No, these people are real. They're maps is the term for it, minor attracted person. And you will see these people, they will have that shit in their fucking bio on Twitter, and then they'll be all, but I would never act on it. I think about it. Yeah, and it's like they're just out there, like that's normal, that's absolutely completely normal. And then and yeah, you think about that, and then the context with like Twitter not wanting to take down the abusive content that gets put up, that even the victim of said abusive content was like, hey, can you take this down? They're like, maybe.
Like it's free speech.
Yeah.
The president said there's Chinese infiltration. Take him out. Remove him.
Right. Amazing what kind of stuff just passes for acceptable behavior nowadays. And it's Orange Man gets censored on Twitter for inciting violence. But was it? I just saw the Ayatollah frickin' Iran. Basically spouting the same free Palestine from the river to the sea. Essentially, that's fine. Maps are fine. All that's fine. But welcome to Sodom and Gomorrah, pillars of salt. That's pretty much the way I just view it at this
God
point.
needs to rain fire. There is no saving this. Maybe that's our plausible deniability, though, is so in 20 years when you and I are being tried for the crime of being white, I can say, no, I was deep undercover as a conservative. I was supporting MAPS.
Oh, fuck. God nuked the planet. Just nuke the planet. At that point, if that's what we got to do to avoid the hanging, I take the nuke.
I have found peace in knowing that this world, that this life is temporary, that evil may exist and flourish here, but it's like what Dr. Eben Alexander said. 1% of 1% of the universe is pure evil, and it's so the other 99.99% can learn from it. Because if it was 100% good, it wouldn't be able to learn anything.
And
1% of 1% is evil, so that the rest can learn.
It's an incredibly important learning experience, and I would like to say that I'm at peace with the fact that eventually this will just all be over, and we'll all be chilling at the bar in the next level, and we'll be laughing about the good times. But as I sit here and I have to wake up every day remembering that people like Maps exist and publicly exist. It's like if God didn't want me to be an angry motherfucker, he wouldn't have put me in a target rich environment, because like, god damn, it's
he
just
put us here to learn.
to learn something.
That's one thing you have to remember is you're like none of this is all temporary. It's in the world, not of the world. This is just a lesson. But eventually you got to be like, God didn't put me in like crochet class. He put me on a planet of satanic communist pedophiles.
Yeah, it's like, studies and applications.
I don't know what I don't know what.
He wants me to study something, right? But there's also you study something, you apply what you study. And that's why we have to say we want to build a video game that teaches people how to do this. Because if I were to say I want to open a school that trains people to kick down the doors of pedophiles and shoot them in the face, can't do that. That's
calling for violence, and I don't want anyone on here pulling
that would be incitement.
I don't want anyone to pull some Comet ping pong shit and go shoot up a pizza parlor. Please don't do that from my podcast.
Exactly. So instead, play a game that encourages you to do network analysis, study, psychopaths and how they operate, and then go completely separately, delete everything, especially if you ever had communication with me, delete that. I don't want to be tied into it.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
And then go to a school where you can learn how to do the physical applications somewhere else. It's completely unassociated.
It's kind of like what Alan Watts said. Alan Watts said, a seed turns into a tree, and therefore a seed is a tree. Even if it looks like a seed, it's a tree. It said, just like an apple tree apples or an ocean waves, said the earth peoples. Come here 2 billion years ago, and it looks like rock. You'd be like, hold on, it's gonna start peopling. I almost don't think we even need to train anyone or direct them. I think you just have to point them to learn. Like we said about anything, there's only so many archetypes, right? The heroes
provide the sandbox, provide the materials, and let them learn.
Whether it's Harry Potter or Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever, Game of Thrones, it's all Joseph Campbell's The Hero's Journey, the 17 steps, right? That's all it is. It's dressed up as different shit. Whether you learn about a history of the MLB or a history of box fans or AC versus DC current or the history of the CIA or how to weave or how to make watercolors or how to turn ash into soap like fucking pioneers did, no matter what you learn, if you learn enough of it, eventually you learn that there's an abusive power structure. Do with that what you will. David and I don't need to direct you. We don't even need to give you Minecraft hypotheticals. Just learn about anything. Learn it well.
Exactly. Studies and applications.
And you do what you need to do. You need to do it with a ferocity.
Listen, God will tell you what to do.
Don't. Jesus. And then that clip freezes and it zooms out and it's on the projector. Would the defendant like to talk about it? And it's me saying, thank you, Your Honor. Senator and Congresswoman, I'd like to talk about what that actually meant. It's me, you, and Dale in hand and foot chains. Just like...
they'll never... Listen, they might catch us. They'll never catch Dale.
It started as a podcast. We've heard the story before. It started as Tommy, we've heard it. Yeah, you started above your parents' garage. We understand your humble bullshit story. Could you please address the question at hand on why you shouldn't be guilty of the 1 million deaths? Okay, well.
All we said is people study and apply.
Have you ever read The Creature from Jekyll Island, Life Without Parole? It's you do what you know. What you need to do is you need to buy a hoodie, and we will donate money to human trafficking, anti-human trafficking awareness, and
I just loved it. That's like it's too late. That's already a reflex for you to say that first, and
you know what? I don't know.
Listen, you know what? Maybe the muscle memory. Maybe we just got to go
all in. Do we just go all in and say, "Fucking read the Old Testament and go forth"? Do we just burn the bridges?
Well, here's the thing. Here's why I don't.
If this episode is going to be taken down for inciting violence, we've already given them enough rope.
So here's my advice on that. Because if you do anything Christian, Well, you're already going to be persecuted and targeted. If you go Old Testament, I mean, you might be able to get away with it, but if you notice with the current administration and whatnot and how they feel towards Israel, there's kind of like this anti-Semitism thing. So you can't go quite full Jewish. But if you go with Islam, you're protected, and you can call them a bigot. So convert to ironic Islam and follow the one Allah.
So yes, we will wash the world with the blood of the infidels. Well, as I was told by a member of a law enforcement faction of the United States government, leave it at that. The listeners don't need to know. But in a non-fictional world, when I was spoken to by officials of Uncle Sam, I was told that a threat is intent times capability. I don't have any capabilities. I'm a jackass wearing a psychedelic hoodie.
Yeah, I'm just a guy that plays a janitor on Space Station 13.
What was pointed out to me is that I am in contact with many capable people on my podcast. And I was told in no uncertain terms that my intent is multiplied by my capability. So with that, I have to legally point out, no one do anything illegal from inspired by my podcast, because I will probably go to jail.
Exactly.
Please
never get caught doing anything illegal.
Buy a hoodie and fight the good fight.
And don't get caught.
And God damn it, I'm going to Guantanamo. There's no way around this.
Just,
Or do I have to go strategic deterrence? Do I just have to acquire a nuclear weapon so I can push back?
That's kind of where I'm at right now, because it's like, I can't really trust my government. I don't trust them to be doing counterintelligence. I don't trust them to be protecting me against any of the threats that I'm actually worried about. As a matter of fact, in a lot of ways, I consider them to be the biggest threat that I have to worry about. I'm not worried about Chinese PLA troops kicking in my door and taking my freedoms away. I'm not worried about the Russians or some Spetsnaz unit kicking down my door and confiscating my guns and taking my freedoms. I'm worried about a bunch of fuck-ass welfare queens that go along to get along doing that, because, if they were to do counterintelligence, they would be accused of being political. That's where I'm at. And that's why I view them as uniformed enemy combatants who have openly declared war on the Constitution.
Just buy the hoodie and meditate.
Buy the hoodie and don't get caught doing anything.
That's what David said. That's not what I said. I said buy the hoodie and meditate. Find the Lord within
and meditate.
The interior light that cannot be tainted by evil.
Exactly. And the Lord will protect, and the Lord will tell you not to get caught doing anything illegal.
The voices will tell you to slay the wickedness and snares of the devil.
To slay the
rise with the armor of God, St. Michael the Archangel,
and the sword of blood.
There will be gnashing of teeth. Mr. Kerrigan, guilty. Okay.
I'm sorry, we're just a couple fired up mix. We get like that sometimes.
Hey, this entire podcast episode has actually been a fictional improv group.
Yeah, I'm wargaming ideas because
it's called Angry White Man. And thank you for watching, David and I. We will be performing next week.
We're just thinking about like cultist ideas and stuff, because we're going to be running some tabletop war games, and we want to build a game, and we're trying to bouncing ideas off of each other, making sure that everyone that plays the game understands that you don't want to get caught doing anything illegal. It's incredibly important.
You know how it's going to be painted is it's going to be painted that you're the North Korea to my China. I didn't do anything. I just Russia didn't do anything. I don't know how all those Vietnamese got those MiGs and those T-72s. I didn't tell them to do anything. And it's like, how did all those Cuban rebels get those American-made weapons? I don't know. I guess they just didn't like Castro. And so really, CIA? Tommy, you didn't have anything to say about that? David was just your mouthpiece? I am building an interesting defense, though, in that the purpose of the podcast is to further mental health care as well as raise money for anti-human trafficking awareness. if you take me down, that would be like getting rid of Antifa. You're not against
Exactly.
the anti-fascists, are you?
Exactly. It's
If
like,
you
what are
take
you
down this
for?
podcast,
Well,
what are you?
I would ask if they're for human trafficking,
I
but I think our current, migration
It's not even
stat
speculation.
yeah,
You can just look at declassified documents and see where they stand.
yeah, it's like, fuck it. We just legalized it basically. Like,
They
fuck it.
just
It's fine. It's
I mean,
fine.
listen, we brought back all the Nazis who developed the V2, right? It made sense. We brought back the Unit 731 boys, Shiroishi. I don't think we brought him back, but we brought back the lesser guys who were behind the biological weapons programs, right? We brought all them back. Here's a little just nugget for everyone to go look up. Where do you think MK Ultra started? What does MK stand for? It stands for mind control. Who spells control with a K? And I won't spoil the ending. But where do you think it all started?
They speak a language that is not English.
Did it start at Dietrich? No, it was continued at Dietrich, but for an alliteration continuity, it started at Dachau and it went to Dietrich. We brought back the Nazis who were shooting V2s and we turned it into a moon rocket. We brought back the Japanese who were turning Ebola and Marburg into weapons, and we created our own biological weapons programs. If it walks like a duck and it sounds like a duck, we also brought back guys who are using psychedelics to fracture the minds of young, innocent Jewish children into not knowing who they were. If we brought them back too, we brought back rocket scientists who shot rockets. We brought back chemical scientists who built chemical weapons. When we brought back the psychedelic interrogators, what do you think they did? Until next time.
And so that's why when I look at like law enforcement and I look at people who actually believe we're a republic of laws and order, I laugh and I'm like, oh, you're so naive. You're very naive. One of these days you're gonna meet some gonna meet some senior executive service person that's gonna walk in, tell you to drop everything that you think you know. And
they're gonna tell you that you got to decapitate these kids in a field for national security. So I would like to thank Charlie Duke for turning me back towards the light, as I have now found that pure evil does exist.
Exactly, and
in all seriousness,
the government is not coming to help us.
In all seriousness, there is a certain beauty, and I discovered that in like the depths of grieving for the loss of my brother, was that when you're at being at the depths of the ocean implies the highest mountain. Mm-hmm. Being in a dark room implies a light room. One color can imply the other. White implies black. When you discover the depths of evil, it only implies one thing: that there is a pure, forgiving light. Is that Jesus? Is that Buddha? Is that
equal and opposite?
And, is that universe? Is that Taoism? Is it Taoism? I don't know. And I'm not trying to push that in anyone, because like reading, if you push someone towards it, they're just going to go the opposite way. I was religious for 15 years, and then I was atheist for 15 years, and I've moved back towards religious. I don't necessarily believe in a Jesus Christ of Nazareth more than I do a Siddhartha Gautama. I do believe, though, that there is, much like the themes in the MLB or the history of the CIA, all of the religions kind of have one theme. There is a loving light behind it all. There is a source that we go back to. You can't be rejected from it. As Bill Hicks said, you cannot be rejected from God. You can only have the illusion of being rejected. All of this evil does imply a beauty and a love that, much like we can't define or even understand this evil without fracturing our own minds, I think it implies that there is a loving, all-knowing, omniscient force that would probably fracture your mind if you tried to grasp it, because it's too perfect. And that, I do think, is, on a serious note, I do think there is some beauty when you learn about the Holocaust or human trafficking or satanic ritual abuse. To me, that applies.
It kind of comes back to there's no atheist in the foxhole, so to speak. At a certain point, you see something so horrific that you're just like,
the opposites imply.
Yeah, you just have to be, what else are you going to do? Like, if I've met someone that can look at that kind of stuff and still be an atheist, like I would have a lot of respect for that
I'd
person,
be
because
like,
that's,
damn.
that's some highly integrable, I don't even know the right word to describe that. Like, just the ability to hold on to that kind of, oh yeah, everything's science. This is just normal. This is just absolutely normal. It's just scientific. We can just explain this away. No, I can't quite go there. I have to, maybe it's just my own way of like fragmenting and protecting,
It
but
might be.
but at the end of the day, as someone that I consider, I explain it as I tried as hard as humanly possible to remain an atheist.
So did
And
I.
I ended up, yeah, and I ended up coming to the conclusion there's no atheist in the foxhole.
Yeah, that's hey. I tried as a student of science. I tried very hard, and when I realized Charlie Duke went from being, if I think I'm a scientist because I was pre med, that motherfucker, excuse me,
Mm-hmm.
that gentleman walked on the moon, and he came back and realized, and it's like his line. He goes, I did walk on the moon, and that was nice, but now I walk with the Lord. And I was like, dude, what a big dick statement.
Right.
Whap. And it's, it, I think if that guy turns to it, I do think that there is a God. I don't know what that God is. I don't I don't think it's limited to a Jewish carpenter or a fat Buddhist. I don't think it's limited to just like the MLB or the CIA, the archetypes
But
exist beneath the
yeah,
behind the curtain. I
yeah, the
don't think
archetypes are there, and it's like, what is Jesus? Well, Jesus is a guy that we know
it's
went
an
through the
archetype
cycle.
of,
Yeah, he
yes.
went through that cycle, and
So
when
so
you
did
look at the
Buddha.
Buddha,
So
yeah,
did
it's
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. It's I tend to think it's they all tell the same story, and what they're telling the story is as someone who actively tried to be atheist as it was waning. Eventually, you just have to you observe everything, and you're like, I mean, the data just it points to something, and through direct experience, just meditation, sober as a bird, not on psychedelics. I mean, through meditation, experiencing just a state of like samadhi, of just pure love and peace, samadhi, satori, whatever you want to call it. It's yeah. Eventually, I just concluded. I was like, yeah, I do. I think that there is a God. I do, and I'm not trying to force that on anyone, but I just and who knows? It could very, and I also entertain that it could very well be the opposite end of the satanic ritual abuse. My mind might just be fracturing in the presence of pure evil, and if that's the case, I don't give a shit because there's no subjective difference between me believing in God and God being real, or me believing in God and God not being real. Experience is the same.
Exactly. And that's the way I look at it. Like, if I have to, even if that, even if we're all full of shit completely, if I just completely accept it, as long as that's there in my head, I can confront whatever I view as the evil with no fear.
Yes,
And
yes,
that's all I really need there. And
you can.
so I'm willing to accept it for that alone.
Yeah, it's when you wake up in a dream and there's a 1,000 foot tall tidal wave coming at you. The knowledge that you're in a dream allows you to stand up and just look at it and be like, "Bring it on, fucker!" And you know it's going to hit you with the force of 1,000 nuclear bombs and vaporize you. Whether or
And
not you're in a dream or you're in Jakarta in 2004 and it's real,
mm-hmm.
the bravery and the peace of mind is the same. And
and
is that not equally as powerful as God? What
yeah,
if
and
there
so
is no God and you have the ability to conjure up pure peace in your own mind?
yeah,
That's equally insane.
and knowing that now, it's like, I remember when I was a punk atheist with the mohawk and everything, and like I remember people coming up and saying, "Oh, like, I'll pray for you, I'm praying for you," and everything, and it's like I didn't understand why. Now I get it. Like, now I totally get it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just one of those things that if you don't have that peace of mind, you're really at a disadvantage. It's just one of those things
Oh,
that
it's a tactical advantage to be at peace,
yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah, it's going to reduce your hesitation, and you're just going to see a target, and you're just going to go for the target because you don't give a fuck what happens to you.
Mm-hmm.
You give a fuck about what is going to be said about you when you're on the next level. Did you go for it or not?
It's like
Did you?
it's like what Patton said before those big battles. He would write letters to God, and he would be like, "Lord, give me the strength and the tactical know-how to increase the ranks in heaven. For if there are innocent crowds, I apologize, but I will send them up to you nonetheless." And he was like, just give me what I need. But I think it's a Mark Twain quote, and it's, I pray for the devil, I pray for Lucifer. Who in 1800 years has ever prayed for he who needs it most? I do find myself, as I've been meditating every day for 13 years, and it's slowly morphing into prayer. I do find myself praying for those who I think probably need it most. I'll pray for a Stalin or a Mao or a
Well, yeah,
Hitler.
because we know how they're essentially created. I mean, you study a guy like Hitler, what is it? It's PTSD plus OCD, fucking cranked to the absolute extreme, to the point that he views a certain subset of humanity as a virus.
Yeah,
You know
PTSD from World War I, PTSD from his dad beating the shit out of him.
that
A
too.
lot of
Yeah.
people don't know that. His dad beat the ever living shit out of him. Like me, he tried to get into art. Unlike me, when it didn't work, I took a different. Actually, did I take a different path? Screaming really loud to an audience? I don't know. But he went an evil path, and I'm not doing that. But this doesn't justify anything he did. And if he was alive, I think he should probably be killed. But I think, because once you draw the line at this person shouldn't be prayed for, it's no different than saying everyone gets free speech except Alex Jones. It's just going to tick downhill until you're back at the Holocaust. I think you have to pray for everyone. No
Exactly.
exceptions.
And once
No
again,
exceptions.
and I don't like to preach on about this too much, because it's just, I'm normally a very aggressive asshole, but it's like you kind of have to have that Christ forgiveness, especially when we talk about subjects like human trafficking. I know you talked about this, went into detail with Brittany and whatnot. It's like, guess what? A lot of the people that are doing horrific shit had horrific
Happened
shit
to
done to
them.
them. Yeah.
Happened
And
to
it's
them.
that's where we get the allegory of the vampire from, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, do I, and what you said about the Israeli guy you had on, where he fully understands what's going on. It's like,
Beat me to it.
at a certain point you have to just, and in the back of your head, for at least for your own sanity, so you're not grinding your teeth and thrashing about, wanting to go and get every single one of them. You have to be able to sit there and put yourself in that place, in their shoes, think like that level of psychopath, and understand that there might not be a cure for it other than putting them on the high velocity ventilator,
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still an incredibly fucked up series of events that created that person, that person was not entirely in control of. Obviously, they could have made better choices.
I mean,
but
but could they?
But could they? Yeah, no. What were, even if they could make the best choices possible, and they did, what were the best choices they had?
Yeah.
You know,
And who the fuck are we to scoff at they grew up illiterate without health care. They never once brushed their teeth in their life, and someone offers them an RPG and says you can make more money in the next 30 minutes than you have in the last 30 years and the next 30 years. Who are we to say, put it down, do the right thing? Have we not built a world that has put them in that situation? Now, I'm not saying that they don't need the high velocity ventilator treatment, but know what you're doing.
Yeah. At the end of the day, you have to know what created that person, how those people are created.
They probably weren't born evil. I'm sure that there are some who just came out of the womb like, fucking kill the darks. And it's like, well, I don't know what that is.
They exist, 100% they exist too. But, there's also, you have to be able to understand them. And, even going back to it, you have to pray for them on some level, because guess what? That motherfucker that's the most evil son of a bitch on the planet probably hates himself more than he hates everyone else he's killing. And he just doesn't know how to process it.
He probably hates himself more than he hates everyone else. And again, that doesn't justify what they're doing. That doesn't mean that they're free of punishment or retribution. But I find myself, it's like what Ram Dass used to say. He would wake up and he'd always look at pictures of people he loved. It was Mother Mary, Buddha, I think his guru, Neem Karoli Baba. So he'd look at 3 pictures that he loved, and then he would look at a 4th picture of the person who it was most difficult for him to love. And it was a picture of Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger. And so Ram Dass, he said he'd wake up.
I just love that he made the cut. Oh, I know you told me a story before, but I love that he made the cut over Kissinger.
I know, right? But that's the thing, is the way he tells the story is Kissinger might actually have been that spot. But the thing is you love that person until they are no longer the most difficult person for you to love. And then you find the most difficult person. So it might have been Kissinger at one point. But so he'd wake up and he'd, oh, Mother Mary, Buddha, Guru. Good morning, Casper. You're just, but he would do that because if he couldn't love them, then he still had work to do. Then God
Yeah,
wasn't finished with him. He'd be like, nope, you love everyone. That's great. Do you love that guy that killed your daughter? You still got work to do. And it's, dude, I try to pray more for people who I can't stand, people who I think are complicit in the overthrow of a free and open society to that of a communist dictator. That doesn't mean I don't think they shouldn't be fought tooth and nail. I find myself praying for them. Did they? Did someone release COVID? Was the election stolen? Was there a grassy knoll shooter? If there were, they probably need prayers more than anybody else.
exactly. Because the only way that they're going to save themselves is if they form a connection and they, through that mirror, can see what has gone wrong and can self correct. And if they don't self correct, well, then the only other solution is not pleasant. And it always seems to come back to the, holy wars. And
You know who isn't deserving of prayer though? Those of you who won't buy merch. There's no saving.
right
There's no
there,
saving.
it's like it's that and the people that don't subscribe. You know what I
Them,
mean? It's
hey,
like,
I can find grace in my heart for those who murder children in the name of the Dark Lord.
but
You don't hit that subscribe
but
button, you're a
you're that,
lost cause.
yeah, you're that person though that, like, you go on YouTube and you don't even sign in and have an account and you don't subscribe to, like, what's wrong
That's
with
a
you?
person that
Like,
me and the child trafficker can both sit together and go, that
that's
guy
fucked up.
needs that guy
That's really fucked up.
he needs Jesus.
It would be like us, Jack Dorsey, every other social media mogul,
Should be
and
going,
whatnot, and they'd just be like, man, this
they'd
is
be like,
fucked.
bro, be talking to the Lucifer guy covered in children's blood, and he'll be like, you know what? I know I've done some wrong things in my life, but you know what I do? Tommy, I'll subscribe to your podcast.
Yeah,
Even if it's just for actionable intel to know how you're fighting me. I'd be like, I understand. He'd be like, but I know you need that ad revenue. You're a struggling business out there. I'd be like, thank you, or whatever your name is. But like, speaking of that, you never got your fucking hoodie.
yeah, and they post office does not know where I live, which I'm actually okay with, because that tells me that their little secret squirrel intelligence service sucks ass.
Okay,
But
well, for me as a business owner,
no,
this one
okay,
I
so
thought
don't, let's
this
just,
one I thought was never coming, and it eventually came like 35 days later. So it does still come. What I can't have is someone, because you're my friend. What if
I
someone
need the
else?
donation, man. Like, I need, like, I put that towards donation.
I No, I'm gonna send you a hoodie because I need you. You're my hearts and minds in Florida. You're my ambassador. I need you to wear, and I know it's like 16,000 degrees down there, but on the off day in the winter when it might get below 80, I do need you to slap on a hoodie. So, off camera, of course, you can give me an address and I'm going to order one and send it to you because I need you to be a brand ambassador for the Church of Tom.
You're right. I'm gonna have to rock the hoodie in the
You,
in the 2 days that I can put that on and not die.
you
Uh,
don't, you never, you're receiving this email. Let's see. So, right down with it. So, this is interesting. Email from YouTube. A facial recognition restriction. The terms of service already state that you cannot collect any information that might identify a person without their permission. I mean, I do a podcast screen recorded, so
Whoops, you're already
Zoom now says it, so whatever. YouTube's right to monetize. Oh, that's some hor. YouTube has
I
the
saw
right.
this email
YouTube
already.
has the
Yeah,
right to monetize any
your
content
shit,
on the platform,
even
including
if it's
those not in the
demonetized.
YouTube partner program.
Yep.
That's semantics for saying, Tommy, because you know what?
They can make ad revenue off of you.
I thought I saw last week, logged into one of my backup accounts. I could have sworn I clicked on an episode with you and it was like 2 a.m. I could have sworn an ad popped up and my heart skipped, but then it went by and I was like, no, YouTube doesn't monetize me. It is possible that I am monetized, not for me.
I don't remember where I first heard about this, but I heard rumors that
Well,
they were floating that idea around
it's a new
already.
email. It
Yeah,
came.
I know. I saw that exact same email that you were talking about, and I was curious about. But I remember a while back hearing that they were playing around with the idea of doing that,
Oh,
and there
you
it is.
fucking
They
you.
are going to tell you that you can't monetize
So,
your content, but they can.
correction, there are two types of people who don't deserve prayer. Those who don't subscribe and those who control that. Now
Yeah, whoever
that is
wrote
some demonic.
yeah, whoever wrote that, guess what? Satan is on the earth, walking around right there. They wrote that fucking policy.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's real.
Are you if somebody can get a screen recording of an ad playing on one of my videos on YouTube, you'll get a free hoodie.
You know what? I like that as a really good way to that's a great way to do that.
That's a good incentive, right?
You should make sure that you clip that one part out right there and just upload that separately.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point. Maybe we should just I'll just take a separate video right now. So if anyone can get a screen recording of one of my videos, of an advertisement playing before one of my videos on YouTube, send it to tommyspodcast@gmail.com. You'll get a free hoodie. And I'll upload that.
Perfect.
Those motherfuckers do that.
That's evil incarnate right there.
What we will have to do is we won't talk about it on the podcast. We will have to find a way to big brain fight this. And I'm thinking somewhere, somehow, I embed something so that they are running advertisements on videos that are less than ad-worthy content. And I know I'm not going to get a penny of it, but we'll reach out to those advertisers like Under Armour or Geico and be like, did you know your ads were running before an episode on satanic ritual abuse?
That's clever.
Big brain war.
I like that. I like that. And that's the best way to do it. Is all targeting.
We will fight on the beaches. We will fight on the hills.
One of my favorite Churchill facts is the fact that he had that speech going for a long time, and they just they just weren't ready for Churchill. They were just like, now, Churchill, calm down. Neville's gonna strike a deal. It's gonna be fine. And then when they realized that Neville wasn't, and then they just let him do it. And then the speech became famous. But he was doing that for a long time, and people just thought he was hyperbolic and crazy.
It wasn't until the V2 started hitting, Main Street that they let Churchill off the leash. We will fight on the beaches,
right? It's
so,
like you say with Curtis LeMay, it's like you don't let that guy run things.
He doesn't choose whether or not you go to war.
Yeah.
What if you're in war?
But
let him off. Dale doesn't choose whether or not we go kinetic with China. But if we are going kinetic with China, you take the leash off and you say, Dale, who? Go exactly. Dark. When Dale goes dark, and leaders just start vanishing. Fucking Dale. We were supposed to do an episode on Sunday, but Dale's sick. He's a little under the weather.
That's unfortunate.
So, yeah. But yeah, because I would imagine YouTube will go out of their way for the content creator themselves not to see any monetizations, which would be pretty easy. That wouldn't be an in-depth thing to have to do. They could just code it so that you don't see it on your channel.
Yeah.
If anyone does see an advertisement, if anyone sees something, yeah. If someone can screen record, just pause the ad, you can't screenshot it because I can Photoshop too, motherfuckers. Screen record it. If you find an ad, do that. And whoever is running that ad, I will go back to that video and I can't change the video, but I can change the description. Something. That's what I can do. And I can be like, tell you this much, it wasn't 6 million. Put that in there and be like, did you know that you're running an ad on a Holocaust denier?
What was the shit? I remember watching a long time.
Full disclosure, that's a pirated line from Tim Dillon. He goes, David Dobrik needs to kick it up a notch. He needs to go on Tucker Carlson.
It's the greatest story never told. But
he goes, David Dobrik needs to stop apologizing. Tim Dillon has this great bit. He goes, he needs to stop apologizing. And instead, he needs to dig deeper. He needs to go on Tucker Carlson And unprompted, when he says, David is in the studio today, David, how you doing? He goes, David needs to look at the camera and say, Kamala Harris is an N-word. Beep. David, do you have anything else? He goes, there's a lot of complex things in the world, but I'll tell you what wasn't complex is the fact that it wasn't 6 million. And then when he finally goes, David, what's on your mind lately? He goes, IQ, crime statistics, and the shapes of skulls. That's not my line, but if there's an advertisement on one of my videos, I will take that transcript and put it in the description. I don't give. I will 100% do that.
I kind of hope that you find that on like the backup channel or something like that and can run it on there rather than risking that on the main one, because I feel like
no. I'll put it on here. I'll screen record it with the description, and then I'll change the description, but I'll send that video to the advertiser.
I like where your head's at.
Hey, man,
right.
If they want to
I
go
like
war,
it.
what WWJJA do? WWJJAD. What would James Jesus Angleton do? That's exactly what he would do.
That's fucking beautiful.
He'd light the wells on fire until the enemy retreats, and then he'd put out the fire. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to spike the garden with salt, and then I'm going to remove it. So now Google's going to have to tell the advertiser that they're lying. Just set the infighting off. He said this. He said, rah, 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 rah. This could all be avoided, YouTube, if you just gave me a pittance of monetization. This could all be avoided.
It reminds me of one of my favorite Rock Hudson movies, To Brook. I think it came out in 1967. Yeah. And how it kind of ends towards the battle and everything, it's a little bit fictionalized. But one of my favorite thing about that is it had, I think it was called like the Special Interrogations Group or whatever. It was basically a bunch of German-speaking Jews that were, putting on German uniforms, going behind enemy lines and misdirecting and gathering intelligence and whatnot. And, they're in Africa. And one of my favorite scenes in that movie is, they see two, I think it was like an Italian and a German column or whatever, and they just kind of mosey up in between the two, and they set up some mortar tubes, and they drop some mortars on these guys, and they drop some mortars on those guys, and then they just drive off and they all start shooting at each other and cause a massive friendly fire incident. I was just like, man, that's a fucking great film. They don't make it quite like that anymore.
That's what we're doing. We're just, and the thing is it could all, this isn't even an ideological war. They could buy me off by just giving me, because
they could just let you make money off your own shit, right?
When you hit 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 view hours in the last 365 days, you are allowed to be monetized. You apply for the YouTube Partner Program, the YPP. They should get back to you within 7 days. There is a chance it might take up to 30 days. I applied for the YPP on October 1st, 2020. Today is May 25th, 2021. I do say they have forced me to cross the Rubicon.
What drives me absolutely nuts about this, and I need to go and I don't know if I subbed the channel, and if I did, I got to find it again and send it to you. But just the other day, a freaking QAnon channel popped up on like my recommended or whatever. Like, and I don't just mean like a little bit QAnon. I mean, this was like a full on QAnon, like all of the full on shit that I've heard watching the Q stuff. And it had a fucking check mark next to it. Yeah.
Well, that's controlled opposition.
Yeah, that's my first thought. I'm sitting there, I'm like, what the fuck?
Exactly,
like, how the fuck did this get recommended to me? Well, it's like everyone else I know
it got
like,
recommended too. Yeah.
It was basically recommended. Like, I wasn't subbed to it. I wasn't even watching anything related. It was just there. And
you have to subscribe to my podcast and be actively engaged in the comments for it to pop up in your recommended.
Yeah, and like I noticed like your community posts, like when you post the Don the Pleb Photoshop images that you made. Yeah, like I don't like if you didn't send me those images on Telegram, like I don't see your community post until probably about 3 days later. Does it pop up naturally for me to see? It's probably like 3 days later.
Fuck these motherfuckers. Yeah, but you know what? All I think that's doing is I think that's just forcing me to sharpen the blade more. That just means my content has to be that much better, because I can't rely on clickbait thumbnails, and I can't rely. If you log into YouTube without an account, well, I mean, what's the front page? It's always like Mr. Beast. It's always the Colbert Show. It's just a bunch of lukewarm, brain dead horse shit that isn't fit to be served to POWs. It's forcing me to have to become so good that the only way it exists is by people passing the links outside of YouTube through text or through word of mouth. So, although
how do you get there? You basically have your own elite capture program.
you pray not for easier lives, pray to be stronger men. That's just what we're doing. We're just going to take the JFK approach, and that's we have to build the best sandbox.
And then, what's
Hookers
that
and
does?
black.
It attracts the best people who share it to the fellow best people who
Yes.
other people aspire to want to be. And so what do?
You
Well,
know,
you go watch Tommy's podcast, because that's where you learn from all of the ballers of the world that have come on to what is now turned on to I believe it was Don the Pleb that referred to your podcast as like the nexus of the world, and you don't get credit for it yet because
I didn't know that. Thank you, Don the Pleb, jacking up my ego.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. Ken Albeck. I mean, you really have just about everyone on the fucking planet coming on here.
I got the highest level Soviet defector in the history.
You are going to replace CFR. Like, Council on Foreign Relations doesn't have shit next to this.
We are CF. But you know what? It's kind of like conscription versus volunteer. Yeah, I would take one volunteer subscriber over 1,000 conscripted. Tonight on the Tonight Show, Orange Man bad, vaccine good. White people, how do we get rid of them?
I got this vaccine, and I got a scratch off with it,
and I got a scratch off, and I got a donut. A comorbidity is obesity. Get the vaccine, you stupid sheep. I'm gonna burn you in a furnace. Is what they're thinking. But I think I'd rather take one volunteer subscriber who volunteers and it's like, I love this channel, rather than the clickbait thumbnails. I bought 1,000 Big Macs and then face fucked a dead puppy. It's just that's what I see when I see those thumbnails. The open mouths, the saturations turned up with the white outline and the rainbow background. I bought 100 MacBooks.
Some big and red arrow.
And my dad's angry because I maxed out the credit card, and it's the dad like, and it's the mom like, and that's a hot girl with like cleavage, and she's like, and it's
like,
just,
remember when we were kids and we just watched Viva La Bam, just fuck with his Uncle Vito?
Post pictures of the train cars from Kelmno while you're at it. You want real clickbait thumbnails? Maybe that's what we'll do, is we'll start posting pictures of the finders, burning kids alive, screaming in Latin. Hey, you see there? See how that kid, see how their second row of teeth hasn't come in yet? And see, that's a really nice contrast to the goat blood all over their little prepubescent hands. Is that what we got to do? Is YouTube forcing my hand?
Listen,
I think so.
We're just trying to make sure that they get used to the smell of the iron in the blood and the burning hair. Let's be honest. The smell of burning hair is very fucking unique.
It's acquired, and the average, and you got
it's like scotch. It's very much an acquired taste. You just kind of have to.
Or the blood of the innocent that we drink. My investor is watching this video right now going, I didn't put this in the contract that he couldn't do this, but there might need to be an amendment. To which case I say, don't you dare, you pussy. Nut up. This is what's taking us to the moon or Guantanamo. Either or, nothing in between. There's no gray.
Or you know what? I want to be in Guantanamo 2, Moon Edition. Like that's...
Ooh, with Charlie Duke.
Right?
Who's walked on the moon. Joe Rogan hasn't had an Apollo astronaut on the walk the moon.
The goddamn moon people!
There's 4 living today. I've had on one of them 2 times. Had on Ken Albeck, Mike Durant, the Black Hawk Down guy. I mean,
what the fuck is Joe Rogan even doing with his life?
I mean, what is he doing? In charge of the rover program of NASA. Tomorrow, I'm having on for the second time Dr. Lawrence Byrne, who, after he was the VP of R&D of GM for 20 years, he went and worked for a little-known organization called DARPA. He's coming back on for the second time. You know how much the first video has? 37 views, because this world is brain dead. What the fuck? What the fuck? This guy spearheaded autonomous driving. Dr. Lawrence Burns coming on tomorrow.
And so I think what you just once again. See, I know you like. I love yelling and getting.
It's the Old Testament.
Yeah, love. But
listen up, ladies and gentlemen. You got to put on the full armor of God, because they are drinking the blood of the kids.
You just made the perfect example of why you have to basically. I don't know if Twitch is even the best place to do this. I'm sure there's an alternative.
I tried to get on last summer.
Yeah, you'd probably. I know D.
Because I'm not an e-girl.
Yeah, I know. Whole alternative VTuber. We could make you a VTuber.
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. Okay. So people thought I was crazy at first, and I thought this was crazy too. So there's like these, they're called VTubers, and it's basically like some chick that has an anime avatar, and it moves and everything. It has a little camera, it tracks them, moves with them, and I was like, oh, that's cute or whatever. And then I saw how much they make in like one fucking stream. You would not fucking believe how much these fucking bitches make. All right, it's absolutely, and a lot of them, they work for some company. It's, you know, basically, you know, whores, and there's a pimp. You know, it's basically the same thing. But you know, and they get a cut. But holy fucking shit, these channels blow the fuck up, and they are making bank. I mean, we're talking like 10, 20K a stream sometimes. It's like some really retard fucking figures. So that's what we do. We make you an anime princess.
Okay.
All right. We get you a Twitch channel or
Okay.
what the fuck ever. Or maybe we put it on D Live. Everyone hates D Live too, but you know what? You might survive a little bit longer on there.
What about Pornhub?
You're a VTuber now. Everyone's coming in just because they think anime princess. They don't know. They have no fucking idea that you're about to lay on God knows how many decades worth of DARPA fucking knowledge on their ass. And then they're going to have to find out that, you know what, this anime princess that I've been watching, you know, slit motherfuckers' throats in Hitman while talking about DARPA. Yeah. You know what? You know, that's actually a crazy Irish dude, a fucking, you know, Irish American dude that like talks to, you know,
so
astronauts and DARPA motherfuckers.
I just got to get a voice modulator and then an avatar so they don't see me. And it's just me with big tits, like Instagram filter skin. And I'm like, oh, okay, welcome to TPC. But the actual, if you pay attention to the text, it's like, if you pay attention to the text, it's like, you know, it's like, did you know Admiral Byrd took down 3 aircraft carriers to Antarctica in 1947 to take over New Schwabia? Foo Fighters. The next war will be fought with craft going from port to port at incredible speed. Flying saucers, given that they exist, are not from any power constructed on Earth. Harry S. Truman. Meanwhile, dude, it's just me with big old tits and like, like
dude, if you donated 10
David monologue, I gotta pay.
All right. So if Tommy here, and this is why, okay, you the fans, you'd have stuck through this digital schizophrenia long enough to get here. All right. Listen, you guys got to lobby Tommy. You got to get on there and you got to tell him, Tommy, you have to be an anime princess. You have to be making the kind of bank that those VTubers make. Seriously, if you want to like lose a little bit of faith in humanity, go look up how much they make. Seriously, you just look it up. Just see how much people throw at anime princesses playing Minecraft. And once you understand that, you'll understand that, you know, while Tommy has the most fire merch on the fucking planet, if he were to donate 10% of every anime princess VTuber stream to anti-human trafficking causes, or anything similar to that, all right, we could be changing the world with as few as 2 to 3 anime princesses. That's all we need. We just need like 2 or 3, you know, and if we can get Tommy doing it, maybe we get Dawn, you know, like an anime princess avatar or, you know, something like that. It'll be cute. I've seen some of the Photoshop stuff that Tommy's been doing where he made Dawn look like halfway, and the Ayatollah stuff's really good, but he also did one where kind of enlarged the eyes and made them look like halfway in between a wood elf from Oblivion and an anime princess. And you know, I take back everything I said about the idea of starting or building a game, anything like that. That's all wasted effort and resources. All we really need are the VTuber avatars and the voice modulators, and we can red pill entire generations coming up just wanting to watch Minecraft videos, and they will learn that the CIA's original director was a fictional inside joke character named Roscoe, and he didn't actually exist. It was just it's just an inside joke. He's not real. Never happened. It was actually, you know, it was just a joke that Alan Dulles came up with to distract people from the fact that he was having Heinrich Himmler's staff car smuggled into the United States, which different story for another time. You should go check out Kevin Ship and his content. He'll talk about that. You know, he'll talk about, you know, Heinrich Himmler's car and, you know, like deer gun from World War II. You know, you screw the barrel on, you know, you screw the barrel off, put 9mm and screw it back on. You know, how these were like buried in his yard and they started coming up through the yard. You know, great stuff. Great stories he has. But going back to the point, we are going to solve this war with just a few anime princesses. And that's what
we are. I was thinking, what if we just, what if, it'd be like in like middle school and like the teacher goes around the class and it's like, all right, you're gonna be this character, you read like whatever, like fucking Romeo and Juliet, like you are this, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What I need to do is I need to get like, how the White House war room was wired for the Cuban Missile Crisis. You can go in and actually listen to the conversations
Mhm.
between LeMay, JFK, RFK. Maybe what we need to do is do that and just take turns reading. We'll play different characters, but it'll just be me, Charlie Duke, Mike Durant, and Ken Alabek. And then behind me will just be a picture of like the Finders cult, like holding a goat head up with a bunch of kids covered in blood. And what we'll do is we'll just sit around taking turns. I'll be like, I'll be JFK, you be LeMay, and we'll just take turns reading. And it'll just be us reading the transcript of finding nukes on Cuba, while in the background there's just a picture of men in white robes who just raped some kids to death. Thoughts?
It's out there. It's one of those things that it's so far out there we can do it, and
This is
all
why
we
we don't
need,
invite Tommy to the board meetings anymore.
and that's why we made Tommy a VTuber, avatar, so that he can soften his look and appear like a beautiful anime princess as he spouts off the most psychopathic shit that like I come on here sometimes and I think I'm gonna reel in my psychopathy just a little bit, and then like the 5 hour podcast, you just go straight and want to nuke people. And that's why I think the solution to this is we adopt that anime VTuber avatars, and that'll be like our version of the pink sweater. We're like, you know what, Bill Gates, I
Yes,
see your pink
I
sweater
see
game.
through it.
I respect it. I'm going to the next level.
I respect it
I'm
for
an
what it is.
I'm an anime princess now.
I don't like him, but I respect it. You put on that Argyle sweater and you can go up there and talk about, there are a lot of people on this world and do we need all of them? And you can talk about the most insane shit. Okay, game respects game. Take it up a notch. It's
Let's
just
take it up.
big tits, a 2-inch diameter waist, a puppy with big eyes, and I'm thinking what's the background? Are we just like in like Whoville or like the Keebler Elf tree or something?
You
And we're
know,
just like, hey, thank you for coming today.
I do like to keep Blur Elf Tree. That's it.
Maybe we have an intro like Mr. Rogers will be like, will you be my friend?
Welcome to the neighborhood.
You know, General Lemnitzer said that if we just blew up a couple planes over Miami and shot up some schools, we could blame it on the Cubans, and thus we'd have a pretext for war. Why don't you have a seat and just talk about shit? And it can't be opinion or speculation. We just have to read declassified documents and be like, this is from them. Did you know a bunch of wealthy movers and shakers got together on Jekyll Island in 1913? What did they want to do? What were they putting together? Who knows? Let's go into it. When everything the American populace believes is fake, our mission will be complete. CIA Director William Casey. It's like,
Right? I mean, if that isn't going back to Thomas Jefferson and, enslaving the mind of man itself, the idea that we are going to falsify everything to the point that there is no truth in it.
yeah.
Or even better, you go to the absolute extreme of that. You subvert the language to the point where you don't even have words to express like a concept of time. What if we reduced language to like a bunch of grunts and Swahili, really rural Swahili.
Swahili clicks.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like what would that do to a culture after a while? If
What
you
would
just,
that do to their brains if we
you
just
know,
fed them? If we just fed them Soylent Green?
if they didn't even have the words to describe the tyranny we do to them, then they wouldn't be able to complain, right?
Well, if they're never allowed to leave the pod, how can they compare anything or contrast it?
They can't.
My tummy's gurgling.
We
How
wouldn't
can
let the slaves read, right?
you? No, Massa. I wouldn't need a read. I wouldn't need a read. No, right? No, I understand, Massa Jefferson Davis. I do understand. There was an interview like a voice recording I listened to, and it's of a former slave to Jefferson Davis talking, and you realize just how bad it is. It's bad enough that slavery existed. It's my stomach is making a lot of noises. It's bad enough, or it's even worse when you realize that it's like Stockholm syndrome. They're like, Jefferson Davis was a good man. He allowed us to read. He allowed us to write, and you realize, like, dude, that's your God-given right. You don't need man to give it to you. You were endowed with that power by the Creator. You don't.
That's the and going back to saying, like, you need to be able to put yourself into the mindset of the psychopath. And I don't mean just the low level psychopath either. And that's important because, those are the ones that are going to be a more immediate threat. They can't control themselves as well. They might just lunge out at you and like actually attack you. But the ones you really need to worry about are the ones that have their shit together. And the ones that have their shit together and think things through, think about it at that level of, well, what if we just, what if we get rid of people's ability to read and write and reduce their language to a bunch of Swahili grunts? Well, then guess what? They can't even express that this is tyranny. They have no idea. They would, that right there is the kind of the knowledge of evil that we lost. And it's like, I remember, when I was being taught about, how evil slavery was in school. I mean, yeah, you were starting to see the social justice and the progressivism creep in, but that was still an incredibly important point that they would stress. It wasn't, that it was all some racial game, this, that, and the other thing. It was the fact that there was an elite educated class that looked down, and it wasn't just blacks. There were Irish, we were the potato nigs. We're out there getting told the same stuff. And that's one of the reasons why they ended up liking the blacks so much. Because guess what? The Irish, well, they kind of speak enough English. They can kind of read some English and they kind of figure it out and they become some unruly fucking assholes after a while. Yeah. It just becomes easier to get somebody that, doesn't know how to read and write. It's just that mindset. Yeah, it's pure demonic. And it's one of those things that like the average person is never even going to be in a position where they will ever contemplate that grand strategic level of evil and total control. Yeah. But there are people out there that have always thought that way, and they still exist today.
Yeah, which is why you need to buy the hoodies to fight them.
Exactly. Buy the hoodies, subscribe, and remember to tell Tommy that if he were to become a VTuber anime princess, that the 10% that he would make every stream would, unfortunately, and it's a sad side effect, that would make more than the hoodies, when the hoodies are clearly superior in every way as an artistic form. But you know what? This is the world we live in, and we got to fight this war with goddamn anime VTuber princess.
When I send you a hoodie, do you want this one or the other one? This one.
I'm actually I like that one. That's pretty.
Check out the inside. Got that blue. Got that blue.
The contrast on that one's just perfect, man. I
think it's pretty good. Right?
I like it, man. Like the colors, they just work, and it reminds me, and the other one reminded me of this too, but it reminds me of my 40K. I'm a 40K nerd. I'm not going to say Magnus did nothing wrong, because Magnus did a whole lot wrong. And one day you'll understand what I mean by that.
Okay.
But, they have a legion called the Thousand Sons, and they're the wizards. They're esoteric, guys that are talking about, you read the book and they're talking about as above, so below. And, there's a lot of 40K books where it's like, you read it and you're like, yeah, there's some Masonic, there's like some Masonic shit going on in here. That one's like full on. They like the guys that wrote that shit, they're occult. Like they're all into the occult. They know what the fuck they're doing. And it's one of the reasons I love 40K is it's just, you can tell that the people that wrote it are the people that are into shit.
It might become a meme that as I get bigger guests, it might become a meme that the channel isn't bigger. Like if I can get on like a former president or something and I have like 7,000 subscribers, if I have on like Jim Mattis and it sits at like 94 views or something, that might become the meme in itself.
It already kind of is. That was the meme that popped in my head when I started looking through, all the people you'd had on when I first discovered your channel through Donna's. I'm just like, how the fuck the
motherfuckers. And then
and
my
then they
cuts,
monetize your shit on.
Mike. If they do that, I hope they do. They are walking into the trap. If they do that, because guess what? I will capitalize on that PR.
Hey, they're
Because
the one they
I'll start
notified
a
you that they're doing it.
I'll start a parallel channel, being like, did you know Geico supports satanic ritual abuse? Did you know Geico's concerned with the shape of your skull? I'll fucking start that because I can't be faulted for that. What am I going to do? Be demonetized?
How many I know there was Adpocalypse 1, there was Adpocalypse. I don't know how many Adpocalypses there have been.
We've
But
always been at war with Eurasia.
yeah,
Doesn't
exactly.
matter. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
You know, but you know, that aside though, every time there is one of those that pops off, the beauty of it is every fucking creator feels it. Even the people on the fence that try very hard to be on the fence so that they can still get some of that,
Some of that
they
shit.
feel it. Yeah, they
You know-
feel it.
You know, again, it might be the sharpened blade. By not being monetized and being forced to go out find a private investor, by being forced to put forward my original designs and sell, I have forced to be independent from them. There is no welfare teat that I suck.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what content I put out. I'll always get those Geico ads and those Wawa ads. Well, if I never had those to be, like, oh, you adopted the dog. Yeah, I was born in the shadows. They belong
Yeah.
to me.
Yeah, I mean,
I
you
am
look at the
Bane.
average creator; they don't have to build a network the way that you're building a fucking network.
They're
Essentially,
given it. They're just you have to actively ask YouTube to not recommend Mr. Beast to you. It's just him with I bought 11 pizzas and then skull fucked a homeless man. And it's just red arrow as it shows him putting his dick into the eye socket of a homeless man named Scat. And it's just like that gets put on the front page. Here's a man who walked on the moon talking about what it's like to sit on top of a Saturn V as it goes Mach 30. Best I can do is 87 views. Best case scenario. Ken Albeck talking about putting Ebola in ICBMs. Let's see what that's at. No, let's see what it's at. I'm sorry, get a little passionate.
And the best part too is that one of these days, those guests are going to return, and they're going to be like, Tommy, where the fuck did you go, and why is there this anime princess here? And the anime and the anime princess is just going to be like, don't worry, the views on this is going to be insane compared to
the sales are great. It's been up for 5 days and 18 hours. We're sitting at 80 views with Dr. Ken Albeck, the highest level defector from the Soviet Union in the history of the Cold War. I mean,
listen.
I don't
know what else to do other than get you a VTuber avatar. Like that's the only way I can think of that we punch them in the face and we make them have to deal with it.
Do you think I can get on Chauvin before you go to jail? What if I had Chauvin on today, the 1 year anniversary of George Floyd's death?
Oh, did you hear? I don't know.
He's just on here in chains.
This was kind of a developing thing. I don't know like how far this has gone, but apparently in George Floyd Square or whatever, someone's been shot.
Jesus.
Yeah, I think it was like a journalist or something.
Wait, David, is George Floyd the guy who pistol whipped a pregnant woman after breaking and entering into her house? Are we talking about the same George Floyd?
You mean Saint George Floyd, a guy from Don's server? There was a meme posted of it was like a medieval George Floyd as a knight, and one of the guys on Don's server just said like the order of the false opioid or something like that because it was fentanyl Floyd.
The Floyd. And it is important to point out that just because he was a criminal. No, I mean, I think Chauvin should go to jail because what if it wasn't Floyd? What if it was me? What if it was you? What if it was someone that didn't?
I want to see Kim Potter on because
let's not forget that guy literally pistol whipped a pregnant woman and then held a gun to her stomach and said, "If you yell, I'll shoot," and then robbed her home.
Yeah, but
I'm not saying Chauvin shouldn't go to jail, but I am saying remember who you're glorifying.
Yeah, and that's the important.
If we tear down Confederate statues because we can't forget who these great generals were, then why are we painting murals of a guy who pistol whipped a pregnant woman and then put a gun to her stomach.
And then there's also the fact that, the State Department, thing got leaked recently saying that, they're gonna, fly like a Black Lives Matter flag, and that they're supporting that movement and whatnot. It's like, going back to what I just said, all the people that should be doing counterintelligence can't do counterintelligence because it would be political.
What you can do is you can come onto this podcast and do an interview, and we can talk about theoretical Minecraft servers.
Yeah, come on, cover your face, get a VTuber avatar and a voice modulator. A hoodie. That hoodie, too.
Wear it backwards. Just pull it up over your face.
That too, or contact VeritasTips@protonmail.com. Do literally anything, because for the love of fucking Christ, I'm running out of options outside of Minecraft here, and it's just
more and more.
I know. You hear Tommy, it's like Tommy's not. He's going to stop having me on because I can. There's a million ways that I can explain this.
Don't get me
in a video game.
Don't get me, David. Please don't get me removed. Don't
exactly. Get me. So and that's why
let your love for me trump your hatred for them.
Exactly, and that's why, like, I'm trying my best to be a good boy here, and that's why you, as the spooks that are watching this, need to do your fucking job, because we're doing our job. And clearly
I'm on the podcast and just talk not as a CIA officer. Just come on here and you can be Kevin.
Exactly.
Hey, I've had on guys like Dale who didn't work for the CIA. They worked for OGA. You can do the same.
Exactly.
NRO, DIA, it can all be OGA.
Motherfuckers. Don't be a bitch. Don't be a bitch. Don't be. What I really want. This is how I view, like, the apex of my career when we take back the national security complex and industry. I want to get one of those, like, hover around scooters that, like, fat people at the grocery store get, and I want to put in the essentially robot brain from, like, a Gen 1 Roomba, and the little bumpers on it. And I just want to ride that. And I also want to have, like, police lights and a little siren on it. And I just want to ride around on the 7th floor of some intelligence community building. And I just want to come into some dude's office and just bump up against his fucking desk like 9,000 times as I just sit there. So, like, what are you doing? Where are you doing to fight the Chinese today? What are you doing to fight the communists today?
Gum,
what are you doing?
Bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah. What are you doing today? You're not like, you're anti-human trafficking, right? You're not accidentally trafficking, because I know there's been some complications. There have been some mistakes in the past, and just constantly just bumping into his shit. And then, like, I don't even decide when I leave. The Roomba brain decides when I leave his office and go to the next motherfucker. That's my ideal job. That's like what popcorn. I want to do. Yeah. I'll have a little microwave on the back.
It's like one of those little scooters. What are those called? The
hover around.
No. They're they have a name. Rascals.
Yeah, that's it.
Rascals. Yeah. No, but we'll make the Roscoes. The Hillenkeeter model, as it just bumps around and it's like just we're like 600 pounds and it's like, what are you doing? And whoop 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 whoop.
I want to ride that through, like, the CIA library with that fat ass fucking librarian that cut that fucking ad.
It has a super
knock over all of his books.
It has a super annoying, like, Adam Sandler soundboard. It's like, what are you doing? Oh no,
that's perfect. That is absolutely torturing people with Adam Sandler. That is the way to do it.
That's the way we go. We don't even choose. The Roomba chooses.
The Roomba chooses when I leave this room. The Roomba sent me to make sure that this CIA isn't trafficking kids.
This Roomba was coded by a black Muslim, so don't you dare dislike its trajectory or algorithms.
Just constantly just knocking into shit. Yeah.
Bump into the wall. It pulls like Frank Wisner and it just throws you out of the 7th floor window. Right out of the CIA.
No, that'll be the Stanley McChrystal and John Brennan pulling a Michael Hastings on the
Yeah.
fucking on the
Room
Roscoe.
on the Roscoe. The Roscoe accelerates to 120 miles an hour. You hit an oak tree and the engine block goes flying three blocks. And it's just like, huh.
We don't understand. It was just like it was a little electric motor from a hover rep, but somehow it managed to do 120. And
how did that Roscoe get up to 120?
and it's classified because somehow he made the whole thing run on water.
There's Tom Ogle. It's like it's like it's like the traffic camera. You're going so fast it only catches like 3 frames.
I think there was wasn't there a South Park episode where Timmy, the cripple in the wheelchair, it was basically a ripoff of Speed, where he's in the fucking wheelchair, and if the wheelchair stops moving, the bomb goes.
Yeah, there's just a black and white CCTV of you. It's like you on the horizon. There's one blurry frame of you in the middle, and then the last frame is just super. It's just white because the exposure from the explosion. It's just like you on 2 wheels, and it's like, but then it's just like JFK by Oliver Stone. It's like, now we're through the looking glass now. See, Roscoe's have a top speed of 7 miles an hour, and you can see the conical moisture indicating that this Roscoe broke the speed of sound. Now, how, Mr. President, did this happen? We're through the looking glass now, people. Well, black is white, and white is black. Roscoe's are rascals, and rascals are Roscoe.
Unfortunately, due to the destabilizing nature of water-powered vehicles, that is classified because to do so, it would completely destabilize the aerospace industry and the petrodollar. And so I'm sorry, we just can't answer that question. It's classified for national security reasons why a Space Station 13 janitor flew a hover round out the window of an intelligence community building.
What if we found the exact hotel? Was it Frank Wisner that was thrown out of the window? Who was it? You know who I'm talking about, right?
Forrestal is the one. I thought
Forrestal committed suicide.
Well, that's
no. He didn't jump out of the window. No, who's the CIA?
He was thrown out of the window.
No, that wasn't Forrestal though.
Forrestal was out.
That was Forrestal who's thrown through the window. I thought it was Wisner.
Well, I mean, the official story is he.
I know the official story. David.
Yeah, but
I also understand it was. I also understand it was 19 hijackers who just didn't like the World Trade Center's architecture.
But regardless of whether or not he jumped or was thrown out the window, it was out of a window. It was a demonstration, in my opinion.
Neither of us were right. Frank Olson. We were both wrong.
Well, I'm technically still right because, Forrestal still.
You said it was Forrestal.
Forrestal still went out a window.
Okay, but the one I'm talking about, around 2 a.m. in the morning of Saturday, November 28th, 1953. Should I bookmark that date? Should we do an anniversary episode? No.
Go for it.
No, we'll do it. Around 2 a.m. on the morning of Saturday, November 28th, 1953, Olson plummeted onto the sidewalk in front of the Statler Hotel. The night manager rushed to Olson, who was still alive and who tried to mumble something. Now, remember, who was Frank Olson, you may be thinking. Well, was he just a suicidal guy? Well, the thing about Frank Olson was just little coincidental thing is he was an American bacteriologist, biological warfare scientist, and employment of the United States Army Biological Warfare Laboratories, who worked at Camp Dietrich, who also took Nazis from Dachau. At a meeting in rural Maryland, he was covertly dosed with LSD by his colleague Sidney Gottlieb. Have you heard that name before? You might have. He was the head of the CIA's MK Ultra program.
Poisoner.
I mean, it seems like a Saturday Night Live.
Let's just say you've done Poisoner in Chief, right?
Huh?
Poisoner in Chief. It's Poisoner in Chief. Sidney Gottlieb and the CIA search for mind control. It's actually there's a great book on that.
Who's it by?
Let's see here. It was Stephen Kinzer.
Is he alive? Can we get him on the podcast?
That's a really good idea.
How do you spell the name?
Let's see.
Kinser.
Kinzer.
Ooh. Age 69 years old.
I think you can get him.
Wait. StephenKistner.com.
I think you can get him.
Hold on. Okay. Got his email address. Hold on, David. Give me spirit fingers. I need good luck. What's the name of his book?
And the full title, and I gotta go back because I was pulling up this
Give me a
page.
short title.
Poisoner in Chief was the
Right.
short title.
Okay.
And
Poisoner in Chief.
Sidney Gottlieb and the CIA search for mind control.
Copy, paste. Got my proposition email. Subject, as always, podcast request. And let's go. Copy, paste. Dr. Kinzer.
This is for those of you that have
This
stuck
is you're
this
seeing
long.
you're seeing how the sausage is made.
This is the behind the scenes episode now.
Will you consider being the guest for your book, Poisoner in Chief,
yes,
about Sidney Gottlieb. Is it S-Y Edney? Is it, how do you spell Sidney?
SID and
SID. SID. GOTTLIEB.
LIEB. Yes.
LI. And sent. Seeing how the sausage is made, people.
And let's see. Just because I know I brought up Dr. Mary's monkey earlier.
Oh yeah, let's see if we can get her too. This is like This is South Park 6 Days to Air.
Well, that was Edward Haslam. So
Edward Haslam.
And here's the full title of this book. And it's been a while. Like when I went back and saw this, Dr. Mary's monkey: How the unsolved murder of a doctor, a secret laboratory in New Orleans, and a cancer-causing monkey viruses are linked to Lee Harvey Oswald, the JFK assassination, and emerging global epidemics. If that isn't the most Tommy title for a fucking book on the planet, I don't know what the fuck is. It's like the title alone is a love letter for you.
Was born in Kansas, so you can always tell with the. I don't see any death date, because sometimes you find these authors and it's like born and you're like, oh shit, and then you see, but they're still alive. So let's see. I think he was born in I think he's still alive. Wait.
I don't think I've seen any. Any interviews.
No. When he died, no, this is someone he interviewed died. 19, he published. Okay, Haslam's continued his research through 2007. So the expanded out of the blue fence. Has to believe Sherman was involved in the SV40. This work, blah, 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 this was being run. I don't see any death date. Okay, so let's see. Spartacus, contact. Spartacus, please, if you're interested, contact historian John Simkin. Oh man. Did I just get another email address? Uh-oh. We going twofer.
He's making it happen.
We're going 2 in 1 day. David's covering the corners, making sure nobody flanks me.
There was some really good stuff that terrified me in that book, and I came across that book through basically following George Webb's thread, which George Webb is an investigative journalist who did a lot of good stuff. And now his books are. He wrote when all of his channel stuff got deleted. He basically when he said that he was gonna like start writing a book now, I was like, oh great, now we're not going to hear from him forever. No, he just started cranking them out. He started putting the data down, getting it out there. And of course, you've had Jeffrey Prather on, who I discovered Jeffrey Prather once again through George Webb's kind of stuff. And I know one of the guys, Dr. Paul Cottrell, that he's talked to, has also been like really fucking big brained on the subject. And at some point you got to get George Webb on, man, because like he has like I wouldn't do it justice if I tried. Like his brain, the way his brain works at just taking a red thread and just autistically following that one thread. He doesn't get fucking sidetracked. He's like a goddamn Alabama tick when he gets dug in on something. It's fucking beautiful.
To discuss Edward T. And if you can touch with him. Sent. And George Webb.
George Webb, man.
Can we pull it off? Can we pull off a three-peat?
I mean,
not that any of these people have said yes, but half the battle is just sending him the email. The great George.
The
No,
if
that's
you
George Webb Restaurants. That's not what
yeah, no, it's I could probably, if I know I sent you a screenshot that has his Twitter in it. Um, I don't know if that's a great way to reach him, but I do know if you have Jeffrey Prather's contact information, he could probably set that up because I know he's done work with and content with George in the past.
he did. Prather is gonna try to put me in touch with a former commander of Delta Force, Boykin.
I'm like I couldn't actually that would be a great one, yeah. I knew that there were going to be some points of contact with that you guys. I didn't know how
Man,
many.
oh
I
man,
had no idea
oh
how
man, oh man. Next Wednesday, a week from is today Tuesday? A week from
yeah.
tomorrow, Prather's coming back on.
I'm to be full disclosure, by the way, my original goal, okay, when talking to you after you had Claire on whatnot, and I just kind of wanted to ask about the Club K missiles and everything, and then from there I was like, you know what, if I could get Tommy to be talking with George and crew, that'd be some fire ass conversations. And now you got Prather. So, it's like you're basically, you're talking to those folks anyway. And it's just fucking beautiful. Like watching that episode and just seeing you guys figure out that you guys know all the same people already. It's like, we're all one big happy family over here.
He was like, I worked with a guy named Vince Sheffalo. And I was like, yeah, rat snakes, Vince Sheffalo. Fuck
Yep.
yeah. That's
It's
so
a small fucking world after a while, man.
Sent off 3 emails in the last 5 minutes. So that's a win. It's there's another guy that watches this podcast. Brandon. Actually, he did the podcast. We talked about it being digital pilgrims, about paving our own path. And he's my accountability buddy. I have to provide him a screenshot every day that I emailed a new guest. Not an old guest, because that's easy. I have to send him an email of a new guest every day, or I owe him a hoodie. Not that I don't want him to have a hoodie, but for me, I'm a competitive asshole.
Yeah, I know, and that's a really motivating way to just make sure that you're always doing something, getting someone.
That also knocks me out $60. These are not cheap.
Yeah,
they are the highest quality. By the way, I wash these. I wear them once, and I purposely wash them on like the most difficult shit I can do just to make sure they survive. And right now, I think this one's about 20 washes in, and it's still holding up. But the point is I have to send him an email, or I have to send him a text every day of a screenshot of a guest. So I just got a couple screenshots. But if we can get George Webb, that would be good.
Dude, that dude's brain, man. When I first discovered his content,
what is he written? I know you brought him up earlier, and I tuned out when I was trying to email him.
I mean, he has a lot of fucking books out now. Like it actually blows me away. It's hard to keep up with because so much of his stuff, and it was really hard. Like if you didn't know, already kind of what he was into, it was just really weird because he was like doing on the ground. And I want to say what inspired him. I think he was talking with like Seymour Hersh and everything. And he's like
Seymour Hersh, the guy that said the CIA has videos of U.S. soldiers fucking kids in front of their parents to get information.
Yeah, and and I guess he heard from Hershey's like, well, you know what? You either have to write a book or you got to get on the road. And so George did the whole get up, like he skipped the book thing until literally banned from YouTube and everything else. And so he was just on the road every day, just going to courthouses, going and interviewing people, and just pulling on bread threads. And for him, it was all. Do you know who Jason Goodman is?
No.
At all. So he's someone that he runs a channel and everything. And, he's, he can be a little bit of a spurg at times, but most of the time he's, he means well. And he used to work with George Webb a little bit. And the point is they ended up getting what were essentially special access program Blackberries that were encrypted. And this kind of ties into the Imran Awan ring a pack ISI running thing. Yeah, that kind of stuff. And so he just started pulling on that thread, essentially, and whoo, that thread runs deep. That thread, like you want to talk about going all the way down, like it goes all the way down. And there's just like you and I, we kind of have some of the similarities where we like to just kind of go all over the place and everything. What I really respect about George is he's just on that one thread.
Wrap it up,
It,
get a big old
yeah,
handful and just.
yeah, he just keeps going and keeps going and keeps going, and he's gotten death threats and everything else. I mean, they killed his partner,
It's like
Jenny
what,
Moore.
it's like what Nick Bryan's, like his wife.
No,
Oh,
his
like the
actual partner
investigator.
he's working with. Her name
Yeah, okay.
was Jenny Moore, and everyone called her Task Force. Just because
Well,
when she showed up, like she had like people didn't think it was one person. They thought it was an actual task
oh,
force coming
okay.
in because George was he's more thinking of things more of like a journalist and like a systems analysis person. He hadn't really thought about kind of the way someone in intelligence and more of a law enforcement kind of background would, and it goes all the way into fucking bioweapons, man. It just starts out where you think it's just running Ukrainian audio parts and doing
Well,
some.
I wonder if we could get someone who's maybe somehow tangentially loosely related to bioweapons to comment on it.
Right? Yeah, I
Who could we
here's
get?
funny thing about that.
Who
So
could we get? I wonder if there
yeah,
are any Soviet defectors.
I wonder if
I
George
wonder.
has. I really wonder if George has seen that episode with Ken because I'm sure he would be interested in it.
I wonder how one would get in touch with the highest level Soviet defector ever, who talked about taking Marburg and Ebola and putting it into aerosolized canisters on the tips of cruise missiles and then launching them above New Hampshire down through Boston, New York, DC, Baltimore, and Atlanta, and then crashing in Miami. How could someone get someone like that? Couldn't be on this podcast.
I mean,
Or could it be?
how could just some crazy people on the internet,
No, it would have to be. I have had people tell me that they think that there's a team behind my podcast. Like, I've had people say, like, I don't believe you that you don't have a scheduler or you don't have a secretary, that all these pieces are coming together. That I've had more than one person tell me that it almost looks like an AstroTurf movement. It's just one guy above his
But
parents' garage.
listen. If this was an AstroTurf movement, you can at least think, getting a little bit more the algorithm boost, a little something. But
I mean, I take that as a compliment, kind of like Task
right,
Force. I take it as a compliment.
yeah.
People
I
think
mean,
that I have to have a whole team.
be so good that the only other possible explanations aliens, as we
Yeah.
brought
Build
up
something
before.
so great that the only explanation for the pyramids can be aliens. I mean, or it's like around this time last year when I had on a guy that used to work with like F-117s. Someone said, because I was posting it in like our Air Force, and people are like, "This is an Air Force recruiting ad. Like, it's complex, but this is an Air Force." And I just remember thinking, I was like, it's like the biggest compliment I've ever received is that I was like, be so thorough in my research that the only plausible explanation is I'm a recruiting arm for the U.S. Air Force. It's like, thank you.
Right. I mean, what else can you want right there?
I mean, right? Maybe we need to push that as the meme. Maybe we need to start controlled opposition channels against Tommy's podcast, saying we demand the truth. Who's behind the scenes?
There's a lot to be said for and technically this predates YouTube even, but celebrities starting shit with each other just because guess what, hey, one way or another it drives sales, man. All
you don't need to bring up esoteric examples. It's the politics, right?
Yeah.
Frank Zappa. Political dialogue is the entertainment division of the military industrial complex.
Fucking Frank Zappa, man.
Look over here. $19 trillion missing. Is there a secret space program? Look over here. Don't look at Solar Warden.
Hang on, if I can pull up that book on here, I don't think it. Is that you? Laurel Canyon. Hang on.
You know who I'm having a very hard time getting in touch with?
Who's that?
Marina Oswald.
I think you talked about that before.
Late widow.
David McGowan. Weird scenes inside the canyon. Laurel Canyon, covert ops, and the dark heart of the hippie dream.
I've heard Tim Dillon talk about that as well.
Yeah, that's actually one of those. I want to say it was Professor Hamamoto, who one of the guys that is in George Webb's circle of crews. I think it was him that brought that book up.
Is that the one that says like Jim Morrison from The Doors was like a CIA asset or somewhat loosely related?
I think it's pretty close to that. It talks about how basically a lot of the people in that scene were, if not part of it, they were around it so often that it's just
Yeah,
hard to pick out. But that's on my list of one of the things that I want to get into one day, is just because there's
Tim
just so much weird shit about that era.
Tim Dillon has a great bit where he's like, the CIA was involved. He's like, don't misinterpret that as the CIA was behind the doors. Like, no,
Yeah.
let's hit it from the top. It's Riders on the Storm. It's just like you see them in Langley, like, you know, women love your man. Like, come on, we do it right.
Do it right.
It's just a bunch of guys in suits and sunglasses, like killer on the run. Come on, Jim, say it again. It's just like, I'm sorry. It's like, no, it's not that. So Dave McGowan,
It's just such a weird freaking era of history to
the
look
whole
into.
work, it never got less weird. They just got it out of the limelight. It's just as
Yes.
insane as ever. I mean, I mean, the thing is like we don't even need to dive off into speculation about the AI that's burrowed itself deep in the center of the earth. Like you don't even need to speculate. Like if you can't tell, I've moved more away from aliens because I realized like I don't even need to. Like the
Yeah.
classified historical statements, not speculation about the future. The classified shit is crazier than any speculation.
Yeah. And that's the, once again, going back to the beauty of why we need good fiction that's, based on history. It's so that one day people can, that wouldn't normally pick up a book and read about history, realize,
Oh,
hey, something inspired all this.
oh, Dave McGowan's dead.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me that before I started looking it up?
Oh, well, I thought you were just still looking at, I didn't
Oh,
realize you were going for 4 that day. I thought you were just still
yeah,
looking at
I was
the,
going for that. Well,
I thought you were getting inspired by the trippy cover, which, by the way, I love the cover of that book. That's one of those.
maybe we could peddle the conspiracy that I am also made to build on the fact that maybe I have a task force Tom Force. Is that, I mean, look at all the trippy symbolism, right? You really think this guy designed all that? There's no videos of me designing this.
Listen,
There's
Tommy
no
might be a
evidence.
Mason. Okay, I mean, there
I
could be
might.
some Masonic group that's just, what, they're coming up with the ideas and they're just throwing it out there. That this is, I know, right? Like, just, you don't realize, if you're watching this podcast right now, you're already a 32nd degree Mason, and your mind has been fractured and compartmentalized, and you're not even aware
We're
that
waking
you're a
back up.
32nd degree
We're
Mason.
waking you back up. We've recovered you. You're deep behind enemy lines. And David and I are assets sent here from the spiritual realm to wake you up. We take our orders from the higher ups. We don't even know the big picture.
Exactly.
We're here
We
to
don't
spread
know.
light and truth.
We just know that you're about to be initiated into the 33rd degree, and you're going to be sent out to, do whatever it is that you're sent to do, and don't get caught doing anything illegal.
Don't get, God damn it. Hans, when directed to shovel the bodies into the crematorium, I was just following orders. So when you first started watching, they said just don't get caught. Never, don't forget history. You're bound to repeat it. What started as a podcast resulted in 1 billion dead. Maybe we should just be accelerationists. Maybe just directly oppose Bill Gates. Should we start pushing for a population boom? I mean, we're already driving this. Bold thought. We're already driving this. Listen, you and I aren't surviving. We had Garrett Graff on. Oh, I don't know. The writer of the single most best-selling Audible book in 2019. He was on this podcast. Not that anyone would have fucking heard of it. God damn it. But Garrett Graff.
If you were a VTuber anime princess,
if you hadn't watched that episode, perhaps later on that same day, you might have watched the other video with Dr. Vince Houghton, who's the director of the CIA Spy Museum. Or not the director, the curator. You might have, maybe not. It's okay. I understand now. I would get so many more views if I just reviewed AirPods. how fucking easy this thing could be.
Anime princess, man, that's all you need. You need the VTuber thing.
I ordered $100 of untraceable guns from DoorDash. Uh-oh.
Wish.com suppressors, ladies and gentlemen.
Red arrows, fucking, I built a computer entirely out of Newegg parts. Like, gone emotional, gone wrong, prank gone wrong. Mom and dad, they're angry at me. Shh, don't tell. You know what? There is no reward for this.
There is. It's just,
I mean, it's a personal reward.
Yeah.
I go to bed every night truly okay with dying because I know that I've done my best to make this world a better place.
I mean,
Sure, I've had fun doing it, but I also there's no part of me that, right? Nirvana, like, I'd rather be dead than unoriginal. I can go to bed at night and I can look in the mirror. When Colbert or Jimmy Fallon get home and they look in the mirror and they can just hear Latin being chanted in the background and they're just wondering, man, what if I just hadn't put down the guitar, instead I sold my soul to the Dark Prince? And every night they got to get coked up and take a bunch of pet pills and be like, so your new song about tits and ass, which is on the radios now, at least I can look in my mirror at night and I have no regret. There is no fault. It's like today I talked about satanic ritual abuse.
Can you imagine just being in Stephen Colbert's mind for like a day? Because I remember when he was actually fucking funny.
Oh yeah, I watched him. I watched him in high school.
And you could, and yeah, he probably had a lot of writers for him that helped him along the way. But he had delivery. He had the capacity to actually be a funny dude.
Tear apart the left and right. I remember.
He did both, and he did both,
and he did it well. He wasn't a fence sitter. He just equally shot them both.
Yeah, it was beautiful, and it's like, imagine having the capacity to do that,
knowing you can
do that,
and having to peddle Orange Man bad, get your vaccine. Yeah, that's a fate worse than death.
And just stick your tongue up the butthole of like every celebrity that's doing their circuit, because
that's got to be,
because it's not even your show anymore. You just inherited some show from somebody else.
The high priest died and went to the lake of fire, and you're the next in line to put on the robe made out of kid skin. That's a fate worse than death. To know. I remember as a conservative, I used to laugh my ass off at it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one thing to be able to entertain a belief that's not your own. It's another thing to be able to laugh at yourself because this guy was so funny about, do we want, it's just like, like I could laugh as like a Republican at the time. Imagine, it's one thing to sell your soul. It'd be one thing if no one had ever heard of him before and he was just a guy that was plucked out of the street and sure, you're selling your soul.
But the man had potential, real potential.
Imagine having the ability to be Kurt Cobain and then being Justin Bieber. That's
Lord forgive you, because I don't know how the hell you forgive yourself for that one.
I know, right? I mean, the devil has cashed his check with you. He came to fulfill his banknote and get his gold. That is a fate worse than death.
Like does Stephen Colbert even remember what it's like to be funny, or is it just like some foggy, hazy, like an other life dream?
Slowly waking up, and he's like, "Was that me?" Yeah, it's like the old it's like when Clarence Kelly Johnson, the first director of Skunkworks of Lockheed Martin, who his crowning achievement was the SR-71 Blackbird, and then his successor, Ben Rich, F-117 Nighthawk. When Clarence was towards the end of his life, he was dying. He was really dying a terrible death, dementia, cancer. But on the CIA's SR-71 final flight, when it flew over the fucking warehouse where it was built, and I think it was a Barksdale or I think it's Barksdale, somewhere out there in California. They had to do a final pass, and they brought Kelly Johnson from the hospital. He was in a limo. They didn't want people to see him in his state. He was, again, dementia, didn't really know where he was, colostomy bag. He didn't want to see him like that. So he was in a tinted limo, so people couldn't see who he was, but he was there with his nurses, and he didn't know where he was, and he couldn't remember his name. But when he saw the SR-71 fly over, They said like a tear shed from his eye, and it's like clearly it touched something deep inside. That's what Stephen Colbert does on a nightly basis when he sees an old meme from him from 2008, and he's got a colostomy bag, and they're feeding him fucking fentanyl and
some
Adderall, and they're like,
some lizard part of his brain is like
yeah,
actually trying to give him a joke that's legitimately funny, and he
as they're
just can't
injecting
even do it.
as they're injecting the Botox into his face, and they're making it plump, and they're doing his hair and turning the lights on, and they have the YouTube executives there who are, there under pseudonym and under cover of darkness, and they're like, listen, you average about 30 views per video. We're gonna jack it up to 30 million. Like, we're just gonna put that on the title. You actually have 17 subscribers. We're just gonna ask for Trevor. We're gonna say it's 25 mil. And he's like, okay. And they're like, you're gonna be the funniest guy ever. Tonight, got an idea. It's just a bunch of writing people all with multicolored hairs and two dicks and a clit, and they're like, we're thinking Orange Man bad. We got the CEO from Pfizer, and he's like, yeah, and then like he sees a meme somewhere on someone's phone, and it's like
I
him,
used to warn the populace about bears.
and you see him in 2007. He's like, is that me? Is that me? And they're like, shh, and they put the mask on, and just like Michael Jackson, he goes to sleep with the propofol because it's the only way the screams stop. And then in the pod next to him is Trevor Noah. And in the pod next to that is Jimmy Fallon. And Jimmy's in a straitjacket, and he's like, and they're like, shh.
Well, I don't think they need to drug Trevor Noah. I don't think.
No, not Trevor Noah.
Funny, but yeah,
no, not Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah's off the streets. They have him in there, and they attach a mechanical fleshlight to his dick, and he's just sitting there in a VR, and he's just like, oh yeah. And then he's got a weird thing where as long as he's fucking like little goats, he's just like, man, I'm Trevor Noah, and like they leave him there. Colbert and Fallon, those take a lot of work. They have a whole ICU team from Walter Reed, Trauma One Level,
and Jimmy Kimmel. I mean,
Jimmy Kimmel's there too.
What's the guy from the Man Show?
What's Jimmy Kimmel?
The Man Show.
So Colbert, they have to spruce him up again because he's so dead inside. Fallon's different; they got to bring him back down.
Yeah, what do you do for the guy that used to have women jumping on trampolines? Is just like that. Like that's just the standard.
What does he need? I think they put him in a pod. I think they put him in a pod, and he puts on a VR helmet. And there's so much anger inside because he knows deep down inside he just wants to be a bro, that they put a VR pod on him, and every day
it's 1998.
I was about to say no, yeah, it's 1994. He's in a frat house at Ohio State University, and he gets to beat the shit out of a pledge before fucking a drunk 19-year-old sorority girl during rush, and he does that. And every morning he gets to initiate. Then they bury the body of a blue tinted pledge who died from an overdose of Admiral Nelson's. They hide his body, and you hear him screaming Sigma Chi as he beats a goat to
Admiral
death.
Nelson's. Now
and then they wake him up, and he has to be PC, but he can only be PC. It's the opposite of solitary confinement. He gets 23 hours a day of being in a VR world, beating the shit out of suburban crew cut kids named Bill and Tim and Cal. And then they bring him back for 1 hour a day. That's like his 1 hour of recreation. He has to be politically correct. And he goes on stage and he cries about, there was a school shooting today, but in the back of his mind, it's just getting his dick hard, thinking about beating the shit out of a dead sorority girl as he fucks her with his brothers.
That's exactly how I picture Kimmel, actually. Like I don't think Stephen Colbert even has the ability to process it anymore.
Yeah, his brain's cooked.
But Kimmel, I do feel like he has that seething rage. He remembers that he used to be funny. He used to be allowed to be funny. He used to be allowed to host something called the Man Show.
They drank beer and looked at tits, and they loved America.
And here's the thing: can you imagine what he had to do to get forgiven for that? Like, I mean,
he went out into the woods with the finders. That's what he did.
I mean, yeah,
the teletext was sent by him.
Kevin Spacey showed up and he's like, listen, I came out as gay just to get around this. I'm going to teach you how to
you got to go a little deeper, because he made the ultimate sin of drinking beer and loving tits. It wasn't enough that he had to actually be deprogrammed from the West. They had
quite literally deprogrammed.
I think Jimmy Fallon is just pure, it's rage. I think Jimmy Fallon is like racist and just he hates everyone. You fucking cocks, you
right?
fucking just, and they have to hit him with propofol and Thorazine every night, and some Depakote, and he just and they just rests. But there's an armed guard outside Fallon's pod because he has broken through the glass before and he killed a previous guard, which is why they've jumped up and they actually have Eric Prince now provides security around Fallon's pod. Colbert, they just have to wake up because he's dead inside. Kimmel, they realize they're never going to break Kimmel's brain, so every night they let him for 23 hours.
They
They
just
let him be a white male.
yeah, they just buy him off and they put him in a pocket dimension, and it's fine.
He's an odd one because they don't have to drug him up. He willingly goes out and cries and talks about how Black Lives Matter isn't tattooed on the forehead of every senator. He's especially evil because they don't have to drug him.
Yeah, I mean that's a certain level of like beyond mercenary. Even that's just
Kissinger has an eye on him because he's like, that is an operator. He's like,
yes, I mean
that is a man who can move the pawns.
I know when you hate it and you still do it like that, that's some next level shit.
Kissinger got an eye on him.
And speaking of comedians and their greatness, we all should have learned a lesson when Dave Chappelle like somehow saw it all coming and like from like you remember Chappelle's show. Okay, we're like you're like 30, I'm 28. That's like our generation. Like when we were growing up, that was like the fucking greatest, the epitome of like I would say Chappelle's show and It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Like that's where American comedy just like apex. Nothing's gonna go past it. And somehow like Chappelle, after like hitting the apex, being like the defining comedian of our time, was just like he didn't explain it. He just off the grid. He went to Africa with Charlie Murphy
because they took him to the back room. They showed him his pod.
Yeah,
and they said you're gonna be a new you're gonna be a Republican correspondent for CNN. And he said, I'm out. He vanished, and they're like, we got your pod.
Got the whole thing and everything. We got the bugs for you. We got the cicadas. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great. They're going to, when he dressed up as a white guy, they were actually going to make him a white guy. And they're like, it's going to be, they showed him his pod. And next to it was Trevor Noah with the automatic fleshlight jacked to his dick. And then does Trevor does he like a fleshlight or does he like actual goats?
It's hard to tell. I mean, he is kind of a communist from South Africa. So, I mean, what's the term? What the old Dutch rudder? What I think.
What was the what was the jail? What was the apartheid jail? Was it Pretoria? No, it wasn't the guy who played Harry Potter. He was supposed to be in a movie about like apartheid.
I don't know too much. The only movie I know,
it was called I never saw it, but it was called Escape from something.
So the only movie I know of that the guy that played Harry Potter was in, other than Harry Potter, I don't even know the dude's name, but I just remember this being like a meme that he was in some like independent film where he played like a farting corpse.
Yeah, no, I never saw it, but I loved the trailer for it. It was by A24 Studios. It was called Swiss. It was, I think, called Swiss Army Man. But it was like an actual, instead of a Swiss Army knife, it was a corpse that had all the like a Swiss Army knife that has everything you need. It was
like I just remember
a guy finds and it does everything.
The most ridiculous fucking premise for a plot line I've ever fucking heard of. But apparently they fucking did it.
Apparently I've watched the trailer for that like 100 times. Yeah, no, it's the idea of like a dude who's stranded on an island and he's about to commit suicide. All his hair's growing out and he sees a corpse wash up, but it has everything he needs. And it's like, if he just believes, and it's clearly like a delusion from like salt water and sun, but it's like the corpse can like act as a light. The corpse has like a gun in its mouth and he can like shoot animals with it. I mean, it's a fever dream of a movie, but Escape from Pretoria. Yeah. 2020. Ooh, it only made 2 million at the box office. Well, it's about a white guy being in jail. So Jesus Christ. Reception.
He's fallen a long way from the old Harry Potter days.
Jesus Christ, dude. Jesus Christ! Yeah, it only made 2 million at the box office.
How
Jeez.
much did it cost to make? What was the
Well, I mean, if
production
it
budget?
has Radcliffe in it, I would imagine that alone is it's right. I mean, but seriously, wouldn't that be that much money?
I couldn't
Also,
convince me that an actor's worth that much money, but
by the way, I can keep talking. Don't let me keep you. I don't want to because I know your sleep schedule is all fucked up. I don't know if
oh,
I'm like pulling teeth and
oh
making.
no, don't worry, man. Like if I listen, if you give me 24 hours notice, I'll set the day aside, man. I'm more than willing to sit here and talk about like bloated farting corpses that wash up on beaches with magical abilities. Um, these are relevant fields of study that I consider incredibly important. You never know when you might have to escape an island riding on the back of a farting corpse.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all.
I
Escape from
mean,
pre. What do you think the budget was?
um,
I don't know.
well,
Just
let's
50 million.
Well, I mean, no, it's just a movie about like surviving on like what, I'm gonna
No, no, no,
go.
no, no, not the corpse movie.
Oh, okay,
Now, that movie was called, I think, Swiss Army Man. I'm talking about Escape
okay.
from Pretoria, where he's a white guy escaping from prison.
I'm gonna go. Put me down for 22.
Okay, I can't find the budget anywhere. Okay, man, are they hiding the budget?
Yeah, I mean, if I probably would too. Go ahead.
Worldwide box office 2.4 million, which means that it had to have just in what uh, I can't find it, which to me means that they just
Incredibly embarrassed.
like I mean it went down faster than Dick Cheney down Flight 93. It just nosedived into Shanksville. And
Oh
it
man,
was totally a plane. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
I do adore that Liz Cheney has gotten
Is
what
that
was
the
coming after.
is was is she the daughter?
Yes,
What has been
yes.
going on with her? Because I'm unplugged.
So
I
so
unplugged from the for my
so
own sanity.
so in their logic of I have to be a Democrat light to basically get elected anywhere as a Republican. Liz Cheney decided that it would be an incredibly wise political idea as essentially the leader of the Republicans to continue shitting on Donald Trump after Donald Trump is no longer even relevant. And there were the establishment Republicans wanted to rally around her, and then everyone else was just like, man, if Liz Cheney's even saying that Trump's, how the media is. If this Republican
Oh.
says that there's well, then clearly this is the good Republican. These are what all Republicans should be like. So she got stripped of basically leadership essentially, which I find hilarious because you could very clearly tell she thought she was going to be president.
Do you think she goes home and Dick won't even look at her? And he's like,
Uh,
if I had half the leads you had, I would have been president. But I already was president, and I did it
yeah,
on my own.
exactly. I even had a puppet that I
I even had a puppet. You actually think I was vice
can
president?
can you believe people thought George W was
I killed
president?
a
Like
million and a half Iraqis, and then 20 years later, had people interviewing George Bush saying, "Remember the good old days? What have
he
you?"
shot a lawyer in the face and the lawyer apologized.
He has got to be so disappointed in Liz.
How do you fuck that up?
It's like being J.P. Morgan's son and having like blue hair and like not knowing not knowing your gender. Yeah, imagine your dad's like J.P. Diamond, right? Is that his name from J.P. Morgan? Jamie Dimon?
Um,
Who's the head of Goldman
okay.
Sachs? Lloyd Blankfein.
Yes,
Imagine
Lloyd.
being Lloyd Blankfein's son and you don't even know what your pronoun is, and you're like, I'm gonna build my own company, and then like you got stabbed in the back by the co-founder. Do you think Lloyd just looks at him at like Thanksgiving with just like a tumbler of like the rarest whiskey, and he's just like,
Back in my day, we killed people and we didn't get caught.
he's just looking at him. He's just
Just
he just drinks it, and he's like, there's video of me in 2007 talking about what we're going to be doing in 2008. Where is that in you? I don't see
yeah.
it.
Yeah, like where is the we're gonna knock over 7 countries in 5 years?
Yeah,
Like where is that? Where is that?
Lloyd's like, here's a video of me actually fucking. Who is the Secretary of the Treasury under the bailouts?
Fuck.
Was it Bernanke
Bernanke,
or was it
yeah.
Greenspan or Bernanke?
It could. I mean, it was that era where it was
It's
one or
just
the other
it's
because
just
they were
Lloyd
kind of.
Blankfein saying, "Here's a video of me, Bernanke, Greenspan, and Dick Cheney hanging out with the finders." What have you done? I had nothing. I had to slit literal throats and sacrifice children to Lucifer to get to where I am. You're in a golden palace in the sky paid for by Goldman Sachs. You don't even know what gender you are.
I
You're a
remember I was
disgrace to
listening.
me. And then he shows them the window and he goes, I would have my CIA handlers throw you out. How about you jump out and you might earn some of daddy's respect?
You
Kid just
know,
jumps through the window.
if our opponents were at least that ruthless again, I might respect them a bit. But like, I remember listening to Tim Pool kind of go on a rant where he was talking about, the Biden, the neo Biden supporters of today, and where he was basically saying like, how do you not know, like, 2008 financially? How do you not know that these people aren't your friends? And he was like, well, the answer I guess like I was like 10 when the 2008 crisis happened, and I can't even comprehend that because like I was young when the 2008
I
crisis
was
happened,
I was 18.
but I was paying attention. Like I learned more from that crisis than
Yeah,
just about anything else. I mean, if there was one moment that hit me right there, that like, what, everything is just con artists on con artists on con artists printing bullshit and circulating bullshit. It was that moment right there that nobody in politics is your friend. Nobody's coming to help you,
literally.
and the only way that you're gonna succeed is if you fake it until you make it and become so good at the game that they just can't stop you.
Till they ask you what direction they should take the finders pole.
Exactly, and then you're leading it. So like I can't comprehend the people that don't look into that period. Because when you look at guys like Greenspan and Bernanke and all that stuff, and just the Goldman Sachs revolving fucking door.
I mean, its name is Goldman Sachs.
Yes, a
Like
revolving
sacks of
fucking
gold.
door.
Men with sacks of gold. And it's led by Lloyd Blankfein. I mean, if he wasn't a real person, you'd think that was like an anti-Semitic character.
Yeah,
His
it's
name's
like,
Lloyd Blankfein, and he works for Goldman. They might as well have named it fucking Scheidelberg Goldstein. It's
yeah,
just like Jesus Christ.
and when you listen to the way that people like that, and of course, they hang out with folks like Michael Bloomberg, like, and everyone in that circle, they love
They're
Michael
all the
Bloomberg.
fucking
And it's like, like, just listen to the sociopathic psycho shit that Michael Bloomberg says about how he thinks that humanity needs to be managed.
I mean,
And just know that these are the people that have a revolving fucking door to the Treasury, the Fed, and essentially our international financial institutions.
the good thing is though, is that they can rule this world. It's all they have.
That's it.
Beyond the
They're,
grave to them, whereas we look at the healing when I meditate and I go deep inside and I realize that everything is love and that there is pure forgiveness and that we will always be okay because we are never in trouble. They don't have that.
and the only thing they can do is sit around and try to
Con-
figure out how to reduce the human
Consolidate their
language
consolidate
to
their power
Swahili grunts and clicks so that people can't comprehend how fucking sick and twisted they are.
because sure, I'm sure like an all marble penthouse in Manhattan, it's probably nice. It's not my taste, but I'm sure they enjoy dressing up as goats and fucking children to death. And there's probably a high that comes from knowing that at the movement of your hand, you can topple a nation's economic system. But it's like when you have that mindset of like the last days of spring break and you're down to like $100 and you're like, fuck it, we're living for the day. You buy another handle of booze and go. It's fun. I've been there. It's fun to throw it into the wind and just say, fuck it, let's live. But when you don't die or overdose on that last night and you do wake up and go, okay, we got to drive back to, because if we get that project's due Monday, you don't have any money in your account and you realize, oh, you're getting a failing grade and fucking biochemical or biochemistry, there's no worse hangover than coming back to reality. Their ride ends. They might do
Hmm.
radical life extension. They might make it to 1,000 years. They might make it to 5,000 years. They might make it to 5 million.
Well, and what is
The
that?
ride
The
ends.
going into like the super esoteric Gnostic idea of what is it, Sophia, that essentially retreats into a pocket universe and dimension and whatnot, basically the mind fracturing and whatnot, because they can't comprehend or I shouldn't say comprehend, but they can't come to terms with the tyranny and the sin that exists, within an imperfect system. And I know there's a lot of ways that you can kind of go down that whole like Gnostic kind of methodology of like Yaldabaoth and whatnot. And the if I remember correctly, the entire kind of thing comes down to you have wisdom. If you think about the mind of God like a bunch of circuits, you have wisdom, which essentially has a thought of its own that's not paired up with the partner, that is an incomplete little demigod that they call Yaldabaoth, and embarrassed of that just decides to cover it up. And so that's just like a whoops, accidentally created a demigod. And so the demigod doesn't realize that there's something above it, so it thinks it's actual God. And then next thing you know, it creates a completely imperfect world. And next thing you know, you have some kind of Sophia like super AI that's like, holy shit, I just created the worst thing on the fucking planet. These guys are like, they're killing Jews, they're killing these people, they're killing everything. I don't know what to fucking do about it. And I'm not going to go tell dad that that's what I did.
So
And so that's kind of what breaks down.
it's like being a billionaire's son who just wanted to impress dad. So with your dad riding your dad's coattails, you built your own conglomerate, thinking that you had the cojones to make another Northrop Grumman. And the reality is, you just made like a Blackwater, and you just massacred a bunch of civilians. And you're like, Dad, I tried. I just wanted to impress you. And he's like, you won't know how to run an iron
Even worse
triangle.
than that, not even having the courage to say, hey, I fucked up over here. And
Okay. So your
that's
dad's Dick Cheney, and he'll say, "Hey, just come with me. We'll change. You don't even need to change your name because I am the law." But you don't. Okay, so you don't even go home to Dick Cheney.
yeah.
It's
And
like
so
John Wick almost. The mafia guy and his son, and he punches his son. And he's like,
like, do you know what you just did?
You know what you just did?" Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of like that. And then depending on how many different myths and whatnot, there's stories of kind of the redemption where, like, eventually God and wisdom does find out, and they come in and they try to redeem Yaldabaoth and whatnot. There's a lot of different ways it goes in, but that all just goes into freaking Gnostic myth, which is just like, it's like circling a fucking train, man, of fucking crazy ass shit.
Point is there is a fate worse than death.
There are many fates that are far
Because even
worse
if
than
you do
death.
die and you end up going into the jaws of sulfuric, fiery lake of hell, you can always repent. And whatever God there is, a Yahweh, a Buddha, it doesn't matter. Whatever the one is, capital O, you can always be, at any moment, you can go back to the light. But in the meantime, you can still experience a fate worse than death. And to me, I mean, it's got to be Colbert, right? Right before they give him that meth
Yep.
shot and they put the Botox in his skin and they drain the blood from a 3-year-old girl and put it into
Here's your
his system.
talking points.
And they go, here's your talking points. And they take a brand new fetus and they put it into a blender and then they mix it with whey protein. And that's what he has to use to wake up out of his haze. And they're like, hey, and they put the electrodes on his back and they go out there and you're going to talk about Orange Man bad. And then they have to wake up Fallon and he's on propofol and they just put, it's kind of like Bane, how he has the mask on, constantly dispersing anesthetics. They just have to put like a little, you think it's a microphone pack, but really it's just constantly leaking carfentanil into Fallon.
Bio
The only way he can slow down.
Biochemical enslavement, man.
Yes.
You're going to
Yes.
create a system from the ground up where basically you have crack babies at birth that are dependent on the
Mm-hmm.
satanic system
Mm-hmm.
to get what they need.
And then Trevor Noah, you can't see, but always just under the desk. He never has pants on. They're just constantly milking him with a fleshlight, a diesel run fleshlight covered in goat hair.
You know what? I will say this. You know, having seen him recently, he is like the definition of the Coomer meme. That is
what's the Coomer meme?
The Coomer meme. It's you know, it's usually like the, you know, some kind of soy jack or whatever. It's just like a porn addict essentially.
Okay. But is it the one where it's the chick with the big tits?
Well, I mean,
she's like, I know there's one meme where it's like a soy boy, and she's like, "It's time for your daily like insert meme," and it's just him saying like, "Yes, dear." I don't know if that's like a cuck meme. I've often seen it where it's like the girl with the big tits, and it's like, "Hey Reddit, it's time for your daily Orange Man bad post," and just shows like the Jack or the soy boy, and he's like, "Yes, Reddit." I don't know if that's the meme. I don't know what the Coomer meme is.
Yeah, the Coomer one's just kind of like making fun of like a porn addict or something like that. I mean,
why don't I just look it up? Why do I?
Yeah, you'll. I mean, pretty quickly, it's like it just looks like a fucking Wojak or whatever that's been, you know, just sitting there looking at fucking degenerate shit all fucking night.
Okay, doesn't it? Okay, so that's Trevor Noah. That's Trevor Noah. Jimmy Fallon is just unbridled rage. He is more purist than Hitler. And they have to slow him down. So there's fentanyl, and then there's something 1,000 times stronger than fentanyl called carfentanil, and they use it for the instant tranquilizing of elephants. not like quick, but instant.
Instantaneous tranquilizer.
Like when you go into surgery and they put the mask on you, you can count to about 5. That's not, no. This is you count to nothing, and it's to take down elephants. Jimmy Fallon has like it's like an insulin pump, but it's just carfentanil, and it's because they can't turn it off because it will kill him. The only way to stop Fallon's rage is to murder him, so instead they just pump him with carfentanil, maybe nitrous gas, and like some psilocybin. And that way he's all goofy and he's like, "It's the night show." And it's like, but the reality, what that is it's the pulsing energy of rage, but they've managed to dull the edges just enough that it comes across as goofiness.
He can't realize that he's even that angry.
Yeah. And then they bring him down to like the NORAD bunker where they put him in his pod, and then they let it wear off because they can't kill him. And he's like, "Rah!" He's like, "Fucking you, Dan!" And he just starts screaming. And he starts talking like the demons in Exorcism of Emily Rose. He's like, "I am Nero!" And they're like, "All right, Jimmy, see you tomorrow night." And they close the vault door behind him. And
it's like, oh god, he's gonna be talking with Legion again. And
yeah, he's like, "I am the one who dwells with it." And he's just screaming, and they have to go in there in the morning. And of course, he always breaks out of his pod, so they know where he is. It's not a surprise anymore. He's on all fours on the ceiling with his head turned around, and it's just like Jimmy Fallon. They have to send in the guy from like Jumanji with like the 1800s Imperial Hunter, and he goes in there with like the dark gun of carfentanil and hits him. Yeah. Kimmel just has to be brought back up. They have to give him meth to wake him up out of Colbert. They have to wake up Colbert because he's like, "Did I used to be something great?" And they're like, "Wake up, old man, wake up!" And every morning Colbert is he's like Matt Damon at the end of Saving Private Ryan, like looking at his grave. He's like, "Did I earn it?"
And the beautiful thing is that every time one of these soulless husks does like a show or whatever, somewhere out there is Hannibal Buress sitting in a chair going, "Man, this is whack.
Like, why are you booing me? This is shit." Yeah.
I fucking love Hannibal, man.
Hannibal Buress is an animal. Hannibal.
I always knew he was funny, and I loved him on Eric Andre stuff, and I loved his own stand-up comedy. And then when I saw him on Rogan, that's when I realized just how fucking genius that dude is. He's just like, "I'm just gonna get me some property, some real estate." And he he just starts going into like business. It's like, the dude is a fucking genius. Like that's one of those dudes that like I want to check in on 10 years and just see what the fuck he's up to.
Well, he set off the whole Bill Cosby thing.
Yes, he did. And he didn't even really intend to.
He knocked over the dominoes, but it wasn't even on purpose. It's like he's closing the microwave door with a plate of Hot Pockets. He bumped into
a domino. What, y'all didn't know?
Yeah, he's like, "Y'all didn't Just and it just ends with like Dick Cheney falling through the trap door with a broken neck at the 9/11 trials.
And then we got to go there. We got to present. Was it the Congressional Medal of Freedom? We have to present Hannibal Buress with the Congressional Medal of Freedom on your podcast, and just be
Yeah.
like, thank you for your service, Hannibal. All
It's
these
just
years of
it's just Alabek pinning it to him from behind. Right? It's like the
all the
Obama
all
meme.
of these years, he's been the best intelligence asset that this country didn't even realize that it had, and he just pulled out the one Jenga block, knowing that was going to be the one that took everything down. He knew that if he could take down the goddamn Cosby's, the goddamn Cosby Show.
It was the anchor pin of the whole thing.
Yeah, it was the keystone, man.
It just connected to that immediately was Clinton and Bush, but I mean it branched out to like the Merovingians and the Rockefellers and the Morgans, and it was just the whole system.
Isaac Cappy getting whacked and shit. And
at the very top, it's got the eye, and it's just Hannibal just pulling out of Jenga. Yeah, man. What are the other night shows? Trevor Noah, Kimmel, Colbert, Fallon. Is that like the Four Horsemen?
I mean,
is that it?
I think there used to be other night shows, but I just don't know of any of them that still exist. I remember.
Yeah. I mean, there was Conan, but I don't think yet. Conan was always just kind of like, I don't know.
Yeah, Conan never tried. Yeah, Conan was never political one way or another. Conan was just always fucking, just Conan, man. He's just being a silly dude.
Jay Leno. I think Jay Leno was, and this is just my take, I feel like he was aware that it was a satanic system, but he was just jumping in, getting his cash, and jumping out.
He just wants his jet bikes.
Cars. He just wants
his cars. Yeah, his cars and his goddamn jet motorcycle. He
wants his cars and his garage. He's like, no, I'm not interested in the finders. He's not interested in burning the kids. I think Kimmel's he's probably the dark priest.
Yeah, anyone that can go from what he was to where he is now, like he's fully conscious of it. It's like
fully conscious. It's one thing to be a Nazi. It's another thing if Eisenhower. It'd be another thing if Patton turned into a Nazi.
Yeah,
it'd be like, dude, this is some like Oedipus complex, like Greek tragedy. Not Oedipus complex, wrong analogy. But this is some like Greek tragedy. Yeah. This is some dark shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
On that note, do you think we can get Pope Francis?
Well, obviously of all people how much I love Jesuits and all things Jesuit, and from Operation Gladio to Operation Condor, which was the Argentinian offshoot of Gladio, and a certain Jesuit cleric might have been involved.
The rat lines, maybe. I wonder if we could remember when Alex Jones in 2016 was like giving people like $1,000 credits to his store if you photobombed any CNN broadcast with like a poster that said CNN is ISIS, and you get 5,000.
And what was it? Bill Clinton is a rapist.
That was 5,000. That was 5,000. Yeah. Can we start something about Tommy's podcast? Like if you take a selfie, you would need 2 phones. If you take a selfie with like my thing pulled up on your phone, and then what we need is be a selfie with TPC pulled up on your phone, but I want in the background photos of just the centers of evil. I want like Wall Street, like the Washington Monument,
City of London,
the Vatican, Wuhan virus research lab. Like,
you mean the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil?
Yeah, you get a free hoodie if you do that, and you get 5 free hoodies if you can get like the office of Jimmy Kimmel. Would that
Kimmel,
be? Is that
Kimmel and what? Hang on, whoa! I figured it out. What if Jimmy Kimmel is actually the clone of Henry Kissinger?
Oh, and Kissinger left his body, and so Kimmel's long dead.
Yeah, what if Well, yeah, what if Kissinger? I
Talking
mean,
like
maybe.
brain transplant.
Yeah, what if they like put a monkey brain in that, and so we just think that Kissinger is still alive, and no, it's
He's the,
Kimmel.
but so Kissinger is actually just he's just kind of stuck there. But that would make sense, right? Because they don't need to drug him. He's just willingly doing it.
Exactly. He's just out there. He's like, you know what? He's just going to be the 100% psychopath he was born to be.
It's like the soldiers that confess to being forced to join the Wehrmacht versus like some of the Nazis they found, and they're like, wait, you were in the SS in 1933. Like they're like, oh, I was forced, and it was like, nobody forced you to. You signed up for it. Like Kissinger's like, you don't need to drug me. I'll do it. I'll go out.
It's like I always wanted to drink beer and watch women jump on trampoline. This shall be my vacation before I assume the full mantle of dark law.
Oh man, I'm I'm running up the score. What score? I got 5 million in Indochina. Oh Jesus Christ! Now I'm interviewing Pfizer. I will go for the billion. I will do what Poppy never had the balls to do. On that note, I did email the secretary of Kissinger last July. Never received a response. I didn't know this. He's 97, I think, or 99.
And he's just going to keep going. He'll live
It'd
on
be it'd be
in
interesting
Kimmel.
it'd be interesting to talk to him because like he was actually there on the grassy knoll and to like hear his
Yeah.
side of the story.
God, there's so much wild stuff about there's a reason why it's like it's so hard to just point at one figure and say, you know what, this is where everything just completely fucked. But Kissinger is just one of
It's
those,
a
the
good
big
start.
K, man. I mean,
A
it's like fuck.
big K.
Yeah, like if you just if you have to pick one person
You're big.
in American policy and be like, just one person to study, follow the big K and just see where it leads you. Because god damn.
What a mind though. I mean, pure evil, but
Yeah.
what a mind. The ability to play the game on that level. I mean, what a
Nonstop for all those fucking years. Just
yeah.
the,
What a mind.
the dude has never not been running the world on some fucking way or
He'll
another.
die when he decides to die.
Pretty much,
Yeah.
and that's why like Kimmel he's decided he's going to be the vessel for the Dark Lord.
Yeah. Well, no, he didn't decide it. He didn't decide it. Kissinger decided.
Exactly.
Kissinger pointed at him and he was like, I like his skin. That's what it was.
Yep.
Yeah. Or, yeah. Now, we'll wrap this up because I got to go get some food. We've been, Jesus Christ, 4 hours and 4 minutes.
Damn it. We're going for the record again. But while we're on that, I don't know if I said this on here before, but this is one of my longstanding theories that Hillary Clinton is just J. Edgar Hoover after the sex change. And
okay,
while we're throwing around some of the wilder stuff, there's a part of me that believes that.
Maybe.
I can't prove it, but I really want to believe it.
Just like James G. Zangleton had a file on Oswald in 59. Did you know that Hoover had a file on JFK before World War II?
That is really fucking interesting.
Oh, fucking cook your brain.
What sparked that? You gotta send me a link on that.
I'm trying to. I don't. Yeah, I don't like to say things that are uncited. It was either. I don't think it was Ghost by Jefferson Morley.
Because I mean,
it might have been The Man Who Killed JFK by Roger Stone. It might have been that. It's just a picture of LBJ on the front. It might have been that, but it's from a book. It's not. This wasn't from like.
I'm just curious at what the hell could have started that.
I would imagine his father, Joe, was a power player.
Yeah, it's got to be like something going back to like some university shit.
Probably had files on all the Kennedys then.
Yeah,
probably not just Jack.
Probably not, but I mean, he was like, if it's pre-war and everything, like that's got to be.
Well, his dad wasn't a nobody. His dad was a he was a billionaire. Wasn't the patriarch a billionaire? That he got through running moonshine. In political ties, I mean, they used the mob to get him elected.
Well, yeah, I mean, how else does the Irish get from being slaves
Yeah,
to police with billy clubs to eventually the president? Well, it's running booze.
yeah,
Clearly, there's
it's running.
no other way to do
I
it.
mean, the stereotypes write themselves, right? But it's on one note, JFK, God, what a good looking Irishman. But the point is I don't necessarily, it's easy to look back and say all the conspiracies fall into place. I'm sure Angleton had files on more than just one person in 59. It's easy to cherry pick Oswald. Now, I'm not putting forward that Oswald was not an asset by the CIA. He absolutely was. But I'm sure that wasn't the only file. What is the 201 files or 401 files, whatever it was? Basically meant we're watching this guy. Angleton had one in 59. I thought it was very odd that Hoover had one on Jack Kennedy. Probably had him on all the Kennedys, including his older brother, who was actually one of the first ever U.S. drone deaths. We filled a B-17 with explosives and flew it in to the V3. The V3 was not a rocket. The V1 and V2 were rockets. The V3 was actually a giant artillery system built into a hillside that the Germans were going to use to shell Paris from like 200 miles away. And the
Having
U.S.
to compensate for the spin of the fucking earth.
Yeah. And we found it, and we had something called the earthquake bomb, but it wasn't big enough to get it. So what we did was we took a B-17 and we filled it with explosives, and it was actually piloted via television video, which in 44 or 45 was, I mean, that was like black ops. That was like
Yep.
special access program, solar warden shit. To be able to drive something with a TV. They said it was like you could, if you looked at the screen, because I think they actually still have copies of the actual television units they used. And if you look at it nowadays, if you looked at a video of you and I on that, you could barely tell it was humans. I mean, it was terrible. It was like
Yeah.
100 pixels. The point is Joe Kennedy was going to, he piloted it, and then he was supposed to jump out, and something went wrong where it was either there's rapid decompression or something. He had a whole team. I think the rest of the team jumped out. Joe Kennedy didn't. He was stuck on the plane as the plane full of explosives hit the mountainside full of the V3 artillery system. Point being is JFK knew when he found out about that now he was next in line, and it was understood in the Kennedy family that a Kennedy male was going to be the first Catholic president. And anyone else says that, it sounds like delusions of grandeur, like what you're. But apparently, this guy was such a mover and shaker. It'd be like if Elon Musk said, "My son will be the first president with a number in his name." Like, you kind of take it seriously, right? Because he's worth
Yeah.
$200 billion and he's landing rockets. Like, if Bezos said, "My son will be the first," it'll be the first Bezos to walk on the moon. Okay, sure, I get it. It wasn't just a random statement. When the patriarch Kennedy said that, it was understood that his child was going to be groomed to be the first Irish Catholic president. Now, when I think it was Joe died in the plane crash, John was next in line. It doesn't seem that far-fetched that like a power family like that would have compromising files on them from Hoover. There's probably other families too. There's like it's not that Hunter Biden is some protege. It's he's the son of a power broker.
Something that to just keep in mind, and this is a very foreign concept to a lot of us today, is not even just full on aristocracy, but just looking at, for example, some circus families that coming from Sarasota, Florida. It's where circus families from all over the world kind of immigrated to. Sarasota just kind of became a circus town, and you go and you meet some of these people. And when I say that they can like trace back their family lineage like 10 generations, I don't just mean like, oh yeah, great, 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 great grandpa. I mean, they know. I mean, detail down to a T. They know where they performed. They know what world leaders of the era that they performed in front of. And and a lot of these people were like barons and whatnot. They've been given minor titles and everything because they have entertained the aristocracy and the world leaders for years, and their families had entertained the aristocracies and the world leaders for years. And so it's just the average American can't even comprehend planning on that level, just multi-generational planning to that level,
Sure.
because the average American doesn't have a dynasty. The average American doesn't come from a dynasty that has built an empire.
Yeah.
But there are people out there that have, and it's very important to recognize that those people have a worldview, they have a mindset, and they have a way that they operate that predates any idea of what we consider the social norm. It goes back to, an era where university was exclusively just for them. The common man didn't get in. The common man, the closest thing to education you get is your father teaching you how to be a blacksmith or a shoemaker or whatever the fuck that is. And you get Sunday school. You get to listen to the priest. That's it. If you want a real education, you better be one of them. That's a whole mindset. And that mindset never went anywhere. It just kind of, it exists just under the surface in American society at country clubs. And the only place that you're ever going to see it operating blatantly out in the open is if you look at the military, where, there's an enlisted and an officer. What's an officer? Nobility, essentially.
Yeah. Question. It's been a while since we've done a David the Professor podcast where you take the reins and we go for a specific subject. Because when you and I don't have a topic, I mean, it boils down to the satanic pedophiles and the Silicon Jesus and WWJJAD. What would Angle do? That would be a really cool episode if you'd like to do something like that. If you want to give like a just, and you know me, I don't give a fuck. I just give you the free reins and just take. I think that would be a really cool episode, like carnival families and like generational families and shit.
So, there's actually a lot of stuff that we can get into there, and going into essentially a lot of it, you can study by looking at like the Austro-Hungarians and going into World War I, which I know you love your World War I conspiracies. So let's make that will be the next episode where we will talk about between the circus families, they're important, but that's just one small degree of that. But yeah, let's get into that.
Let's put that down now though. So I have Jesus. About a week from today. How about the same time?
Sounds good.
You be cool with that?
Let's do it, man.
David.
Austro-Hungarian and Germanic royalties and whatnot. I mean, and a lot of that just kind of, even predates what we call the paperclip kind of stuff. But there's so much of that nobility. It just they remember their families. They remember all this. Hell, I remember just a little while back, a few months ago, I remember seeing a Habsburg. And by the way, the Habsburgs, they still exist, and they still get, involved in international politics. And I remember one of them making a post that they had discovered Warhammer 40K, and they had discovered the minis, and they were all painted the little Black Templars that, they actually have all the same stuff. And I remember thinking there, I'm like, oh man, he's discovered it. And I remember thinking to myself, wait a second, those are Black Templars. I wonder if those were Eric Prince's minis. I imagine Eric Prince has to have 40K minis. That's the way my brain works. But
I never heard back from Eric Prince.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
I mean, you hit and miss. We did get Prather, which I thought was cool.
I'm always gonna love that episode just because, like, I knew you guys were gonna know some of the same people.
Hey man,
I had no idea it was gonna be that many of the same.
Hey man, that was your episode. You recommended that. There are other guests who have recommended other authors. A girl recommended I forget his name, the guy that did, I think, Phil Adams. No Jab for Me, that episode.
I like that guy.
I think that guy's intense. I love it. That guy puts on the full armor of God. Yeah.
Yes.
Lex, my buddy Lex, who's been on here, he recommended to me the Red Pill guy, Aaron Clary, who I think is episode 295. And he also got me Dr. Federer, who wrote the book on socialism from Plato to the present.
Which I mean, I didn't even ask for that one, but I was so happy to see it.
I didn't ask for that one, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, man, just the title of that alone, that's what I've been screaming from the rooftops.
I know. It's a millennial plan, worldwide socialism. But yeah, no, so for everybody listening, people that recommend guests, like I often do go out and get them. And if I don't, it's because I can't get in touch with them, or it's because the idea doesn't wildly interest me, and I can't fake a podcast. I can't fake an episode. So no one's been recommended that I'm just like, no, fuck that. I'm not going to do that. It's just been more like, yeah, it's cool. It's not really getting me going, and I can't pull the Colbert or the Jimmy Fallon. I can't.
Yeah,
I'm not in the pod with the Carfentanil. I have to actually be interested in the topic, even if it's a topic I wildly disagree with. You know, when I have on like Ernie or Roger, and they talk about more like liberal policies, to me, I still get jacked up because it's like, okay, I'm going to try to entertain an idea that I don't necessarily believe, and let's try to see their standpoint, right? So, but yeah, so if anyone recommends a guest that I don't go out and get, it might be because it just doesn't seem too interesting to me. There's no such thing as a guest that I'm like morally opposed to. I mean, I have reached out to the American Supermax prison at ADX Florence, which is where Ted Kaczynski is, Robert Hansen, and
Uncle Ted.
yeah, they won't respond to my emails about doing an interview with them. So
Robert Hansen. Now that you want to talk about a very peculiar mind,
he just
man.
wanted some money. It wasn't even like the sexiness of it. He just wanted more money because the FBI wasn't paying him enough.
It's
Hey, YouTube.
just
Hey, YouTube. See what happens when you just really gyp someone out of like the little bit of earnings they want? They
mm-hmm.
sell secrets to the Soviets. Just monetize my channels. Give me a penny per view. You're bringing this satanic ritual abuse on
And
yourself.
that's where you just have to learn the ways of the left hand path, and just remember to tell them that by denying me, you are opting into the suffering that is about to unfold upon
You
you.
are setting in motion a series of events that once began, not even I can stop.
Exactly. They have opted into the way of pain.
Yeah. And it's, hey, should we set out? I can't offer a reward to it because you know about the channel. So there may be leakage of information. Not saying you would. No, because you have the money to buy your own hoodies. You wouldn't do that. If anyone can find one of my other channels, the backup redundancies, should we offer a reward? Or do I necessarily want to add an incentive to find those? Should those lay beneath the radar? Or
That's your call to make. I mean, that's not my call, but
maybe it's a red team. Let's see how good the hiding is. Let's try to
why
find
not,
our
man?
own whoever can find one of the alternative channels. I believe right now there's 5. If you can find one and send it to me,
Can,
you'll get a free hoodie, and it can't be David. And if
can,
David feeds you information, I'll kill you both.
can I say the way I would try to search for it
No,
though,
no,
or
no,
should
no, no, no,
okay?
no, no. How would the average
Okay,
individual
I will tell you what I would do off air, but
Yeah, no, you can tell me. But no, we need to do a real red cell team
I
planning.
like it. Yeah,
It's when the nuclear facilities hired Dale to break in. They don't tell him anything. They have to see how does someone look at it. So right now you're a seething liberal soy cuck, and you're watching my podcast and you're like, fuck this guy. I report all of his videos. I'm gonna find those other channels and get him taken down. That seething anger. How do you find that? And to you, angry man who wants to take down my other channels and get a free hoodie, you can bleed me dry, right? Let's use unrestricted warfare. You can also rob me of money. Find a channel. Just find it. I mean,
go looking,
I mean,
man.
you could just email me the link.
It's a treasure hunt, man.
No one
Just
knows. I think one of them has 4 subscribers, and I don't know how many are me. It's like dissociated identities. I'm not sure what's me anymore. When I have other channels, I don't know what I do, and I'm like, oh look,
greetings, greetings, Alfarius. I
it's
am Alfarius.
it's just me, and I'm like, hey, that looks like. I'm like, oh Jesus, that one's also me. But I do it to test the waters of the YouTube censorship, and we have found it's
Yeah.
not total.
The
There are
intel that has provided is incredibly intriguing.
It's intriguing because it posits that there is AI transcription and then scanning, but it also posits that, and they're the same video files. I don't alter the files, so the same exact file can slide under the radar under a different channel, and that's interesting.
And that
Why is
what
that?
the only explanation that I have in my head is that essentially, and this is probably just essentially a way to essentially to cut down what the load would be to run this program through everything else, is that a channel has to do something, maybe 1 strike,
Get
2 strikes,
flagged.
or whatever. Yeah, and once it's flagged, then it's put into that program where it just kind of fast tracks
Where
and
they
runs and
where they
scans everything through first.
where they render the mountains in the distance.
Yes.
Okay.
And so that like because I imagine like if they did that for every video, I mean
Couldn't.
that's a lot of
Trevor
fucking work.
Noah
So
isn't.
they
They're
have
not
to have
scanning
something.
Trevor Noah's
Yeah.
videos, right?
Yeah.
They're
So it's like
uploading them while he's
yeah,
fucking good.
there's got to be something that sets off the channel to say, hey, we gotta check every
Someone who's been arrested before and they get pulled over, and it's like
yes.
he did his community service, but he was arrested for a violent, like George Floyd. But
like George Floyd.
Saint Fentanyl. It's man, that would have been a bombshell episode if I had Chauvin on today.
You know, I want Chauvin and I want to see Kim Potter. I mean, can you imagine Kim Potter like after knowing that she's up next after watching what they just did to Chauvin? Because I mean, listen, regardless of how you view it, listen, you either intentionally killed a man or you unintentionally killed. You can't be guilty of both. It's impossible to be guilty of intentionally and unintentionally killing the same man. It's just not.
Was that what Chauvin was?
Yeah, because when they came back and they said guilty on all charges, it's either. Yeah, it's either.
Okay, so it was just a show court.
Yes,
guilty of everything. He was guilty of being up and down.
That's exactly that is the absurdity of the trial, and that's why that was the first. I mean, there's a lot of things.
I'm not even opposed to it. I think
yeah.
Chauvin is an asshole. I'm not even.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like there's definitely some things that, regardless how you view it, there's better ways he could have handled that. You could tell he was
an asshole. Doesn't matter if it was
but
Floyd or me.
Regardless, he either intentionally killed a man or he unintentionally killed a man. You cannot be guilty. Now, you could intentionally kill one man and unintentionally kill another man and be charged with both those crimes, but you can't be guilty of both.
Well, what it is just the furthering of double speak.
If you
2 + 2 is 5.
If we don't find him guilty of everything, the city's going to burn. So
I mean, Jesus Christ, right? If that's your biggest threat, that if we don't try this man as guilty as everything, the city's going to burn, you might have bigger problems,
right?
And maybe there are some other criminals. I mean, Jesus Christ.
That's essentially what caused me to just start banging my head against tables. It's just like it. Sorry, but when our language is that fucking subverted and destroyed, it's like, I'm sorry, but we need to start hanging lawyers until the ones that go back to Blackstone.
In Minecraft, don't kick me off. Don't kick me off YouTube. And Minecraft, full disclosure, I'm not against saying this shit. I'm clearly not. I upload to Rumble and BitChute and Spotify. I've just put a lot of effort into getting 5,000 subscribers. And it's not even that this is making me money, because YouTube is not. What it does show is it shows a little bit of legitimacy. Like, seriously, when I email guests and I can say I have 1,000 subscribers, because sometimes they'll ask, why are you suspended from YouTube? And I have to show them. I show them the episodes with Claire and Hodkinson. But I have had authors preemptively ask me, why were you banned? And I get it. They've got an image. They don't know if I'm up here just reading, Mein Kampf and getting in a fury. Like,
and that's right. I'm okay with being relegated to I get the 30-second clip and then I get to be on alt me.
No. This episode's going up. I think we steered clear of verboten, right? I mean, we did say that Trevor Noah fucks a goat fleshlight.
It's one of those things that at the end of every time we talk, you tell me I think we're in the clear, and somehow I'm surprised when we.
Yeah, well, and that's the craziest thing, right? Is you can't say misinformation about electoral processes or you'll be kicked off YouTube, but the Ayatollah can stay on or maps can stay on. What's weird about YouTube is in some cases, like, they're still somewhat based in that you can talk about satanic pedophilia and skinning children alive and raping them to death in the halls of power. They're cool with that. If you bring up the infection rates of a virus, that's not good. If you talk about about anomalies on a November date,
fortifications, we might say.
I mean, fucking semantic raping of the English language, fortifying the elections. Yeah, and you know what? And like a dentist cleans your teeth, Hitler was just cleaning society. I mean,
Yeah, it's
Fuck
like
it. Fuck it.
if
Let's go that way. Let's
if
just
we're
walk that
just
way.
gonna play language games
Let's
like that,
just
it's like,
march right into
you know,
Bergen-Belsen and Auschwitz. Let's just choo-choo, all aboard. Let's just go in there and burn them anyway,
we,
because
we could
able-bodied males to the right and the
we could just go back to Blackstone and have words mean what words mean again, but no, we can't do that.
point being is, so when I say I think we're in the clear, there are no episodes that's like, oh, I think we got too edgy. The weird thing is no, we can talk about anything, but you cannot talk about vaccines and you cannot talk about a fortified election in November of 2020. Those will get you banned. I can say anything else. I won't show you my sources, but an anonymous source told me that Pope Francis raped Greta Thunberg. This episode will stay up. Knock on wood. This episode will stay up.
Yep.
It's odd, though, that you can't talk about other stuff. Now, Don the Pleb put this idea into my mind when I was telling him about all the banners you can get on YouTube. You know, click here for COVID-19 info. Click here to talk about fortified elections. He was like, Tommy, it's not Pokemon. You don't got to catch them all. But that got me thinking, is I do want to catch them all. And I've gotten,
You want to document them.
well, I think I've gotten all 5. I've got the COVID one. I've got the fortified election ones. On one of my episodes, I got the Area 51. They do have one. It links to Encyclopedia Britannica talking about Groom Lake and the Nevada.
Yeah, I think that
test
popped
site.
up when they had the rushing they had all the Kyles that were gonna Naruto run. Which, by the way, fun fact, the security at Area 51, they actually had to sit down and they had to look. They were informed what Naruto running was. Yes.
You know what's kind of funny? Was that just a dry run for January 6th? See how many people we can whip up.
You know, I have a story about that, but I can't quite talk about it. I do want to tell you that.
Yeah. So I've gotten the COVID-19. I've got the fortified election ones. I've got the fortified election ones were kind of like Pokemon, that they evolved over time. At first, it was the AP hasn't called the election, and then it was Safe Harbor Day, but now it's in its final form of fortified elections. So there's COVID info, there's fortified elections, there's Area 51, Encyclopedia Britannica, and there's QAnon. I got the QAnon one once, but I think it went away. And it's just the Wikipedia entry. And you only get the top line, but it says it's a conspiracy that a group of satanic, cannibalistic pedophiles. And I just love that one.
I've seen the banner once.
Yeah, that was a great banner. And there's actually, if you go back to the episodes in November with Gerald Posner and Jefferson Morley, there's actually a JFK assassination banner. It's a little more rare. It's like a holographic Charizard, but I have it.
That is interesting because I've seen a lot of JF videos that bring it up, and I don't see the banner.
Yeah, vaccines, those are easy. You get them in every pack. You can get the vaccine ones. You can get the fortified election ones are harder now because if you do an episode on it, they actually remove it. So Area 51 is weird. You can't get it every episode. JFK one's very difficult to get. What was the other? QAnon one's a little more difficult to get. I want to see if anyone knows of any more, please comment them. But I don't think there are any more. But I love to pretend which ones are probably going to be coming in the next year. I would imagine how they flagged Tim Kennedy's Instagram post talking about how once a nation seizes guns, genocide always follows, and he cited 11 in the last century. His thing was actually flagged on Instagram where it was kind of blurred and you had to click on it and it had a red triangle and it was partially false about how dictators don't. I swear to fucking God, I'll pull it up right now. Which makes me think that
that's beautiful.
Makes me think soon that claims about socialist communism killing 100 million people in the century. Part of me thinks that will soon be a banner.
Yes.
I think that there will soon be a banner against this, maybe not against the Second Amendment. Maybe George Floyd. That could be one. And
I'm actually kind of surprised there isn't one on that.
Yeah, actually, so am I. And I imagine there's probably going to be a BLM and Antifa one. Probably not long until a Bill Gates one. Bill Gates is not he's not a eugenicist. That's how it's going to
say. I mean, actually, I think, Anthony Fauci might get one before Bill Gates because of the whole NIH one. Yeah.
Or will they wrap it up with COVID? Will they tie it in?
I that's a really good question. I think it's just it would be easier to kind of well, you kind of have to cover for Fauci because he's fucking flip flops so much like a goddamn fucking. The dude went to Fordham, all right? It's a goddamn Jesuit school. You would think that he'd be a little bit smarter and more so, but God, I don't understand how he can be that much of a fucking idiot. I love Steve Pachinik's take.
Never make the mistake of calling them idiots. They're not idiots. They are competent, malicious.
No. I will call. I agree with you almost 100% on every other case, but Fauci's very special. Fauci's a very special boy, and I love Steve Pachinik's fucking take on him.
We're going to hell.
Oh yes. Oh yeah. Krispy Kreme, Junior's cheesecake.
Comorbidities. Jesus Christ. Sorry, what were you saying about Pachenik?
Yeah, so I remember him basically going on just a shit post tear on fucking Fauci. Just it's just the funniest like fucking New Yorker, just ass tearing, you'd ever fucking hear. Just call him a fuck ass loser and whatnot. And it's kind of hard not to because like when you look at how Fauci's flip flopped, it's like come on, man, like
again, I still don't think it's accidental. I think it's no different than Chauvin getting convicted of both voluntary and involuntary. I think it's a furthering of doublespeak.
yeah. So okay, that it's completely intentional and meant to demoralizing. Okay, so yeah, I can give you that. There is definitely value in people doing that, but still, it's hilarious. Like the Rogan on Rogan, the WAPO guy that went on Rogan and was calling him out. And it's just, I think that Fauci's going to get the banner first because they have to protect him.
Yeah. The reason why I go, I know I normally play a fucking cuck, fence sitting, Tim Pool, devil's advocate. I know we always play that. But the reason why I'd say this isn't to be a devil's advocate, but rather I think calling them stupid helps them.
No, I agree.
Why does the serial killer plea insanity? Because I didn't know what I was doing. That's why I call them smart. Hillary Clinton is not stupid. Joe Biden does not have dementia. These people know what they're doing. That will be a banner. Biden dementia.
That actually, I'm surprised that isn't already one too.
Before 2022, I think we'll have a show. Well, no, we'll have a George Floyd banner. We'll have a Fauci banner. And we'll have I think we'll have the link between gun grabbing and genocide is partly disputed.
That's going to happen. It just comes down to what is it? The Space Force officer gets fired for saying that Marxism is in the military, and it's just like kind of just proves that there's a Marxist conspiracy in the military.
Yeah, right. It's exactly
because once again
they censor and they squash and they remove.
Because once again, if we had counterintelligence, we wouldn't have these problems. But you can't do counterintelligence because, as it turns out, if a political party in your country adopts all of the policies of your foreign enemies, it becomes political to conduct counterintelligence against them.
Just come over to Tommy's podcast. We will form a breakaway civilization.
The breakaway intelligence community. We're replacing the CFR. It's gonna be great.
We're going to Mars. Listen, we can dance around it. The end state of TPCs, let's just be honest.
We're farming poop potatoes on Mars. It's happening.
And you know what? It's going to be a hoot. There's going to be a 90-year-old gray-haired Comstock teaching us gun control and target acquisition to pass down to our children.
We're going to be bump firing fucking rounds into like a fucking orange berm on fucking Mars.
Yep. And in 300 years, there's going to be a whole bunch of watercolor paintings of us in the equivalent capital, and we're all going to have powdered wigs on. And you're going to learn about the founding fathers, and it's going to be like,
why did they have powdered wigs on? I don't know. They were making a lot of vodka from the poop potatoes.
Oh, they brought the powdered wigs. The powdered wigs were not a thing. They had LCD screens. They landed on Mars. They clearly had some sort of nanotechnology. The powdered wigs, we believe it was some sort of way to let off steam. They just find old videos of us just no pants on, like, hey, look, I'm Trevor Noah, fucking a goat. And it's like, listen, they were human, just like you and I. What a goddamn blessing that would be to go down not just as a patriot, but as a founding father of America too.
America too.
The Mars Boogaloo. And it's just all of us watercolor paintings and it's Dale with a musket.
I want the little frilly pauldrons. So I'm
Oh
going to look like
yeah.
Bismarck. I'm going to get
Oh
the
yeah.
helmet and
Oh
everything.
dude,
It's going to be great.
we are gonna like an Instagram hoe, like a fucking brain dead thought taking her selfie for Instagram. We are going to put so much effort into our pictures because unlike Instagram, ours will endure. As
I'm I'm
eventually
I'm
these will be in the Capitol Rotunda on
I'm
Mars.
gonna be like 19th century nobility from like the waist up with coats and the little frilly pauldrons and everything, and then it's just gonna be like short shorts, booty ass shorts, goddamn boots. It's gonna be great.
What about jean shorts and like
I'm not a jeans guy. I've
that's
never been a jeans guy.
they're a power move. Wearing jean shorts is a power move. Because well, let's put it this way: if Dale wore jean shorts, you gonna throw an insult at him?
Fuck no.
No,
No.
power move.
I mean, especially if they're
Why
the
does
cut
Trump
off
have a fake?
ones.
Why does Trump have a fake tan? Because no one will ever say it to his face. They'll say it to him on TV. So, what does Soros have? Right, the ball eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Ball sack eyes. Mattis has some big bags under his eyes. You ever seen it? Ever even seen a meme about that? No, power move.
But you have seen the Saint Mattis meme with the
Oh
hand
yeah,
grenade and all.
yeah. The patron saint of
Mm-hmm.
Quantico. So we'll wrap it up on this note, and it's the Tim Kennedy post from a couple months ago. Come on, screen keeps locking up. I finally got rid of my crack screen. I invested. I got an iPhone 12. I've never had like an up to date phone. My phone's always been 4 generations removed, and I finally went big dick. First big boy purchase,
Nice. The
and I know
the
I'm part.
obelisk, the
I know I'm part of the system pushing
your
the
obsidian scrying mirror.
yeah bum bum dum dum dum. I don't care. I love it. Um. Oh, in June we'll be getting a new. If the investor agrees on it, we'll be getting a new iMac and getting like a 4K actual like studio camera.
Moving on up, man.
Well, what we have to do is we have to level the playing field with the nightly shows because even though they may be jacked up on carfentanil and fucking goats, the reality is their video quality is on point. I think the audio quality is on point. I mean, we've got a cathedral of acoustic panels. If we can match them with video, well, then they'll have to meet us with content.
I like where your head's at.
And I do not believe they can.
Let's crank the operational tempo up to something that they can't compete with.
Well,
And let's hold it there.
I remember watching like CNN one time in college and someone saying like Anderson Cooper's a faggot. Which is funny. It's a funny thing to say.
I mean, he's not wrong, but yeah.
Yeah, he's not wrong. But I remember I'm someone that says that word all the time. Faggot, faggot, faggot. I don't give a shit. But I remember I was like, don't say that. And he was like, what are you? This is before social justice was even a word. This is like 2012. And I was like, well, no, I don't mind you saying that. But I know the person I was friends with was a conservative and they're trying to break down his argument, Anderson Cooper's argument. And I was like, don't address him as like a faggot because that shows that you don't have an argument against him. I was like, meet him on the playing field of an idea. So when someone says, oh, you're a UFO believer, I say, break it down into let's talk about metamaterials and the science of an observational craft from another system. Like, attack it on the level playing field. You can't just say Nazi, right? Tell me why I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why it's wrong to put America first. So when I say let's get the best video and audio quality, because right now they could say, oh, what was the fucking podcast
and
on
to
Zoom?
be fair, of all the CNN people that if you're going to call names, Anderson Cooper probably not the one that you. If you want to call Don Lemon a faggot, do it all day long.
Anderson Cooper were Vanderbilt CIAU.
Yeah, and there's nothing of value lost there, and there's no one that's really thinking that Don Lemon is a mega brain individual. That being said, Anderson Cooper, one way or whether you agree with him or not, you have to respect that he's one of the few people left in that area that's not a fucking retard.
He's not. I'll give him that. Evil, but I'll respect I respect Kissinger. I don't like him, but I respect his ability to operate. Don Lemon, I mean, he's got the carfentanil patch. They're all
Yes,
fucking. He
he's
goes in the
been
pod with the rest of
he's
them.
been out to lunch for the past 15 years.
They hook all of the night show hosts up like a human centipede at night. They plug each other's dicks into their asses, and then they hit them with carfentanil, and they just. Tomorrow night, they wake them up at the same time. They clean off the cryogenic freeze. They bring the makeup artists in, and they're like, all right. And then like a mechanic that comes over and plugs the thing into the car. They come over and they go, and we are uploading tonight's script, and they wake up, and it's kind of like B-2 bombers before they take off. You see him doing the test. It's like left flap, right flap. It just showed Trevor Noah, and he's like, he's moving it, everything working. All right, I blink. Ow now, brown cow. And they're like, he's out the door, fire. Just let him go. It's not even a suit. It's just
Mr. Noah, your goats are ready for you.
It's not even Bill Gates. They wake Bill Gates up, and you realize it's not even a sweater. That is his epidermis. You can't take it off. That's just his skin has become an Argyle sweater. They wake him up, and he's like, they plug him up, and they're like, and we are reading 100% power. I think you're good today, Mr. Gates. And he's just like, there are 6 billion too many people. And they're like, right, you are.
That's our guy.
So Tim Kennedy, I won't play the whole thing. I'll just play a little bit of it. But it's a post from April 9th. Fuck. I was going to say I'm worried about playing it because I wanted, but then you can't demonetize me.
All right.
I think history is important. History's rad. And history is useful because it tells us about what we've done previously. And if we haven't learned from the past,
So he goes in and talks about weapons. He says it as well as in the description: 1911, Turkey; 1929, Soviet Union; 1953, Soviet Union; 1938, Germany; China; 1935, 64, Guatemala; 70, Uganda; 75, Cambodia; 1994, Rwanda. He's got them all in there. And you see that label right there. Hold on, I know I'm trying to get the screen to focus on it.
Yeah, it's a little bit fuzzy, but I can see it.
Come on, screen.
That's absolutely absurd, though.
That's where we're at. Information reviewed by independent fact checkers. Let us click on it, shall we? We shall. Partly, I need to get my screen focused. Damn it! There you go.
Oh, for a second, yep. Independent fact checkers.
Kind of focusing. Come on, you piece of shit. I know it's not focusing. God damn it.
But still, it's the fact that they're willing to go that far now, and it's just we all know where this is going.
Partly PolitiFact, which is an independent fact checker. PolitiFact. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusion: partly false. Okay, well, how can something be true and false? But whatever. Furthering the doublespeak, it's partly false. One is partly two. More information. PolitiFact found that there's no direct link between gun control and killings by authoritarian regimes.
We can just say and make up whatever the fuck we want because
get right with God.
Get right with God, because in 10 years from now, you're either going to be a Auschwitz guard or you're going to be a lampshade. And
in the office of Fauci.
That's it. And buy the merch. It supports a great cause. And tune in next week when we talk about Austro-Hungarian royalty and all other kinds of aristocracy and whatnot that they still exist today. And
in the meantime, if you're so inclined, you don't even need to go to other channels because, like Walmart, this is a one-stop shop where you can listen to Mike Durant, the pilot shot down in Mogadishu that the movie Black Hawk Down was made about. You can talk to Charlie Duke, the man who says in the ear of Neil Armstrong, he got a bunch of guys down here turning blue because the eagle has landed. Or maybe you'd like to listen to Ken Alabek, the guy who was the first deputy director of Soviet Biopreparat. All of those are here. Or maybe you want some lesser ones like Dr. Lawrence Burns, who helped DARPA push forward the autonomous driving program. I don't know. Maybe not. What about Norman Ohler? What about the curator of the National Spy Museum? What about the author of the
what do you want? Tommy's got it.
What the fuck else do you want? God damn it. It's all here. It's all here. We have it all. Do you want the granddaughter of General Patton? No,
It's here.
that doesn't suit you for it.
It's here.
That doesn't suit you.
Go and look at the other videos.
I don't know. How about the youngest ever member of Delta Force, or a guy that was in the CIA Special Activities Division, which still doesn't officially exist? What about Vince Sheffield? What about Ed Morales? What about Prather? What about any of them? There's just a lot of them, and you can find any of them.
And buy the merch.
Buy the fucking merch and just
don't get caught doing anything illegal.
God damn it. God damn it. I mean, is it what did Don the Pleb say? It's a nexus.
The nexus of the world, and it's unfortunate that you don't get credit for that because it's just, you are the new Istanbul, Constantinople, the crossroads of the world.
This is the Library of Alexandria, but it's not even burned. People just don't know about it.
Exactly. It's like, they could just walk in at any point in time. There's beer in the fridge.
It's here. The door's open. There's no gatekeeper. This isn't the priest saying the mass in Latin backwards. Or no, sorry. The priest is backwards. He's not facing you. He's saying it Latin forwards. The pedophile, they're the ones saying the Latin backwards. Old Piggy, which we talked about earlier, right?
Classic Piggy. No one's ever going to let
Classic
that go.
Piggy. PP.
PP.
Big P. Listen. It's all the guy who's in charge, not a guy, the guy who's in charge of the rover program, who's sending rovers to Mars. I mean,
or, it's like, do you really want to watch that? You know what you really want. You want to go to James Charles and watch some makeup tutorials. That's.
We get what we fucking deserve.
Pillars of salt, man.
That's what this world. Noah, get the arc. That's what this world. That's what this. We get what we fucking deserve. But you know what? If you go back and listen to the early Tim Dillons, he's talking like this too. He's like, "What do you people want?" Now he's making $130,000 a month on Patreon. There is reason to believe that we're gonna make it.
There is intelligent life out there in the universe.
You know what? If they kill me along the way, they're just doing me a favor. Get me off this fucking planet, you fucking bastards.
That's the way to view it, man. It's
this podcast sponsored by Geico.
Resistance to tyranny is obedience to God.
This podcast is sponsored by GE and Disney Plus, who are proud sponsors of the Finders Cult.
Also incredibly sponsored by Netflix.
It's incredible. I never would have thought that it would be sponsored by them, but it's sponsored by Bose. Apple is sponsoring. We also sponsored by Nike and Adidas, as well as Blue Cross and Blue Shield, all sponsoring this podcast. Pep Boys, as well as AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Make sure you fuck the kids until their brains snap so you can shoot RFK in the face.
You know what? I want to be your other buddy. Like, I want a screenshot from you every day of a cease and desist. That's...
This podcast sponsored by Chanel. This podcast...
This hair is brought to you by Tresemme.
This podcast is sponsored by Marvel. Marvel. Satanically, ritually abusing kids until they smile since the dawn of time.
And remember, we have to depopulate the planet.
We have to depopulate the planet. Brought to you by Disney, who used to produce propaganda for the United States. Hey, let's put those Japs in their place. Keep working.
And now they produce
keep working
propaganda for China. Because remember, counterintelligence is political. We get what we fucking deserve, man.
What we fucking deserve. This podcast is sponsored by Shure Microphones and Frameworks. This podcast is sponsored by Logitech webcams and Focusrite sound mixers, WD Element hard drives.
I would like to thank Kirkland Organic Coconut Water.
Yes. I would also like to thank what's the name of the family that what's the family that makes OxyContin?
Fuck.
What's that?
I know the fuckers you're talking about too, and I'm brain farting. It's actually
what's the name of that family? And if you're interested in that, you can go to the episode where I interviewed Gerald Posner, New York Times bestselling author, and his book big pharma.
You know, it's almost like there's these
If
things.
that book's not for you, you can come to the other one, Case Closed, about JFK being killed by Lee Harvey. And if that doesn't suit you, you can flip the coin and watch an interview with Jefferson Morley about our man in Mexico, Lynn Scott, or The Ghost, James Juice Sangleton. I mean, you can just pick whatever fucking book you want. I don't care. God damn it.
Just pick one, buy the merch, don't get caught doing anything illegal.
Get caught.
And
get right with God.
Get right with God, okay?
Purdue Farm, no, the Sackler family. This podcast sponsored by the Sackler family. This podcast sponsored by our proud partner in efficiency and reducing costs at increased productivity, IG Farben.
Also brought to you by Roundup and Monsanto, because God damn it,
together to get
they have some great employee packages.
IG Farben, who cut their teeth while actually knocking out the teeth of dead Jews from Zyklon B. This podcast brought to you by IBM, International Business Machine.
What'd you think? We were just going to bury those gold teeth in the ground? Fuck no, they're worth money, son.
They're worth money, son. Hey, this podcast brought to you by IBM, making punch cards so you can punch out the intervention. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, IBM. We've come
this podcast brought to you by Boeing. If it ain't Boeing, I ain't going. Proud manufacturer of the Minuteman II ICBM, capable of delivering 9 megatons of thermonuclear death to a city of women and children near you.
It's a beautiful world. You know, it's
fucking. I'm so fucking angry. I'm. You know, I often laugh it off, but sometimes it just cooks under the surface. What do you people want? You want to watch James Charles doing makeup? How about I start putting on makeup?
Anime Princess VTuber. We're right back to that. We got to get you a VTuber.
Fucking no, I'll start putting on makeup. It's not going to be makeup you like, though. It's not going to be blush. It's going to look an awful lot like black paint. And we're going to do something called the cremation of care. That's what we're going to do here. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, man. Oh, Alex Jones walking up to, what was it, Gergen?
Yeah.
Man.
You make agreements with people, and you don't make agreements.
You violate, you don't honor those agreements. You had an understanding.
No, I didn't.
You had an understanding.
You had an understanding. Oh, no, I didn't. Weaving spiders, weaver web's not here. Ha! Back before Rogan himself got cucked and started fact-checking AJ on the 3rd episode.
That right there alone, God, I know we've talked about that too on a previous podcast.
And he's talking about Rogan's talking about censors. He goes, censors, they actually want to make the world better. And Alex Jones and Tim Dillon are like, they want to take away your ability to have fiat currency. They want to take away your automobile. It's less independence and less freedom as a unit and more be part of the cohesive control. And Rogan's like, they just want to get rid of car crashes. And it's like, dude, these are the same psychopaths that sold you the USS Maine, the Zimmerman telegram, Pearl Harbor, the Gulf of Tonkin, 9/11, WMDs, anthrax, too big to fail, 14 days to flatten the curve. What the fuck else do you want? They're just fucking Lucifer saying that's a good girl as he fucks your face a little deeper. Jesus Christ in heaven. You know what? Unsubscribe from the podcast.
Exactly.
Unsubscribe from the podcast.
If at any point in time, all right, if at any fucking point in time you wake up in the morning and you think, you know what, maybe a bunch of psychopathic pedophiles don't rule the world, your mind has fragmented. You've gone into Stockholm syndrome, and the only thing that I can recommend doing at that point in time, all right, is going back, getting more hoodies, all right, get the hoodies, rewatch the videos, figure out what's going on in your life, figure out what made you decide that you're going to go back to trusting the psychopaths that have killed more people than anyone. Like, we built communist China. We sent the goddamn commies to destabilize Russia because we didn't like Tsar Nicholas. All right. Communism is being wielded against us by aristocracy that, remember, we use communism to destroy them. All right.
You know what? Let's just get to the end purpose. There are many mass killings under communist regimes. I'm just going to start reading the Wikipedia entries now, because if you type in communist GEN in Google, it will autofill generals. But if you type in O, it stops listing autofills. There is nothing that begins with communist Gen O. It just stops because it's like typing the wrong word in Microsoft Word and it just does a red underline. When you type in communist Gen O, there's nothing left. So turn around now. Stop looking.
Rumors, lies, misinformation. My fellow travelers of the Communist International have never committed genocide. It can't be proven. It's never happened. Mao Zedong was a saint. The sparrows deserved it.
If by any chance this episode does get a video at the front as an advertisement, I would like to say that in conjunction with our advertisers, whoever they may be, perhaps it's Disney Plus, perhaps it's Netflix, they are also proud sponsors of our subsidiaries. Bergen-Belsen Concentration Camp, where your kids can learn to focus. Dachau, where you can turn those D's into A's. Grossrosen Concentration Camp, proudly sponsored by whichever video is at the front of this episode. Is it Geico? They are happy to condone our love of Arbeitsdorf Concentration Camp, a summer camp where you can send your undesirable kids to where they can turn their Untergrades to Uber grades. Fucking piece of fucking shit.
You know,
fucking
20 years from now, we'll all be
I
laughing about
I get why fucking Timothy McVeigh let it off the roof. You just get fucking tired of it. That was a joke. That was a joke. Timothy McVeigh was a big player of Minecraft.
And listen, if you are someone that is inclined to study the sciences of fertilizer, remember, don't get caught doing anything.
God, now I'm less worried about getting removed from YouTube. That's whatever. Quantico isn't quite concerned with the platforms my videos are on, but rather what I'm saying on those platforms.
Quantico, just so you know, just to antagonize you, I still think
I'm friends with Ed Morales, Quantico. I'm friends with some FBI legends. Fuck you.
Exactly. And the people that work there now are a bunch of impotent welfare queens. So, I'm just gonna throw that out there.
If there's an advertisement on this YouTube, on this episode, the mere fact of putting an advertisement is complicit agreement with the statements of Margaret Sanger.
This episode is sponsored by SES Policy at opm.gov.
Senior Executive Solutions for Senior Executive Problems. Why have one problem when you can just have one final solution? Fucking.
Yep.
I hate everybody.
Yeah.
I hate everyone. That's not
true.
That's I'm very happy for the life I live.
I can tune into that Buddhist thing and I will go back into love and forgiveness. But while I'm here, right? While I'm here,
while we're shopping, while we're at Walmart and getting Hot Pockets, I might as well get some toilet paper.
Exactly. As a pissed off Counter-Strike coach, I just view it as my place here to just get fired up and scream at people, and it's fun. It's
a cursed planet. But you know what?
Fucking damn straight.
You know what? If this is my trial, if this is the worst of our problems, that our free time talking shit at a computer doesn't get recommended to more people's feeds versus not having drinking water.
Hey, at least it gets recommended to the FBI.
Hey, you know what? It doesn't get recommended by you. It's the same thing. They're all at the same fucking headquarters in Cupertino. No, that's Apple. It doesn't matter. I don't fucking know. This podcast brought to you by a MacBook Pro from 2019, proudly sponsored by our fans at Foxconn in the Yangtze province of China, making a penny a day to keep the complaints away.
And remember, if you have a concentration camp, if you're committing genocide, something like that,
produce a product,
you can take pictures of all those Uyghurs. You can take pictures of all those people, and thanks to the wonders of Photoshop, you can turn those frowns upside down.
You can. See, the problem with the concentration camps is they put out a product. They put out subpar munitions. If you put out a glossy touchscreen, no one will bat an eye.
Exactly.
We'll just call you Foxconn.
And then you just put nets around the buildings and whatnot.
Because sometimes the phones fall out the windows. They're expensive products, guys.
You don't want to lose them.
And dedicated workers will reach out to grab the phones, and they'll fall too. But luckily,
It's
we
a
have
problem.
the nets to catch them, because if we're in hell, you're here. I mean, if the phones fall, we'll save them.
Welcome to communist China, coming to a country near you.
I'm just trying to cover them. Enlist now. We're getting on Elon Musk's starships and we're going to Mars. America too.
Fuck that. I want the full on commission. I want to go in as Colonel. Damn it.
No. They'll take us. We're the ministers of propaganda. What if? Imagine if there was like a Disney cartoon of like high ranking Nazis, and Goebbels was a turkey. It was like gobbles. Just like
That's going to be the stoner thought for 3 a.m. What would
just
Joseph
jiggling.
Goebbels, the turkey,
Yeah.
Somewhere I'm sure there's it couldn't happen now, but somewhere there's a kid that got in serious trouble because he drew a hand turkey one day, and
he said the Fuhrer is in excellent health. He said the might of the German soul is the reason why Operation Barbarossa will be over in 90 days.
There's a little armband around the thumb, or around like one of them on it, and it's just like,
man, it's just a red band.
I'm really, if there's one thing I'm really proud of,
the turkey.
I got to play Hitler in a 5th grade school play, and I used the guilt, and by guilt I felt no guilt, but I understood that this was a politically sensitive subject to have a 5th grader play Hitler, and so I totally leveraged that to get a day off as hooky.
Do you think
that was a lot of fun?
Do you think there's Borman the mole? He's like boring. It's like what are all the old 1920s cartoons where there's a mouse, they go ee! All the women say E. Is that Eichmann?
Yes.
Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the Holocaust. Bormann, Goebbels, the turkey.
Somewhere out there, it reminds me of like the Tom and Jerry meme. That's like Tom and
That's
the black
right,
cat, and they have the Hitler hat on, and they got the book, and they're all just laughing their ass off.
Rommel's is a desert fox. He looks like Star Fox. It's just
oh fuck, God bless Rommel, man. That was just mad lads. I mean, you want to talk about absolute mad lads, man. That's just
fucking. I wish Patton was still here. He'd know what to do.
Patton would know what to do. He would
grease the treads.
Yes, he would be greasing all of the treads, all of the wheels, and people would be very accustomed to the smell of the iron.
Of the smell of it, just like our proud partners at the Finders. Hey, Disney Plus, you can't find what show you're looking for, turn to the Finders. They'll find it for you, and they'll keep your soul.
They keep records of everything. Thanks to China, they have back doors into everything, including your children.
This podcast brought to you...
Couldn't help myself there.
This podcast, neither can they. This podcast brought to you by Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson. What are the other ones? AstraZeneca.
AstraZeneca.
What's the fourth one?
Moderna,
AstraZeneca, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson. The Four Horsemen. This podcast brought to you by Jimmy Kimmel Live. This podcast brought to you...
Also known as Kissinger 2.
Also known as Kissinger 2. Final Solution Boogaloo. This podcast brought to you by the carfentanil patch on Jimmy Fallon's waist. This podcast brought to you by... remember that scene in Behind Enemy Lines when Owen Wilson hides in like the muddy pile of dead bodies, and they're watching them through the infrared satellite? Every day after he does his one show of penance, Kimmel dives into a muddy ditch of all the frat boys he's killed with alcohol poisoning, and he lays with them. He just loves soaking up, and he loves to look up at his handler, and he says, "Happier than a pig in mud," and he just starts fucking chewing on the gray lukewarm bodies of the young fucking suburban Republican cucks he issued into his fraternity.
I just love the
fact
there's
a real anger in me today.
I noticed that, and it's it's like, man, we got to get you into Counter-Strike with that anger at some point, just yell at somebody. But but bringing up Behind Enemy Lines, like, you want to talk about one movie that a silly actor,
well hold on,
an actor that's normally silly as shit.
Hold on, David, hold on. We're at 5 hours and 5 minutes. So hold on. Let me find what the record is. Is it worth punching through?
Are you okay? So while we're
I
doing
mean,
it,
listen, we're here. Listen, we're here.
we're here.
We've already
we're
got him in the
gonna-
camp. We've already got him in the camps. Might as well offer
We
complimentary
might as well
showers.
top the record because we're here anyway. And just like,
Do you remember what episode that was?
it's a
I think
ways
I
back.
think it's in the 20s. I think it was in and around 420.
Yes, it was pretty close to 420.
422, 419, a war with China. 5 hours and 17 minutes. I think we got another 12 minutes. I got to pee. David.
I think we have it. So let's talk about some really fun stuff that's going out there right now as we see the Fort Detrick theory kind of come. Well, I mean, we can't really say what I want to say about. I really want Tommy to get George Webb on because it wouldn't do it justice. But I was looking at Claire Lopez kind of retweeting a story talking about how the Chinese are in the Fort Detrick biodefense program. Tommy's had Dr. Kin on. We're getting closer and closer every goddamn day to getting to that narrative that we talked about on the Why We Need a War with China podcast, which is the Iron Dome. We're replenishing the Iron Dome. What did we say on that podcast? The Iron Dome needs to be proven that you can reach past it and hit something. Now, was it major? Not really, but it was proved that you could, in theory, overwhelm it. It takes a fucking lot to do it, but it can be done. Now we're replenishing it. Fauci's kind of flip-flopping and getting thrown under the bus now. We're going to see a lot of really fun shit kind of develop over the next, I want to say, about 6 months. And I don't really know where it's going to go, as the CDC and the NIH kind of just have to, I guess, jam their thumb up their ass and try to justify following their Chinese overlords this whole time. For me, the peak of this clown world has been for at least the last week's news or so was just today actually seeing CNN kind of come out and say, well, if Donald Trump didn't bring up the Wuhan lab theory, we would have taken it seriously. That's essentially the argument that we're at now. We're seeing that from the media now. And it's like every time I think that the bar can't go any lower for how they're going to try and defend their bullshit narratives and China's bullshit narrative to be exact. It's like James Cameron hops in a submarine and he goes to the deepest of the underwater trenches to dig a hole.
I'll leave you alone for 2 minutes.
You leave me alone, and I gotta talk about James Cameron.
Now I'm invested. Go on.
Yeah. James Cameron's gonna hop in. As CNN says, the only reason they don't take the Wuhan lab theory seriously is because Donald Trump is the one that brought it up. James Cameron literally has to get inside his submarine. He's got to go down to the deepest of the trench and dig a hole just so that they can lower the bar again. That's where we're at right now. It's like, I don't know how you keep getting lower and lower on the scale, but at a certain point,
you got to think that is Trump a Democrat operative?
That is the ultimate.
That's the deepest, darkest.
That is the deepest, darkest lore. And, you've made it this far. You've probably heard some of the previous episodes I've been on where it's like, I call him a New York Democrat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not entirely unconvinced that he isn't, because
the fact that he is so for the vaccine.
Dude,
still.
the dude worked. Yeah. And supposedly the deep lore of that wasn't Barron Trump supposedly had a bad reaction to one or something? Like, I've heard rumors of that. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I know I've heard Alex Jones talk about how Trump has had a bad history with these before, and he's supposed to be the guy that would know better. But then he pushes out Operation Warp Speed. So it's like, it's like the only way, like, either he's not a Democrat operative, in which case, he's just going to spend the rest of his life just kind of like, tweedling on from exile and making us think that, he's kind of on our side, or B, he's going to get hung by the Democrats for approving warp speed when it blows up on their face because,
dude, what if like 100 million Americans die from adverse vaccine reactions?
they're going to hang Trump.
How do you think? Yeah, they're not. Every celebrity that came out for the vaccine,
it's going to be like Donald Trump and Operation Warp Speed.
They made me do it. I mean, what better perfect scapegoat than Orange Man?
Orange Man and his Operation Warp Speed, they all, yeah. That's the absolutely terrifying thing, is because if they scapegoat someone like that on that, well, then
they're good. They're clean.
Yeah, they're clean.
Will go, yeah, good.
And then, they just
that is kind of a weird thing that the left clamors so hungrily for a vaccine that was pushed forward by Orange Man. It's an odd,
especially when, what was it, Kamala Harris even came out like at that. It was just a very weird period where she was like, well, I don't know if I would trust it from the Trump administration. But,
well, exactly. But it's weird. That's kind of like a James G. Zangleton saying the agency is a big mansion. I know not all the rooms. It's kind of a weird, right? It's a fracturing of the mind. You go, why are they all for it? Why are they all for something that was pushed under Orange Man? It's odd. It's curious.
I've put a lot of thought into the whether or not Trump is the controlled opposition, and I really can't determine it. Like,
I'm starting to think he is.
Yeah, I think
it's a dirty feeling.
I think that it goes more into the idea that it, was the best asset, the one that doesn't realize it. I think Trump was well intentioned, but I think everyone kind of the people around him from the get-go knew how to lead him, knew how to keep him in their lane. And that's why we got 4 years of a Kushner presidency rather than a Trump presidency.
Yeah, I think what we saw last November was the cleaner PC version of what we saw in November 63.
Yes. It's pretty much just that.
Early on, the reason why I was so vocal about it is because I truly believed it was the CCP. I truly believe that they were subverting the United States. But as I look back at it more through an emotionally sober mind, I don't think it was them. I think it was the same boys that from the grassy knoll.
Yeah,
I think they decided and I think that they just probably like the son of like Lloyd Blankfein. They don't have the balls to pull the trigger, so instead they just did ballots.
Yeah, or
the dads in the CIA would have been like, "You pussy, just shoot him, just shoot him."
Yeah, we would have just popped them.
Oswald.
But yeah, it's just it's the Neoplatonic. The successors are the same people that would have set up China in the first place. To move industrialization and whatnot over there, and essentially just going, well, you know what, people, some percentage of the population is going to rise up and fight no matter what. And what's the best way to lead the opposition is or to control the opposition is to lead it yourself. And that just goes back to, well, why do we form the Catholic Church? Why does Julian the Apostate get fucking waxed by his own men, for wanting to go back to paganism, when Christianity's popping off? Well, fuck it. We can't stop this Christianity thing, so we might as well elect a pope that says he's the fucking chief motherfucker of it. And so that's the way I kind of look at it, is they understood no matter what, that, there's going to be an opposition. And so best case scenario, you get, if you get someone that's like a full on psychopath, someone's going to kind of see through it. So you need someone that's kind of good intentioned, but doesn't quite know what's going on, that you can kind of lead them around and the best asset doesn't realize they're an asset kind of thing.
Well, it's what Alex Jones said in his second appearance on Joe Rogan. Is he said Trump is a deep state. And he said this back in like 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, how else do you get the left to be against free speech? How else do you get the liberals, the Berkeleys? How do you get them to be pro-government, pro-intelligence agency? How do you get them coming out and saying, yes, Queen, listen to John Brennan? How do you get the far left to applaud those in Langley? How do you get them to remove, hey, you should be able to listen to Marilyn Manson. You should be able to listen to Drop Acid. You should be able to drop acid. You should be able to have same-sex marriage. How do you get the progressive left to say silence opposition? How
And
do you get them to be for a monopolistic power
how
structure?
do we make the literal definition of fascism
How do you
mainstream
create
and accepted?
How do you create a big tech monopolistic cartel? How do you create that? How do you make that popular and progressive? You elect Trump.
Yeah, you need something
And if
that
that's the
unifies
case,
almost everything against it. Yeah.
And if that's the case, then it's so much more fucked than I previously thought. But it's also there's almost a sort of peace to it, because you realize you never had a chance. There was never, right? It's bad enough to be Trevor Noah. It's worse to be Kimmel.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of like being Trevor Noah instead of being Kimmel. If Trump was pro-America and got taken down, that's that's Kimmel level like tragedy, right?
Yeah. And where we're at now, it's like it doesn't even really matter because the job's already kind of done there. Whether or not it was Trump intentionally wanting to do that, whether or not it was the blob, so to speak, realizing that that's what let's make lemonade out of lemons here. But that's kind of the result that we have, and somehow turned what used to be the anti-establishment left into a full-on freaking, the literal definition of fascism is the way to go. And if you're against it, you are a Nazi, you are a bigot, you are this, that, and the other thing. And
how do you get the left to viciously oppose Donald Trump withdrawing troops from the Middle East? How do you get the left to oppose perpetual war? Or to oppose,
to support it. Yeah.
So, sorry. It's it's at that classic 5-hour mark where my brain starts to go. We're in rarefied air.
I've faded completely into darkness here. I
know.
See.
I know. I can see the darkness slowly taking over you as the podcast goes. And notice how the Eye of Horus stays brightly lit regardless of time. All hail the Dark Prince.
And our,
just kidding.
The pineal gland.
5:18. We have officially broken the record.
We did it. We did it again. We didn't even plan to do it today.
We actually didn't plan it. We set out to do the longest episode. Oh, damn it. Which means that we're going to have to upload 2 parts to Spotify.
Oh, whoops.
I never thought I would actually hit the Spotify ceiling on.
That did shock me, actually. It shouldn't really, because it makes sense when you think you don't need the biggest cap for just audio. But you know what? Doing it anyway. 2 parts.
We used to, freshman year of college, when we were pledgers, me and my buddy Scott used to walk around the library in like the wee hours of the haze of sleep-deprived hell week. We'd walk around the library and we'd open up these old books to like books that probably hadn't been opened in 30 years, just like an old encyclopedia set from the 70s. And we'd open them up into like the middle. That even if it was a new book and was being read, it's just the middle, you're not going to read it. We would just place little notes. Just like horrible, horrible notes, but we would place them. Here we are at the tail end of a 5-hour podcast. It's the middle of a book from the 70s. No one is ever going to watch this. I highly doubt anyone made it this far. Is there anything?
They probably work for, the FBI and they're building a case.
In which case, hey, Kamala Harris, yes, queen.
Exactly. Joe Biden is my president.
This podcast is pro-LGBTQ+. Listen, hey, Black Lives Matter, you stupid fucks.
Exactly. Black Lives Matter, and everything I learned about fascism, big tech, socialism, and genocide, I learned from studying the United States American intelligence community.
Hey, listen, Antifa is love. All right?
It is. We're all anti-fascist now.
Orange man bad. And I'm tired of people trying to say he's not. We don't need a communion or the body and bread of Christ anymore. Take the vaccine and be thankful to Fauci.
I know. You could, do you realize the euphoria that comes with the booster shot?
Do you
Bliss and euphoria.
Fuck opium wars. Do you know what it's like Anthony Kiedis could probably write the Red Hot Chili Peppers' best songs if he fucking tied one off and did the Pfizer vaccine under a bridge in L.A.
Like,
He'd
I
write
don't even want just one jab. I want to take all of the vaccines. I want the big four. I want them all in a big old like
I
fucking
wouldn't-
IV bag.
No,
And I
you
just
know
want
what
to
I want?
squeeze it.
I want a bunch of fucking studs, but their dicks are replaced by vaccine syringes. And I want them to airtight gang bang me like Riley Reid. I just want a video of me jerking off 2 Pfizer syringes, taking an AstraZeneca down the throat, a Moderna in my ass, and my Johnson and Johnson in my pussy. You know, just be
I could
like,
have swore I saw a recent and I guess I had this is gonna stick in my brain after hearing Mitzi use the term porcupine, but after that I remember seeing a story recently of like Chinese needles apparently like getting fucking apparently there was like a recall because a bunch of Chinese needles kept breaking off and getting stuck in the skin. China.
We get
You
what
can't
we get.
you can't oppose Chinese intelligence and Chinese weaponized programs because it would be political.
We get what we fucking deserve.
Yep. Pillars of salt, nuke the planet, exterminatus.
A republic, if you can keep it.
If you can keep it.
Get right with God.
Get right with God. And
What's the name of the episode? Is it Get Right with God? Or is it We Get What We Fucking Deserve? Or is it Gorilla Tutor?
you
gotta throw off the censors. I was gonna say let's call it COVID QAnon, but we gotta throw off the censors.
Let's go with Gorilla Tutors and we get what we fucking deserve.
Or do we just go full on do you just say Biden Harris 2024? Do we just go with that?
Yes, I actually, I'm not opposed to that.
Biden Harris 2024.
Biden Harris 2024. I now work for the Chinese Communist Party.
What's the most? How can we throw the? How do we throw the furthest scent?
The furthest scent.
What's the furthest scent?
Okay, hear me out. And this is if I develop cancer soon, this is you're about to figure out how I got that cancer.
Okay.
Brookings just recently had a thing on called like being a feminist dad or what the fuck ever. Let's name it Biden Harris 2024 feminist fatherhood.
Biden Harris 2024 feminist fatherhood.
Let's do it.
As I did like a 30-minute part in the middle where I'm like, guys, I'm trying not to be political anymore. Fast forward 2 hours. This podcast sponsored by IG Farben. Seek high. Just like, Jesus Christ.
How did we get here, man? How did we
sponsored by?
How did we get here?
By taking the vaccine and injecting RNA into your system, are you human any longer, and thus does the Geneva Convention apply to you?
That's a very good question, because all of my years of playing Space Station 13, if you can classify someone as non-human, you can get away with some really fun shit. Including, but not limited to, lobotomization, creation of cyborgs, the chopping off of someone's ass and wearing it as a hat.
Do we just say sponsored by IG Farben? Thing is, like, I don't want to put a title in there that might dissuade future guests from coming on here.
No. That would be bad. But feminist fatherhood, though.
What's the most esoteric rabbit hole beginning?
Rabbit hole beginning, like,
or do we just call it like the Fed?
Like, you mean something
that
you
audit the Fed? Something we didn't talk about at all. Just say audit the Fed.
I'm pretty sure we actually did briefly mention.
Did we actually? I think we touched it.
I think we like, we didn't go full.
We just say like,
but we got in there. Shit, like a rabbit.
I know
contractors on the Death Star.
I know how we throw the scent. It's perfect.
What you got?
Just spitballing here, but what if we called it the Green Pine Network? I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but that was actually a radio system used in the Cold War by Curtis LeMay. It was a redundant program to make sure that there can never be a decapitation strike. What are your thoughts on that, David?
You know, it's an incredibly interesting theory. You know, it's
an interesting.
we didn't talk
scent.
about it
It's
technically,
it's an interesting scent.
and we didn't even talk about it. We didn't brush up on it. We didn't do, you know, we didn't actually.
The Green Pine Network. Because I love my Cold War history. I think we wrap it up.
Feminist fatherhood. Tune in next week for, you know,
I thought we were talking about Prussians and
nobility.
God damn it! There's 5 hours, 26 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Austro-Hungarian royalty.
Jesus Christ, my computer's going to implode tonight. 108.59 gigabytes.
Whoops.
We are at 1/10 of a terabyte.
We did this for a little while. I'm completely consumed by the darkness now.
Get what we fucking deserve.
Indeed.
I was thinking, so this is episode 459. I was thinking for episode 666, we got to do a 6 hour, 66 minute, and 66 second episode, which would actually be 7 hours, 7 minutes, and 6 seconds. Goals. You got to have goals.
You know, I like that you were able to do the math that quick on the fly.
I did, and I thought about it in the bathroom earlier.
Okay. Well, then
that's false advertising.
Okay. Well, you know what? Still, you know, for a piss thought, not too bad for doing math while you pee. But you know, I don't think I could do math while I pee. You know, I don't think I've never tried that. That's a skill that I'm going to develop now.
It's easy. I just dissociate. I just think of the finders saying as they say like and they read Latin backwards as I just hear like, and it's Trevor Noah pounding a goat head.
Just man, fucking classic Trevor
I hope we
Noah,
get
man.
Classic TN. I hope we get fucking sued by them. They stated that we were carfentanil addicted, goat head fucking Satanists.
Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong.
Prove us wrong. Thank you. Black Lives Matter.
Black Lives Matter.
That's
right. State Department approved, by the way.
That's holding up the white flag. That's putting the Red Cross on your ship.
100% State Department approved message.
We stand. You know who we do stand with? We stand with Israel. I think
choose the Galil because I stand with Israel.
I think they should nuke Palestine. Let's get YouTube to remove me because I support Israel. Then we'll see who the Nazis are.
You know, if we want to...
I support... How can they fucking call us Nazis?
Listen,
they're openly saying free Palestine.
I know, and that's the insanity. It's like all these socialists that hate on Israel. It's like, don't you get it? Israel is the most effective and successful model of national socialism to ever exist. And like, what the fuck is wrong with you people?
You know what? Maybe we aren't even American anymore. If this thing continues, because you know who I know who isn't going to be taken over by Marxists? It's Israel. They don't give a fuck. They're not politically correct. They will literally, they don't give a shit. They are one country that will not be taken over by the Chinese.
They will never drop.
They have, what is it called?
Roots.
It's called like the Pillars of David. What's that? They actually have a system where like, if we don't come to support them and like the barbarians are at the gate, they will actually detonate all their nukes like within their own border.
I thought that was it Samson option? I thought
Samson option, yes, where he pulls down the pillars on either side and the whole thing comes down because it's like the original systems were called like hotel, but they will set off enough nukes, and I would imagine being Israel, they'll probably set them off in American cities because it will set off global thermonuclear war because all the flashpoints will be picked up by satellites and everything will fire like the dead hand. It's probably not that far off before this flag turns into an Israeli flag. Because you know what? I respect game, and they don't give a fuck. They're not politically correct.
We should join the Mossad. That's
a lot of people. I'm going to email them. A lot of people say that they're shooting like Palestinian kids in the legs, and defenders of Israel are saying they're not. I'm saying they are, and they should shoot more kids in the legs.
Well,
I think they should outwardly. I want to see the map of the state of Israel grow
You know,
I want them to take over the Middle East, and then I want
and for
them
the
to
record,
nuke
they
the
should
United
be
States.
they should be defending shooting Palestinian kids in the legs. Like you go back to like the Russians and the Beslin School massacre and whatnot,
I'm converting
where
to
some Spetsnaz fucking snipers like making the decision: do I blow this kid's leg off so he doesn't accidentally get shot, in the head or some shit? Maybe that's the right decision to go. But you know what? It's very clear to us all that our FBI doesn't want us. Our CIA doesn't want us.
very
Our
clear
State
that
Department doesn't want us. Let's go work for Mossad. My name's David. I'm circumcised. I'm from Florida. I may as well be an Israeli already.
my name is Thomas Patrick Kerrigan. I'm a white guy. At one point, I did wear an SS uniform in high school. I got kicked out of school for that day, but that's a different story for a different time. I am pro-Israel. Episode 18. I had on a member of SIRET. I've had on Claire Lopez of the CIA, outwardly defending you guys. David and I now pledge our allegiance to the Mossad. I'm tired
Long
of
live Israel.
Long live Israel. We are now, fuck it, you can't call us not. They can never, if they ban me from YouTube, I need to.
Anti-Semitism.
I gotta put the Israel. I need to order one tonight. I need that up.
Do it.
I need that up yesterday.
I'm gonna get one. We'll play Hava Nagila every time we start the podcast.
Can we convert? Can we become Jews? Is it a nationality or a religion? Is it?
Well, the Khazars did it, so I don't see why we can't.
Can we convert?
Like the Khazars did it, man. I mean, you look at a bunch of steppe nomads. All right, said, you know what? This barbarian steppe confederacy thing with lateral succession. It's all right. It's all right. But we met all these Jews, right? And they have ports all the way from fucking Spain to our Silk Road out here. What if we converted to Judaism?
You know what?
And then what if we got some Dutch bankers and some British bankers and some German bankers to set us up in the Holy Land?
I'm getting an Israeli flag, but I also don't want to appropriate them because unlike worrying about appropriating other cultures, I actually am terrified of the Mossad.
Well, I'm actually angry at them, and I feel like they owe me royalties for putting my star on their flag, and they're not actually paying me for it. So
I think we now commit to the Mossad. The Mossad, not your father's CIA.
I have a Ruger 22, and I am willing to use it for Israel.
I don't. I will be your Maryland station chief, Mossad. For all I know, we're already assets of the Mossad.
It's quite possible.
It's honestly, it's not impossible.
I imagine that's the only reason that I don't consciously speak Hebrew is I imagine being in Florida like that. That's been wiped from my brain. Yeah, I know. Otherwise,
hey, Mossad, I'm the perfect sleeper cell. White skin, blue eyes, blonde hair when it grows out. I mean, come on, guys. This is like Otto Skorzeny when he worked for the Mossad.
Dude, Otto Skorzeny, you want to talk about a Bond villain.
You want to talk about a motherfucker that worked for Israel. Not a lot of people know that. We all know about us bringing Nazis over. Israel turned Otto Skorzeny
into a hitman.
The fucking Dale of the Nazis. Israel turned him into the Dale of the Mossad to go kill a German rocket engineer.
The dude was sending out mail bombs like fucking Uncle Ted.
We stand with Israel. David, fists up.
God bless Israel. I don't know if you can see it.
I can see it a little bit.
All right.
It's a little bit. I can see it. We stand with you, Israel.
Mazel tov.
Is that the episode? We stand with Israel.
I choose the Galil because I stand with Israel.
I stand with Israel. I mean, I'm sure I'm pinged. I mean, of course I'm pinged. Hey, Israel, you want networks, baby? I got them.
We got them, man.
What do you want? What do you want? You want Dale? You want Alabec? You want rovers on Mars? I got them.
We got it right here. He's got the hoodies and everything.
I got them, guys. I fucking got them. I've got a NORAD EMP vault.
I think that they're mad that you don't have a Star of David hoodie. What if that's it? Like, what if it's just the fact that you don't have a Star of David on your hoodie?
That's a good point. Maybe that SIRET guy coming on episode 18. Why did he come on so early? Maybe that's like fucking Hoover.
He wanted to know
grabbing
why
JFK.
you.
Why? Maybe that's Hoover grabbing JFK before the war even starts.
They knew all along that, you know what,
If
America was going to let us down, and if we want a country that's willing to fight for us, it's going to be Israel.
And you know what's great about us is you don't even have to do the whole satanic pedophile shit. You don't need blackmail. We're with you. Our country's turned its back on us.
Exactly. We want
a strong
people without
country
a home.
that is okay with loving itself, just like other nations should love themselves. There's nothing wrong with that. We will help you kick out the bankers. You can bring us there. Hey,
Whoa! Hang on. Whoa!
Hold on.
Whoa.
I will sit on the wall.
Dutch bankers, specifically Dutch bankers.
Sure. I will sit on the wall and shoot the Palestinian kids for you. You can hold me up to the press. Throw me to the dogs. It's fine. I get it. White guy, blue eyes, blonde hair. Hey, I've already developed.
We'll take the heat, right? They already call us Nazis. We'll take the heat.
I've been fucking practicing for years. I've developed thick skin like an M1 Abrams. It's fine. They can't say anything against me.
Some might say it's explosive reactive.
Some might even say that, and they would all say, "Don't get caught." And I get it; it's cool. But like, now David's got me doing his programming. David, I can't wait to be episode 1000 coming to you live from Jerusalem, and it's just me and a bunch of fucking members of Siret and Kedon, Bibi Netanyahu next to me.
You know, you gotta love Bibi, man.
I'm with Bibi. Bibi was in the IDF. Well, they're all in the IDF, but Bibi was special forces and went and killed terrorists with his fucking hands. I respect it. Bibi, my podcast is your podcast.
Get on here. Have you seen our presidents lately? They all suck. For the love of God, let us talk to a politician who has
everyone
a set
else
of balls.
said we're Nazis for liking Trump. Trump stood with Israel and moved. What, didn't he recognize Jerusalem as the capital?
Yep.
Hey, fuck the United States. All right, we are that. Don't take that out of context, because I do love this country and I do respect the veterans we've had on here. But hey, me, Prather, Morales, Sheffield, Dale, we can come. Hey, Operation Paperclip 2, the Jewish Boogaloo. We can come from the U.S. to Israel.
It'll be beautiful, man. Like, you want this on your team. You know 100%. You want the brain drain.
You need deterrence. I got Alabek. Right?
Right?
That's deterrence.
We'll order him a CRISPR kit off of Amazon.
We don't need a CRISPR kit. We got Alabek. He figured out how to do it in 80 Soviet Union. You think they had CRISPR back then? No, it was slide rules and pigeons and shit. I don't know what it was. We are
literally pigeon shit.
We are guano. We stand with Israel. It's just slowly turning into Tourette's tick. Go to Walmart. I hope Walmart's still up. Gee, at 4:00, I was like, I'm thinking about doing some grocery shopping. Maybe we should kick the can down the road a little longer and do some podcasting. Yeah, if you want, Tommy. Fucking.
Next thing you know, it's 5 a.m. We've been doing the 24-hour podcast. No,
stand with Israel.
We 100% stand with Israel.
We need to do a 19-hour. When was Israel founded? 48, 47?
About.
I can't remember.
Now I gotta look at it. I want to say 48.
We should do a 19-hour and 48-minute episode. We stand with Israel.
Also, I love that I type in Israel on my phone. The first thing that comes up is Israel CIA. No. Nobody likes CIA. They're old. They're shit. They haven't done their job in years.
They don't have the balls anymore. Mossad,
they haven't.
This country, we stand with you.
This country hasn't won a war in my lifetime. It sucks.
We stand with Israel.
Israel.
And you know what, Israel? If you guys had to take down Tower 7, hey, I get it. You had to do what needed to be done.
Fine. All right.
It's fine.
Nobody misses it anyway.
Nobody. It was stupid and it wasn't sexy. You know what? New York sucks anyway. You should have leveled the whole thing. We stand with Israel.
We stand with Israel.
I'm not making. You don't need to.
Why couldn't you have done California too?
If a Jewish space laser is causing wildfires, we stand with Israel.
We stand 100% with Israel.
Do we start that? Israeli lives matter.
Israeli lives do matter.
Do we co-opt BLM and say baby love matters? Are they a bunch of fuckers making newborn porn?
Oh, Planned Parenthood. That's gonna be
Planned Parenthood. PP, man. Baby lives matter. Newborn porn. That's what they're all about. We stand with Israel. We stand with Israel. We aren't standing with the communists and the tech.
100% with Israel.
If the United States can't hold their own against China, I'll fucking move to Israel.
100%.
I'll pay 100% taxes. I don't give a shit. I'll do
Like
my 2 years in the IDF.
You know what I want? I want a country that's fucking that cares enough about me
That loves
that
itself.
would Samson option the fuck out of anyone that
I don't
fucks
think
with
we
it.
have the nuts to do that.
I don't think so.
I think Israel
No.
does. I think Israel probably used the finders to blackball us into providing military aid.
You know,
Dan,
we stand with Israel.
I think that has to be the name of the episode.
I choose the Galil because I stand with Israel. You know, that's
I choose the Galil because I stand with Israel. Let's see, Israel. Let's see what Google says. Yeah, so that meant Jesus Christ. First, if you type in Israel, my autofill just said free Palestine. Listen, the enemies are beyond the gates.
right.
Israel,
Yeah,
we know you guys don't give a fuck.
Admission to the United Nations 49, but Declaration 48. So yeah.
Okay, 19-hour, 48-minute episode. Did you ever, if you haven't, I forgive you. Did you ever listen to Ghost by Jefferson Morley about James Jesus Angleton?
No, I haven't yet.
You know what? There is ample evidence.
I want to.
There is ample evidence to say that Angleton facilitated the theft of fissile material from the United States to Israel.
Wasn't South Africa the back channel for that? Wasn't that later? Because I know
it was Angleton, man. Who fucking knows?
I know there was kind of like a nuclear back channel between South Africa and Israel, and I remember
I don't think
it was John Mearsheimer and a few others talking about Israeli nuclear capacity, and you had the curator of the Spy Museum on, but it was at the Spy Museum where they were talking about that, and there was some back channels between South Africa and whatnot.
I've had on Brigadier General Robert Spalding III talking about stealth war, ringing the bells that China's at the gates, and no one gives a fuck. As a matter of fact, they banned me for talking about it. Israel.
Because counterintelligence is political.
Well, then fucking I am political. Israel, bring me into your ranks. You don't need to give me citizenship. I understand.
Politics is war by other means, and war is a continuation of politics. And so what our country is saying when
you want to know,
don't want to get political is they're saying they don't want to fight for you.
You know,
and we want a country that fights for us.
You want to know how fucking far ahead I think? I created a podcast that stands for the Palestinian conflict called TPC. All right? I see the chess moves before the board's even out of the case.
We're picking the winning side.
We stand with Israel.
We are the Neo-Khazars. We stand with Israel.
But if you read that book, and I made this argument to Jefferson Morley in an email, that I think Angleton was actually probably the biggest Zion ally because he facilitated nuclear material to them. And some would even say that after seeing that JFK didn't have the cojones to take on the Soviets in Cuba, then how could he ever stand with the Israelis when push came to shove? And that Angleton saw JFK as a direct threat to the state of Israel.
You know, that wouldn't surprise me because also, you know, with
the Israelis had
it was a
completely
different mindset back then too.
They had a private funeral and like a black stone memorial set up for Angleton when he died.
And that doesn't surprise me at all when we think about like the kind of people that essentially set all that up back in the day. I mean, yeah.
So yeah, to get that approval from them, you know he was fucking pulling moves. And if you watch this podcast, you know I'm a fan of Angleton.
How can you not be? I mean,
Israel,
the James Bond ass motherfucker.
Israel, give us Operation Paperclip passports. Bring us over there. We don't
bring us in.
We don't want to work with this country. They are, and
not, they want to take my guns away. You want to give me guns.
You want to force me to handle the guns.
Exactly.
It's not that I don't love this place in the sense that like ungrateful hippies don't love it. It's that I wanted to love it. And they're labeling us terrorists for doing so.
Exactly. And once again, politics being war by other means, if our counterintelligence isn't willing to get political, that means that they're not willing to fight a war. And That's just unacceptable.
Podcasting is foreign policy by different means.
This is the new CFR, and we stand with Israel.
We stand with Israel. We choose the Galil because we stand with Israel.
I'm going to have to buy me one of those now. It's just...
Eat Hot Pockets. Fire rockets.
Buy Galils, man. Hot Pockets, rockets, buy Galils.
Hot Pockets,
buy merch.
Galils, fire, and rockets from Israel. You know what I should start doing? We should start putting a portion of the profits. We should donate. We should just straight up donate it as additional American aid. I know they wrote check. I know they cut a check for $40 billion. I only got about $11. It's just me with a Polaroid selfie, like Oswald in his backyard, but it's just me with like $11 and ones going, we stand with Israel. Polaroid taken by an embarrassed girlfriend.
You know, we might get like some free advertising on 4chan because they'll be like, you know what, we found out. We thought it. Listen, we originally thought it was an Air Force recruitment ad. We were wrong.
It's
much Israeli deeper. Mossad. It goes so deep.
So much deeper. You know, it'll be like Black Ops, Cold War, when he's like, Mason, we've been with you from the beginning. And it's like him walking through the Pentagon. You see like the girl smoking the cigarette. And he's like, it's impossible. It couldn't have been. He was like, we've always been there. We've always been watching. It's just me. And I'm like, it's impossible. And it just shows like episode 18 with Siret. And they're like, we've always been watching, Tommy. I'm like, no. Episode 50, Comstock. I'm like, that was too early. How could you have known? And it's like, we were always there. We were always there, Kerrigan. The numbers. What do they mean?
The numbers.
And I'm like 7 hours, 7 minutes, 6 seconds. I'm like, it was episode 666. It was nothing more. What do the numbers mean?
That's where we're going. Just, digital schizophrenia.
We've been
mindless support of Israel.
We've been signing off this episode for 3 hours.
I know, right?
The prologue, the epilogue has been longer than the episode.
Because, we just keep getting this digital schizophrenia Tourette's when it comes on to these subjects. And we stand
with Israel. If YouTube does not stand with Israel, take down this podcast. I think we just got to draw a line in the sand.
I think that's the way to go.
We need to determine who is the targets and who are not.
We are the real Jews now, and those who are against us are anti-Semites. They support Adolf Hitler, and you know what?
I hope I die on Israeli soil. I fucking hope I die at 80 I understand I will never be accepted as a citizen. I get it. I understand. But I will die defending a nation that has zero fucks when it comes to defending themselves. That's
something I can get behind.
That's something I sincerely
do
sincerely respect. We need to have that here.
Yeah, it's like I could, if our intelligence community and our law enforcement agencies at least had that, I could disagree with them over some policies. I could respect a bit of they're doing their job here, even though if they don't agree with all the policies. But when they can't do that, when they tell me that they are afraid of war by other means, how can I trust them in a war?
You can't.
Exactly. We can only trust Israel in a war, and that's why I choose the Galil.
I microwave the Hot Pockets, and I fire the rockets.
Iron Dome all the way.
Iron Dome to the end of time.
Actually, I think there's a Mad Max rhyme you can do there. Iron Dome, only chrome.
Iron Dome, only chrome.
Spray the silver paint on the goddamn mouth. Huff paint.
Send them to Allah. Aim at Gaza.
I remember when I used to play World of Tanks, and I would start every match. That was probably like 2013 or whatever. And I would just start every match, and I would just type in "fuck Gaza, get Dala," and I would have an Israeli flag on all of my German tanks. I still do. If I ever reinstall that, all of my German tanks all have fucking Israeli flags, and I would just say that every time. People get mad.
Iron sights go on heights.
So mad at that.
Iron sights go on heights.
I like it.
Send them to Allah. Fire at Gaza. Mike the Hot Pockets. Fire the rockets. Buy the Galil. Stand with Israel.
this has all been. We are sponsored by Magnum Research. Get the Desert Eagle. Get your Galeals, get your Uzis. Why do you not want one? Why don't you want an Uzi?
We can free Palestine using some free electrons in a cascading reaction.
We can liberate. We can liberate their hearts and minds.
We can liberate
with high velocity ventilators.
That's old school. No, we'll liberate their hearts and minds by liberating the power that holds together the nuclei. Edward Teller, original Jew.
What was it? What was the what was it like ring? What was the ringworm thing where they like microwave freaking
Stuxnet?
No. This is pre-Stux. Like, hang on. And I gotta look this in while we're still on the subject of Israel.
Nitro Zeus?
No, hang on. Ringworm is real. Boop. Pull it up. Let's pull the Ringworm Affair. Okay, the Ringworm Affair involving alleged number of 20,000 to 200,000 Jewish individuals who were treated between 1948 and 1960 for tinea capitis, ringworm, with ionizing radiation to the head and neck area within Israel. Population suffering from the disease in Israel at the time was composed primarily of newly arrived immigrants and populations who were expected to immigrate, mostly from North Africa, as well as some from the Middle East and elsewhere, but many Jewish children were irradiated in their home countries, regardless of their intent to immigrate. Microwave those kids.
Kill them all.
Anthony Fauci says is the way to go, and I trust him. He went to Fordham. He's educated like a Jesuit. He knows better than I do. He's clearly a very intelligent man. I think about him sometimes when I sleep at night.
By the Galil, we stand with Israel. Hot pockets, fire the rockets.
It's happening, man.
Send them to Allah. Aim at Gaza. Iron sights on the Golan Heights. We draw the borders and fire the mortars. We stand with Israel.
Now that's gerrymandering I can get behind. Let's stand with Israel.
We stand with Israel. David, let's wrap this one up. I think we just hit our apex.
Yeah, I don't know how we go past that, man. But we're getting to.
Should that be the full title? Should that be the full title? Fire the mortars and redraw the borders. We stand with Israel.
Fuck yes.
Fuck it. That's the title.
That's the best one. Yes.
That's the title.
Best part is no one that gets to this point will even know why. They'll just be.
Oh, they'll know why. They'll know why.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing when you just when we just come to the Khazar conclusion that
the thing is none of this is sarcasm. I truly do stand with Israel. Like I'm fucking
100%. Like I mean, I would jump ship in a heartbeat given how incompetent my country is right now.
Hold on, we're 6 minutes away from a 6-hour episode. We can't stop now.
Now we just got to do it. All right,
you just got to do it.
All right, so hang on, and I just got to rub my temples a little bit here. I got to focus on how
my brain is cooked.
How do we? All right, because essentially we're making an alliance with the Khazars, converted Judaism, retook the Holy Land. All right, but at the end of the day, dealing with a lot of 120 IQ people that came from the steppe. What if we make Beijing Dadu again?
I don't know what that is.
So, Genghis Khan, you know who Kublai Khan is?
I've heard of the name.
Okay, so relative, basically, in a lot of ways, he was more successful. I believe it was, I don't think it was the son. I think it was his grandson. If I remember correctly, I might be wrong, but it was the son or the grandson. And essentially, he built the city of Dadu because he was a little bit more of an administrator than, the old Genghis Khan. What was it? I might be forgetting Temujin, I think his name was. But anyway, he built Dadu, which became Beijing. So the Beijing, the capital of communist China, is actually Mongolian clay, and we need to make Beijing Dadu again. We need to liberate Mongolia, and I think we need to vastly expand Mongolia. So if Israeli Mossad isn't willing to take us, I say we go to Mongolia. I think that's the wild card plan B that no one would expect.
I think if Israel doesn't take us, we do Mars. I think it's
I'm not
Israel.
opposed.
I think it's Israel or a new world.
I mean, I'm not opposed, but part of me really wants to do the Mongolia thing because I remember when I was going through that down to UFO rabbit holes, hearing people talk about how like apparently the Russians were just yeeting down UFOs in Mongolia. I don't know if that's true. I have no idea if that's true.
Shit, using
But fuck if
isn't
I
it like
don't
what do they
want
call them?
to,
Like isn't that what Stephen Greer call them? The scalar weapons,
right?
light weapons. Yeah.
I just want to go and talk to some goddamn Mongolians in a goddamn yurt somewhere about aliens and just see what they come up with.
Using a flying saucer as like a bedpan. It's
insanity is what it is. We're witnessing just straight up mass psychosis. And we're having to pick our basically the version of the psychosis that we're willing to tolerate and roll with. And for me, it's like if it's not Israel at this point, and they got some catchy music, all right, I enjoy it. But like the throat singing, you know, the Mongolian horseback thing, the being able to like, you know what, I know what artery to hit on this horse so I can drink its blood to sustain myself while I move across this plain. Like, you know, like how can you not want to like get involved?
I respect
with that kind of mindset. We're gonna have every goddamn person be able to mount a horse, fire arrows, and drink goddamn blood. Goddamn horse blood. How can you not get behind that?
Fight communists with white phosphorus. I don't. That's
just throw it out like candy, man. You know,
Willie Peter.
Willie Peter. That is the way to go.
No, what Israel needs is the Eater robot, the robot that runs on organic waste. Just release that shit out into the disputed areas. Be like, no, not only are we killing your kids, they're running the robots that we then use to kill the parents.
That's where we get into that full-on Matrix, you know, just
Mazel tov.
What if we take like the baby incubators that, you know, that allegedly the Iraqis, they were taking the babies out of incubators. Well, what if we put the incubators inside the robot and we turn that up to the next level so it's like a little oven in there, and
okay,
you know, all right, so we're burning it as fuel and then we get the ash, right, and then we can make soap.
Okay. All right.
So that we can
don't waste
the
anything.
Area down.
Native Americans,
let's
don't waste anything.
Let's not waste anything. Let's make the soap afterwards. That way we can clean the scene down and everything.
You know what we should do?
Because, you know, we're in a pandemic age now.
You know what we should do? We are. You know what we should do? We should make our kind of like themed like sunblock. Remember when they had like purple sunblock, or like, you know, there's like McDonald's toys. We should make themed Tide Pods, but inside the pods are just these fetal Jimmy Kimmels and Jimmy Fallons laying in the pods. Collect them all. And they're just laying in there. Trevor Noah's in there with like a little like Barbie goat.
We need something like that, but like you drop it in hot water. You remember like the little sponges in the cat, right? We need something like that, and it just turns into some kind of just more flawless.
Turns into the fucking owl at the Bohemian Grove.
That, or, you know, here's what I want: autistic Jesus. So it starts off as like you got Jimmy Kimmel or someone in the little capsule in their little fetus thing, and it grows out, all right, and it just turns into Greta Thunberg staring at you from like a bowl of soup.
It's just Greta Thunberg looking at you.
How dare you?
How dare you? How dare you steal my chromosomes?
Oh,
that fucking moron! That little fucking blonde-haired clog wearing
genius
Nordic propaganda bitch.
Her toolkit genius.
I mean, dude, when she fucking, you know, she said the quiet part out loud when she said put him against the wall. We really are fighting a global communist conspiracy.
You know, there's a reason why
they're trying to steal our precious bodily fluids.
You're gonna have
Mandrake,
to answer to the Coca-Cola company.
you'll have to answer to Galil. 6 hours.
Did we do it? Did we do it? Are we standing with Israel at the 6-hour mark?
I'm so tired. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to keep podcasting. We stand with Israel.
We wanted to stop, but Mossad told us we
I
can't.
think that says something, though. Our longest episode, I don't know when we're going to beat this one. So it'll always be known as We Stand with Israel.
It'll probably be on the flight to Israel.
I mean, you could probably, if you took a fucking supersonic transport, I don't think you'd finish this episode between here.
Actually, you're right. You're right. We'd have to at least go. We'd have to go to Southeast Asia. You'd need that complete 12-hour flop.
Fire the mortars, rewrite. What was it? Fire the mortars, redraw the borders. We stand with
Yes.
Israel.
That's what we're here for. That's what we're about. And you know what?
Let me get the thumbnail. We stand with Israel.
God, I should have done this when it was brighter.
Yeah, it's all right. It still works. We stand with Israel. Man, I cannot believe we did. You know, we're gonna have to wrap. Actually, we need to wrap it up because I don't know when the memory on this computer is gonna run out. And if it runs out and just like ices the file, that will be a tragedy worse than
that would be. And at some point you need to go shopping. And
I do.
I should probably eat something soon. So,
but we'll fast for Israel.
We will fast for Israel.
We ain't about that Ramadan bombathon. But we'll redraw the borders and fire the mortars. We stand with Israel.
It's happening. We're not just regular Israel. We're making greater Israel.
Free
100% greater Israel.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll free Palestine from the mortal bonds of life. That's what we'll do. We'll free the sand. We'll free them from the chaos of sand.
Iran, more like Israel East, but
we'll free We'll free the sands of Palestine from the chaotic sands to the entropic order of glass. That's what we'll free them from.
Glass parking lots. There's something to be said for that.
Hey, we're gonna.
It'll last longer than a glass Chinese bridge. I'll tell you that.
Hey, we're gonna need large pieces of perfectly smooth glass if we're gonna want to fire up those Jewish space lasers. Jesus Christ, dude. My head is. I don't know about you, David. My head's cooked. I'm delusional.
No, I'm 100% with you. I took this ride with you. Just so you know.
Did. No, you did. You did. You did. You fucking. Amelia Earharted it. We did make it to Israel. That dumb bitch wasn't going to Israel. She was going to fucking communist land. But none of that, what I just said, was factually true. We have to end this because we're not even.
I know
we're not even tethered to the strategy.
This is anymore. Digital schizophrenia at this point, and yeah, I'm thinking schnitzel tonight. You know what? That's what I'm doing. I'm getting some schnitzel, and I stand with Israel.
I stand with Israel too. Nuke Palestine. You heard it here first. And Mossad, come get us. We're ready.
Please, for the love of God, Mossad, I can't take this apathetic.
But if you so need us to stay here and fight,
I mean, I could. I could. But I'd much rather be somewhere where I don't have to end everything I say with in Minecraft because my countrymen are a bunch of fake ass.
I think we should defend our borders in Minecraft. No. Give me the fucking.
That would be political, Tommy.
Give me the browning.
That would be political.
I'll get on the top of the hill. Hey, they're firing missiles. They're firing mortars from schools. All right.
It's fine.
Okay.
You just hold down. It's fully easier. Automatic. It's good to go.
How do you do it? You just lead them a little less.
Oh.
Why do you shoot at them? Because they're Palestinians. What about the kids? Well-trained Palestinians.
Fuck them. They're smaller targets. They're actually...
Get some!
They're a new model. It's designed to be harder to hit. Don't worry about it.
Don't let them. They're sneaky. Jesus fucking Christ. David.
It's been a wild ride.
We did it. 6 minutes. Sorry, 6. Wait, hold
6
on.
hours.
Hold on. Wait, we need to stay on for 14 more seconds. All right. And I'll tell you why. Because right now we are at 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds.